Welcome everyone to the SimSport Racing International 24 hours charity events against cancer. For the next 24 hours, a total of 36 teams and 170 drivers will compete on the Suzuka racetrack in Japan. I am Dimitri Schenk. I will be your host for the first hour. We will be joined by some other commentators during the 24 hours, so luckily it's not all by myself. We're doing this all with one goal: to raise money for the children and families who are in their own race against cancer. I'm gonna have a look at a Suzuka racetrack. It's one of the most famous tracks in the world, and it's very well known for the bridge that goes over the track itself. Sector 1, we have the turn 1, and then it's followed by the famous S's. If we go to the Dunlop, we have Degner 1, Degner 2, and then we go underneath the track onto Sector 2 with a famous spoon curve. Very important to get a decent exit. We go over the track again and onto the final chicane and the start-finish line. I'm pretty sure we have a lot of enthusiasts joining our stream right now. But it's also we have a lot of colleagues. I know we have family members watching. We have friends watching. This is a sim racing event. We're doing it for charity, and one of the charity that we're raising for is against cancer. It's a smallish charity who are trying to provide some really nice events for people, children mainly, families who are in their own fight against cancer. This is the second event that we are doing. Last year it all started with the first charity event that we provided, trying to raise money for the charity. We ended up with over 12,000 euros, which is really great. And because it's a small charity, we really got in touch with them and see what the money was spent on. And it's great to see that a lot of children had a really nice holiday, including some car-related events as well. Of course, one of the main questions that we probably will get is how do we raise the money? We have the charity link, which is in the YouTube description, againstcharity.nl. That is where you can donate. We also have auctions available on our own site, which is SimSport-racing. Let me check because it's important to get it right. Yeah, it's simsport-racing.com/SimSport auctions. There are 10 minutes left before we start our 24-hour event. We will be live streaming the entire event for 24 hours. We will try to check up on the Discord and the YouTube chat as well. So please, if you have any questions or comments, leave them in there and we'll try to catch them all. I'm having a look at the qualifying results, which has been held the previous hour, and the results are in for all 36 teams. We have a fastest time by Team Racing Point of 1:59.411, followed by GTWR Esports 1:59.441. So it's going to be really close. Of course, it's a 24-hour race, so the starting grid position is not as important as, let's say, in a 1-hour sprint race. But still, it's important. You want to be at the front of the pack, because then the chances of things going wrong are a lot smaller than when you're at the back of the pack. We're going to see how that plays out. For all those people who are not really familiar with sim racing, what is sim racing? It's basically an online representation of the real thing. So we're driving on real tracks, we're driving real cars, we're driving with the proper rules. And actually, all the physics that are inside the game, because in the end it is a game, they're based on real life cars. So yeah, it's as close a representation as you can get to the real thing. I know that many of the drivers have been participating in events like this for many years. They are very experienced in it, and we also have a couple of drivers who drive racing cars in real life. So yeah, what does that mean? You know, what's the difference with a regular car? When I started sim racing a couple of years ago, you know, I was amazed by how things work, and you don't really think about it when you drive your car. But something like the tire, it has a maximum amount of grip that it can deliver. So when you're braking in a straight line, all the grip goes to, you know, trying to stop the car as fast as possible. And when I started, you know, sim racing, I got confused because I was braking and I was trying to turn into the corner at the same time, and that does not work because all the available grip of the tire is trying to stop the car. So when you try to turn it in, it can't do that because it is already using all of its grip. So that's stuff that you really find. You realize when you're driving games like this. You know, it's not purely a game; it's a simulation. So you can't do that. You have to let go of braking pressure a little bit, because otherwise you're asking too much of the tire and it just won't turn in. So it's as close a representation to the real thing as you can get. And that's really one of the main aspects why games like this are so popular the last couple of years. We're having a look at the free practice right now with Conceptor. He's driving a Mercedes. It is about 5 minutes to go till we start the actual event. So that gives us a little bit of time to go through the different teams that are participating in this event. We will go through the starting grid when they all line up for the formation lap. But let's go through all the teams at the moment. We have in the BMW M4 GT3 the THBM Yellow car, driven by Carlo Rutting, Dominic Giese, Pascal Eckstein, Luc Sjool and Max Muller. Car number 4. Odyssey Racing, car number 5. We'll do them in order of their car numbers. Also in the BMW M4 GT3, driven by Clay Biney, James Mead, Race Pace Rob, Simon Bauer and Tim Flamger. I'm gonna pronounce a lot of names today, so ready if I mispronounce them. I'm trying my best. Car number 6, Sim Racing Holland number 2, Michael Huizinga, Rogier van Rossen, Erik de Jong, Rick Vromans and Pascal Weda. Car number 11, Mode 11 Racing AMR V8 Vantage, driven by Bas Vermelis, Dennis Werkman, Nick Wagers, Sander Valen and myself. Car number 12, Sim Racing Holland, driven by John Beton, Frans van der Linden, Bart Swering and Peter van Nier. We have car number 13, The Misfits, with Thomas Jack, Robin Mole, Victor Borlin, Jurgens Oosthuis and Ivan Barak. Car number 16, which is appropriately named 610 Motorsport. Thomas van Schaik, Joost van Meeren, Nick van der Maat, Dennis Verhoeven and Robin Ruiter. Astro Racing Team with car number 18, Carl van Horen, Tom Curtin, Jan Bart, Dominic Bilotti and Nino Tobben. And we can continue with Team Eurocamp, Arias Nade, Umut Ichier and Michali Yardi. Log Driving, car number 33, Maarten van der Kraan, Tim Krol, Dennis Krol and Alexander Delor. Then we continue with AMR R2R Racing, René van Dijkhuizen, Ruud Stewart, Oliver Anderson and Gabor Hayas. That's car number 41. Car number 42, Team DGTL Racing, Casper Hoegaard and Chris Johansson, and if I am remembering correctly, they are joined by one of their fellow drivers. So they're actually a team of 3 driving together in one sim rig, which is really nice to do. Car number 62, GTWR Esports, Sergio Piperetta, Andrea Benedetti, Lorenzo Rappa, Simona Arbiti and Andrea Miato. 69 is Aaron van Drunen, Anthony Terhorst, Koen Septer and Danny de Zwart. Car number 70, we have Ricardo Machiera, Jonathan Leclerc, Mohamed El Ghouri, Imre Horvat, John Papate and Jason Dyer. Followed by car number 73, THRC. It's Sjouk Vervat, Wouter Wood, Steve Allen, Lars van Kleef, Jesse van Driel and Dimitri van Bever. SimSport Racing International by Sam Spankelink, Nard Cox, Andreas Gerdin and Simon Wilkes. Team Racing Point 77 with Filippo Gambarini, Michel Modenti, Salvatore Schiazzi, Carmelo Trapani, and Danilo Magnani. Then we have Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg. It's Denise Pope, Alexander Gray, Daryl Young, and Aro Cross. SMR Esports with Rob Jackson and Jack Young, car number 99. Keep an eye on them if they're actually indeed with a two-team driver doing 24 hours racing. That's where some donations already. Astro Racing Team, Team B, Kian Cox, Jitsi Minima, Yannick Petschke, Daniel Crinton, and Gareth Bogra. We have Team Racing Point number 138, Simone Lezzi, Andrea Grappolini, Alessio Del Dottori, David Patil, Flavio Mancini, and Mattia Sampedri. Team RNA ACC, Jonas Hakula, Ben McConnell, Robin Holloman, and Joe Ace Jr. Green Moose Racing by Andrew Richardson, Milan Dauma, and Vincent Picek. And now we're nearing the end. We have Green Moose Rookies, Nikolai Schrader, Sebastian Riedel, Steve Parker, Andreas Westkamp. Team AB Racing with Mike Unbruhosa, Chris Vickers, Nelson Abernhosa, Brian Clancy, Fabri Tori, Skylar Davis. SCB Racing Team 1, Jasper van der Vaart, Carla Tilliander, Joa Castanera, Marvin Mackenberg. And SCB Racing Team number 2, Christian Grotte, Dennis Hobbs, Niels Engelhardt, and Sven Mackenberg. Team Rocket Scuderia, do not be fooled, they're driving a Porsche with a Ferrari livery. It's Yannick Wallendoek, Dan Lensen, Tim Neighbor, Klaas Wester, and Brian Schekkeman. We have Convicts and Colonials, Austin Carpenter, David Barlett, Elliot Levine, Michael Landry, Taylor Johnston, and Potts Weaver. THBM Green, Michael Schubert, Timo Sidak, Dominic Gumelin, Dennis Janssen, and Björn Rennert. We have Snacks and Sons. That's a really nice livery. I spotted them a couple of times. They always catch my eye for some reason. It's Lulu Burfoot, Alex Crawford, Matt Tibby, Patrick Prince, Tom Lennox Brown, and John Bianchi. JPB Motorsport, John Doe Germany, Ben Smith, Paul Newman, Piero Moreno. Then we have Against Cancer SimSport, driven by Damien Kaiser, Patrick Wans, Patrick Travis, Wouter Frins, Simon Pike. That's my Dutch pronunciation over there, Simon. It's called Simon. And we have Chris Hill, Team Racing Point, PS Evo, Alessandro Premi, Carlo Bilello, Michel Predomo, Francesco Casella, and Alan Barella. And finally, last team, we have Greek Freaks, and I'm guessing they're from Greece. Giorgio, this is going to be a nice pronunciation. Giorgio Giannakopoulos, Haris Mitropoulos, Nikos Takur, George Panagiotakopoulos, I hope, Ilias Siopos, and Panagiotis Krietsis. I'm called Dimitri, which is also partly its Greek name, I believe, but I'm still having problems with those names. Let's see where we are. We are really closing in on the starting time of the event. I'm gonna switch to the YouTube chat as well, so I can keep an eye on that. Yeah, it's gonna be 24 hours of racing, so we will be live streaming the entire 24 hours. There will be some different commentators every now and then. I'm gonna be on the first hour. Then we have a couple of colleagues as well who are joining me for the next hours. I'm expecting stints by most teams doing about 110 minutes. I believe that's the maximum stint time that is allowed. So that means that after 70 minutes, the cars have to come into the pit as swap drivers. So that's also going to be the moment that they're going to refuel, put some fuel in, probably some new tires, and then they're ready for the second stint. I see most cars are now positioned on the grid. It's raining, so that's gonna might be a surprise for some of the teams. They're frantically switching their tactics now. Probably they're checking the setups. Do we have the right setup for the weather conditions that we have at the moment? Before we start, once again, we're doing this for charity. We're doing this for children and families who are battling cancer, and we really want to make sure that we can give them a nice holiday, we can give them a track event, we can give them something special, which makes their battle a bit easier to deal with. We are doing this for 24 hours. We are racing for 24 hours. We are enjoying the race for 24 hours. They are having a quite a more difficult battle themselves, and for quite a bit longer as well. So if you are wanting to give a donation, to help out those children, those families in their battle, please have a look at either our website, simsport-racing.com, and then the auctions are on that site, and then /simsport-auctions, or have a look at the donation site, which is on againstcancer.nl, and then it's a Dutch page afterwards. Probably the easiest is to have a look at our stream description. The link will be in there. So everything is getting ready for the start of the race. I noticed that we have Bas van Melis in the commentator box as well. Welcome, Bas.
Good afternoon, guys. Sorry, I had a bit of issues with my PC, but everything seemed solved now. So good to be here, and obviously a bit of a surprising start with rain already in the server upon race start.
Yeah.
Looking at the weather, it's looking to get dry in roughly 10 minutes or so.
I do not have that picture right in front of me, but if you say so, I believe you. that's gonna throw a curveball at all the teams immediately, right from the get-go.
Definitely, because will you make the gamble and start on wet tires, or on dry tires, I mean, or will you go out on wet tires with lower fuel and go from there? That's the question.
That is the question, and it is indeed looking to dry up in 10 minutes, and it looks like it will be staying dry afterwards. So it's going to be a gamble. What would you do in this situation? Do you know what our team has decided for?
But if we decided going out on wet with low fuel, and then staying out as long as possible, and then going in for dry and top her up. But obviously, all depends a bit on the forecast in the next 30 minutes. Like you say, it's getting dry again, and we'll be keeping a close eye on the weather radar to see what's happening there.
Definitely, yeah. So Bas, it looks like we still have to do the formation lap. I know you are involved in the organization of this event. What can you tell us about the charity? I know we did this event last year as well. Can you tell us something about where the money went and what has been done with it?
Yes, of course. No, Against Cancer, it's a relatively small charity based in the Netherlands. It's all work that they do is done by volunteers, so they don't have a CEO taking back six figures every year like some charities do. The big advantage of working with such a small charity is that you know that virtually all the money that's donated goes directly to the affected families and children. We chose this charity because it's obviously has a close bond with racing. Personally, I've done quite some volunteer work for Against Cancer over the years, driving around the track of Assen with kids on board that were enjoying a track day. And next to the track day that they also organize family holidays and day trips to amusement parks. So you can, in example, think of them going with several families to, an example, Walibi or the Efteling or another amusement park. So yeah, all the money that's donated is well spent. It's really amazing what they do with the money, and personally, when I was driving the track days, it obviously brings a tear to your eye when you're driving around with a child or a parent or a family member that with a kid that has been affected by cancer. So yeah, it's I can assure everybody that everything that all the money is well spent, and it's an amazing charity.
Yeah, that's the thing, because it's a smaller one. We directly, we can see what happens with it. We can see what happens with all the donations. So that's one of the reasons why we're so enthusiastic about this. You can actually check and see all the smiles, which is really great. I see that we have started the formation lap at the moment. We went through the teams and gave a small introduction who is driving. Let me check for the top 10 on the starting grid. Fastest qualifier was Team Racing Point number 138. Very well done to them. Followed by GTWR Esports, the Greek Freaks, Odyssey Racing, and the Misfits. Those are the top 5 on the starting grid. But like I said before, it's a 24-hour race. It's a long race. It's raining at the moment, so those starting positions might not mean that much. It is always nice to be on the front line, and it gives you a great opportunity to stay out of trouble. But it's a long race.
Yeah, and obviously within the qualifying, the servers were set, so they had track evolution. So they started out with a green track, and at the end, the track went to fast. And if you look at the times, I believe that the fastest time was a 1:59 low. That's a time I don't even drive on an optimum track, so that says a lot about the teams that are competing within the race at the moment.
Yeah, it does. It's for me, it's difficult to get under the 2 minutes exactly. And like I said before, I know there are a couple of my colleagues, a couple of my friends who are not really into sim racing. They have never experienced sim racing themselves. They're like, how can there be such a big difference between what some of the teams can do and what other teams can do? It's all the small details. This track, it has, I believe, 18 corners. So if you gain 1/10 or 2/10 in one corner, and you do that in every corner, there's going to be a couple of seconds of difference almost. So it's all the small details that add up, which makes some of those drivers so fast, and it's so difficult to reproduce, to do it yourself.
And especially in Sector 1, there's a lot to be gained or lost. The drivers are now going to 130R. They're bunching up at the moment, entering the final chicane. From there on, the start sequence will start. So all the drivers will drive up to the starting line at roughly 70 kilometers an hour. And then when the lights go green, everybody sets off. So it will be exciting to see if Marcos Ampredi can keep it in front of Andrea Matteo in the first corner. Because obviously the second place is on the outside. So it will be an interesting one.
It will be, and we're closing up on the starting finish line. We will go green in a few moments time, and let's hope everybody can keep it clean in that first lap. It's going to be extra tricky with the rain. They're all trying to stay safe, and we are green. It looks like it's a great getaway from San Pedri on the outside of turn 1.
There's already contact in the first corner.
Well held though. Still on track, but that's what you get. It will all bunch up. When something happens with the front row, then everything, all the cars behind them, they will bunch up a bit, and you will get some reaction and concertina effect.
It's like going into a traffic jam. You see that the back cars have to brake a lot harder than the first few cars braking for an accident, and it's typically. We always say when doing a driver briefing that the race is not won in the first corner, but as soon as the lights go green, everybody gets excited and they start to they forget about everything really. Let's be honest, you all want to win and you all want to take as places as much as possible.
Yeah, and that's really a shame because it's a 24-hour race, so you don't want to end up with damage in the first lap. On the other hand, if you do have damage, and we do see some cars with the bonnets flapping about, and you can come into the pit, you can repair, and you still have 23 hours and 57 minutes or something to compensate for that. So
it seems that Sam Spenkeling, driver for SimSport Racing International, he gained I believe 5 positions in the first few corners. Now in third, started in 8. So that's he took advantage of the contact of the first 2 drivers in those corners.
He did, yeah.
He's actually, I believe, driving first at the moment, or is he not?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. First position by Sam Spanklink in the number 74 car, SimSport Racing International. I was just thinking as well, Buster. We had a wet track, we had a wet start, but it was looking to dry up very, very quickly. So on that opening lap, there might have been multiple teams. They were on slicks. So if something happens in front of you, you're on a wet track, but you're on slick tires, and you want to respond to that, it's going to be so tricky.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the BMW of Sam Prederi, looking at how we took the first corner now, is either on slicks or on a setup not really suited for the wet track. Because obviously when driving endurance, you always take into account the different weather types. You try and adjust your setup so it drives both in the dry and in the wet. Obviously in the wet you can also have some aquaplaning with the low cars that the GT3 cars are. So yeah, it's an exciting one, this, and well, we can say for sure that Sam has done good business in his first lap.
He definitely did.
Okay, we have a short replay of the first corner where the numbers 1 and 2, Team Racing Point and GTWR Esports have some contact, and then yeah, the cars behind just bunch up and are very unlucky, to say the least.
Yeah, it was. It was Odyssey Racing, the car number 5, who got into small contacts as well. So it looked like it were two separate. I don't want to call it incidents, but two separate small incidents, and that just led to a bit of chaos in the opening lap. So let's hope everyone didn't pick up too much damage and can continue. I'm having a look. There seems to be one car in the pit right now, opting for repairs. And then we still have 23 hours left, so it might be a wise decision if you have a bit more damage to just repair it immediately, and then give your race a second start, actually.
Definitely. And looking at the screen now, Bart Swering had a great exit in 130R, now going into the final chicane, trying to catch up with the Audi of Jasper van der Vaart, and now he's got a good exit, so it's looking like he's gonna take him on the main straight. Let's see how power-wise the Audi compares to the Aston Martin.
It's Van der Vaart going all the way to the inside, giving plenty of space.
Yeah, definitely. So that's a smart move by him, because he could see that. And Van der Vaart is now all fully sideways, and the Lexus of Tim Krol, I believe, is also now overtaking him. Oh no, he's still behind him.
That looks to me like the number 415 Audi. He's probably on slicks.
Yeah, and on a damp track, that's not a great thing to be on, at least in my opinion. And obviously the Lexus that's driving behind him now is renowned for its wet performance. It's an amazing car in the wet. In the dry, it's lost quite some performance in the recent updates, but in the wet, it's a dream to drive. Very stable. Great acceleration out of the corners. Mechanical grip is amazing. So yeah, Tim can really push now and see how far he can get along.
Yeah, it's a really nice opening battle between those two. Also because of the slide by Van der Vaart. Have a look at the YouTube chat, and Thomas Lyons is asking if that puddle is still there in turn 1. And because it just looked like that puddle might have caught out a couple of cars on the opening lap. Actually, I don't know.
Difficult to say when you're watching the stream if the puddle is still there, but usually in the wet it's always there, and it's a nightmare to drive if you take the wrong line.
It is. These these tracks and the weather, it has an effect on the track. Not only that there is less grip, but also you do get puddles, and you do get puddles on, often on the inside of corners. It's based on the real track, where if it's raining in Japan on this track, where will the puddles form? That's what you will see inside this simulation as well.
Yeah, and when the puddles form with the lower GT3 cars, you see that they can bottom out, they can get some aquaplaning, and you can get some quite interesting movement in the car. Especially now you see in 130R the BMW going wide, lacking grip. Now getting back a bit before the final chicane. But most likely I expect that Denise and her team that they are on slicks, but we obviously don't know. It's unfortunate. It's something that Kuno should put into the game, so you can see it, see which cars are on slicks and which cars are on wets.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look at Kasper Haugaard right now. It's a very bunched up midfield over there. You have like 10 cars who are very close to each other. Kasper Haugaard, Danish team, and this is actually a team where it's always the question: is this actually Kasper driving, or is it one of his teammates who is driving from the same simray?
Yeah, I see that the Snack & Sons Lamborghini has taken the slicks, so that's an interesting choice. Lulu Burfoot is now saying that in the YouTube chat, and she said that they feel that they're already at the crossover point. So there will probably being a lot of cars on track going in for slicks, or trying to drive it out as long as possible on wets. At the moment, our teammates shown with Matt Tubby behind him, the Snack & Sons Lamborghini behind the Mode 11 Aston Martin, and by the looks of it, Matt Tubby is
looks to be
part of the car.
Yeah, looks to be quite a bit faster. This is an interesting one because we know that Sander Wale in the number 11 car with the black and white livery, he is on the wet tires, and the Snack & Sons car right behind him is on the slick tires, and the Mode 11 is on the wet tires. Excuse me for switching those around. So we have two different tires over here. It will be interesting to see which one is the faster one.
Yeah, and it all depends on how long. You can already see a dry line forming now.
Yeah.
The question is how long the wet tires will stay within the window. You can already see teams pitting.
Multiple cars going into the pit, probably to switch from wet to the dry tires.
Yeah, that's most likely going to happen, and I'm just going to type a quick message in the team chat, telling them maybe do the same.
Did you see what they did? Let's copy them. It does mean that Sander Wale has gained some positions, but he will probably have to pit quite soon as well for the dry tires, because, like you said, there is already a dry line forming. There are a lot of cars on track, of course, so they will blow all the water dry, and it will dry up very quickly. That's also one of the simulated parts. You know, if you're the only car on track, the track will stay wet for quite a while, but we're 36 cars on track, so it will have quite an effect on how fast the track will dry up.
Yeah, you see it similar in Formula 1, I think. If you look at how fast now they can go to intermediates and go to full slick tires, it's amazing the amount of water that those tires can get rid of per second. I believe it's in the hundreds of liters per second that a wet tire can cope with. So yeah, it's an interesting one. At the moment, Sam Spankeling still comfortably in the lead with roughly 0.8 seconds over the second place. Moreno in the 992 Porsche, but I believe he's now battling with the BMW M4, who's got a better exit from the last chicane.
It is interesting to see that they are battling quite hard. There was also a touch, with such a long race to go, and actually with the Porsche going into the pit lane, yeah, is it necessary to battle that fiercely? Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that Sam is already trying to cool his wet tires, going over the wet patches at the moment, because obviously the dry line is forming and the wets will overheat quickly. And you can see all the teams coming into the pit, switching to the wet, to the dry tires.
This is a very interesting start of a 24-hour endurance race. You don't see it that often. That after, especially with the endurance race, you want to keep those stints as long as possible. And now we are not even 15 minutes underway, and everybody is already going into the pit lane. That was a complete switchy moment going into Degno 1. Yeah.
Yeah, Sam had to correct. I think more than he likes. And the BMW is again pushing very, very hard this early in the race. Again, some contact. Yeah, I think that the stewards will be busy, or will be busier than usual in the first hour, because normally we tend to have quite a calm first hour.
Indeed, and the weather has everything to do with it. It looks to me like Sam Pedri in the BMW, he might have started on the slicks, because there's quite some difference in it looks like the amount of grip he has compared to Sam Spankling.
Yeah, and I believe Sam is also driving on the wet patch of the track now to cool his tires, try and keep them at an acceptable temperature, because obviously they're now probably glowing orange in the hut. For those not playing ACC, you've got a tire hut that shows you the tire pressure, the temperature, not the exact temperature, but it works in colors. So Sam now also going into the pit to get a set of dries on there. Now the question is, if we look at the field, what did the people gain that started on slicks? They obviously lost out quite a bit in the first few laps. But the question is, what did the teams gain that stayed out? In example, Matt Tubby, we know the 990 car being on slicks. Now in 11th place. I believe that the Snack and Sons team started out. Let me just quickly check that for you.
I was checking it as well, but the pit stop.
They started 30th place, so they gained 20 places already by making that decision. So that's I believe Lou is in the YouTube chat. That was a great gamble by you guys.
It was, yeah, and a pit stop easily costs you like 30-40 seconds. I'm not entirely sure what the entire pit stop time will be on Suzuka. If you go to different tires, but it will be 40 plus seconds, I think.
The time that you're stationary is 30 seconds, of course, when you're switching tires.
Yeah, true.
So I assume Sander, our teammate, just went into the pit. He will be. Oh, and the CBSR car has got into the gravel there, but he was alone, so I don't know what happened there. Maybe a slight mishap. Tires not fully warmed up after the pit stop. That's a difficult one.
Yeah, it was going into the SSRi, I believe. So it's also a bit of a weird place to lose it. Luckily, we have a replay going on.
Yes,
yeah.
There we go. Yeah, a bit too hot into the corner there, into the S's. In the S's, the trick is that you try and modulate the throttle a bit, so that you both have your steering input and your throttle modulating you through the S corners. It's not by far not an easy track, Suzuka. So yeah, this is an interesting one again, and I already see the first drive-through. Mr. Patrick Treffers of the Dynamic Motorsports team. One thing that we should mention here, the Dynamic Motorsports team, who has now got on board Damien de Keizer and Patrick Mons as guest drivers. They are a team formed by Chris Hill, our head honcho. Chris is unfortunately not present at this time for the 24 hours because he recently lost his dad. Obviously the community sends out their condolences to Chris and his loved ones, because that's obviously a very difficult situation that he's in right now, dealing with the sorrow and grief. So Chris, if you hear this, the community sends out their condolences, and we hope to have you back soon. Really, Chris, we can't do without you.
Yeah, that's important to remember. It is a very close community that we are, and everybody really enjoys that. Has a passion for what we do. But it is also real life, and we enjoy each other's company, albeit online or sometimes also offline. And everybody's looking out for each other. So. Important to keep that in mind as well.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say the drive-through for Patrick Travis. Yeah, most likely cause is probably speeding in a pit lane and coming in a bit too hot, or you're frantically pushing the pit limit button, but and maybe pushing it twice or hitting the wrong button. Something like that can easily happen.
And the YouTube chat, the question is who the zebra car is. The question was by Thomas Lyons. Thomas, that's the Mode 11 team. Both Dimitri and myself are also part of the team, and we're happy that your daughter likes the livery. We try to imitate the LMDH cars, the test cars that you see a lot on track. And the livery was made by Digital Motor Art, Stephen Haley. He's a magician with making in-game liveries, and he's also actually put forward a livery design to be auctioned off for charity. If I'm correct, that livery was the auction was won by Danny, and Danny paid, I believe, 50. Let me just quickly check. He paid 50 euros. That was the winning bid. Yeah, he's going to get an awesome livery as well. Yeah, like I said, a big shout out to DMA for providing us with a custom livery to auction, because that's obviously a great thing to do for a charity like this.
The funny thing, Bas, we have been chatting for quite a bit the last 10 minutes, and now I'm looking at the track, and the sun has come out. It's completely dry. And it looks like it's almost like a lovely day to go to the beach. But of course we are here watching motorsports, which is even more fun, I would say. But it is completely dry. The track has dried up completely.
Yeah, the track is also, the track evolution is now already fast. On track we see now the Mode 11 car driven by Sander Vele, followed by Mike Abrinoza in the Team Abbey car. Mike and his team, a really strong competitor, trying to close up in 130R. Oh, and now on the main straight. I was looking at the wrong screen. Sorry, guys. And he's now taking the car in the first corner.
Yeah, Sander got passed by Mike Abrinoza, like you said. Mike, one of the many very fast drivers in the community. They both dropped a couple of spots, due to starting on the wet tires. So they're probably really looking to get those consistent lap times in, and see if they can, go through their stint as fast as possible.
Yeah, and on board now with Matt Tubby, who's now in 7th place. Yeah, that gamble on the wet tires, in his case the dry tires, was it really paid out. Started 30th, now in 7th, driving the Pro-Am class, if I'm correct. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, coming from 30th, and like Mel Bunker says in the YouTube chat, Blix was definitely the right choice for a rain shower, just 10 minutes. In hindsight, I agree. If you're looking at the weather prediction and it says it's going to dry up in 10 minutes, slicks is definitely the way to go. The difficult part about that prediction is, it's not fixed like that in the game. If it says, it's probably going to dry up in 10 minutes, it still means it's probably going to dry up, and you can't really be sure. We've had races where it says, it's going to be dry in 10 minutes, and that message lasted for 40 minutes before it actually dried up. So it's always a bit of a gamble.
It's a bit of a gamble, and like I said, it paid off for the teams that stayed out. Looking at the timing tower, I believe, Tom, that the teams that have started on the dry tires are now all running in the top 10, most likely. So yeah, like you said, the gamble paid off, and the track's evolution will be fast now. Probably going to optimum in a few minutes.
We're looking at Carmelo Trapani, who is really really trying to put the pressure on Jonas Hakola. Both are well-known endurance drivers, both very fast. They're both driving the same car as well in the McLaren. So it's also a fight which is on equal conditions, I would say.
I'm just going to leave you guys for a couple of seconds, and I'll be back shortly.
We'll see you soon, boss. Of course, it's also important to keep the live stewarding ongoing. So it's sometimes we have to divide the attention of the broadcasters, of the commentators, between some either commentating or helping the steward team out. We're still looking at the battle between Trapani and Hakkila. I have to say that the BMW of S. Bauer is closing up as well, which almost ran into the back, going into the hairpin right there. Personally, I find the hairpin always difficult to get right. You can easily gain half a second if you get it right, and then with the talent that I personally have, that happens 1 in 10 laps, and then all the other 9 laps you try to do the same, and then you just can't get it done. It's always the slow corners where you lose or gain a lot of time. Having a look at S. Bauer, his previous lap was about half a second faster than Trapani and Hakkila, so he is indeed closing up in a BMW, looking for that P3 position. Going into the final chicane right now. Really cluttering on the inside curb, trying to maximize your exiting speed, because there's a long straight coming up right now. And Bauer is right on top of Trapani. Going on the outside, trying to go into turn 1 on the outside, stick it there, and hopefully have a nice exit, so you can stay on the inside for the next corner. He just can't get it done completely. Nice clean driving from both, because it takes 2 to tango, especially when you go into a corner like that, side by side. Very well done. In the meanwhile, I'm having a look at where the car number 74 is, Sam Spankling. They were after lap 1, they were in the lead. But they were on the wet tires, and they have dropped now to P13, so that tells you something about how much tire choice at the start of the race could gain or lose your positions. Sam Spankling driving the Honda. There are not a lot of Hondas on the list. I'm having a look right now if I can find out how many we have. There are actually 2 Hondas. It's the AMR V8 Vantage, which is the most popular right now on the grid, with 11 teams opting for that car. We have 7 BMWs, 4 McLarens, 4 Mercedes AMG as well. You have Audi with 3 teams, Porsche 3 teams, and then Honda 2 teams, then Lexus and Lamborghini, both with 1 team.
We're having some server issues, guys. That's why I had to go out of the commentary box. It's not really shown at this current time a moment in the stream, but the server is having issues, and we're going to have to do a restart, unfortunately. The server restart will be done roughly at around 2 o'clock, and we will then have a 23-hour race, as obviously everybody needs to keep their agendas in check. Don't think that anybody has something planned after a 24-hour race, but you never know, of course. So yeah, there will be a server restart shortly. For those watching the stream, we obviously hope that you'll be continuing to join us when the race restarts at 2 o'clock. And we're obviously very, very sorry for the technical issues we are experiencing with the server. I believe that now it's also shown. Yeah, I think that we now go to the regular sheet. Dimitri, if it's okay with you, I'm just gonna head off to the admin chat. Yeah, keep the viewers occupied. Maybe do some nice songs.
We don't want to scare them away, but you do what you have to do, Bas, and let's see if we can get this started again at 2 o'clock.
Sounds good, guys.
Which is 2 o'clock Dutch time, and which will be 11 UK time.
1 UK time, Dimitri.
Sorry, 1 UK, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, speak soon.
I know there's a time difference between the Netherlands and the UK, but it's not that much. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Like I was saying, it's like, sim racing. It's the closest representation to the real thing that you can get. Unfortunately, we are sitting at home. We are sitting. Some of us are sitting behind the desk with the steering wheel clamped to the desk. Others are in a sort of semi-professional cockpit, which costs thousands of euros, and it's anything in between. But at the end of the race, we are online, or we are racing in an online environment. And unfortunately, server issues can happen. It's basically a central server which is hosting everything, and we are connecting to it. If something goes wrong, it's at the server side, it will go wrong for everybody. So then that's why we have to say, let's do this again. Let's start it over, fix the issue that we have, and see if we can do it again. It's about 20 minutes time before we have the predicted second start of the race. It does mean that every team will start over again, so any positions gained or lost, they probably, I'm not 100% sure, but we will probably go back to the qualifying positions that we had before. And then of course it's once again, it's a case of do we have a dry track, do we have a wet track, and what are we gonna do right then? Let's have a see. Yeah, we have actually a server crash procedure, because it, when you do this for 24 hours, it can happen at any point. Luckily, most of the times everything goes well, but it's never 100% sure. So we will try to restart the server within 20 minutes. Like I said, it's from 20 minutes from now at the full hour. So that's 1 o'clock in the UK. It's 2 o'clock over here in the Netherlands. We'll try to start over again. If possible, we will try to take the standings from the pit wall live and implement it, and start everybody on the position that they were in once the server crashed, but that is not always possible, so we will see how that will go. We'll probably start with a 10 minutes practice session, depending on whether that's necessary or not, and we hope everything will go right. So yeah, that will give us some time to have a look at the donations that we have for our charity, againstcancer.nl. And if you are in the UK and you want to donate, then you have to go to that site, againstcancer.nl, then /WAT-W. It's an I and it's a J-DOEN, which is basically a Dutch sentence. It's called Wat wij doen, and it's basically what we do. And actually, that's the wrong URL that I have just given you, because then you get all the info about the charity itself. So I will do that again with the correct link, and I have to see which it was. It's againstcancer.nl-ACTIE-OVERZICHT, which are all the actions, It's also in the stream link, so that might be easier if you're not watching this through the YouTube. I know some of the teams are also restreaming on Twitch. Hopefully they have the link in it as well, and otherwise I will suggest have a look at our YouTube stream. Go to the description and you will have the donation link. There are multiple teams on there. You can do a donation for your favorite team. Of course, everything will, in the end, will all add up, and it's going to be, one fundraiser which will be used to give those kids a nice time and get their thoughts off their illness for a bit. But of course, we understand it's always fun to promote your own team. So you will see there are multiple initiatives, multiple teams. You can give a donation to your favorite team. I have to give a shout out to Revolution Sim Racing and Scancer Blue. They have done a magnificent job. And already raised 1,250 euros for their team, which goes to the charity. So yeah, we're having a look, see if we can fix everything. I'm having a look at the auctions as well, see what there is left, because some of the auctions have been completed already. Buzz was talking about the digital motor art custom livery. That one has ended, unfortunately, but I do recommend give them a look, because the custom liveries that they provide, that they can make for you, they are incredible and well worth the money. Of course, this is a winning bid of 50 euros, which is very nice for the charity. We still have a couple of auctions available. We have some 3D printed tracks of your favorite racing tracks. We have an AMG GT3 steering wheel available. There is a used Michelin Porsche Super Cup tire. If you really want something really cool, race related on your wall, in your man cave or in your living room or wherever you want to put it, that's still available. There's a SimLab coupon of 250 euros, a Ferrari horse badge, Simline GT3 Cup USB, some racing gloves. There's also a discount coupon for the VPG Sim VPF1 of £300, I believe. I have a couple of setup bundles and Go setup bundles, which are really nice setups that you can use for driving in ACC. One is for the big boats bundle. I believe that is for the, let me have a check, for which cars they are. It's the BMW M4 and the Bentley. For those who are not familiar with ACC, the Bentley is very well known for being a bit of a boat. It's a nickname, so I understand the big boats setup bundle name. And the hazardous horses is probably going to be the Porsche and the Ferrari, if I'm correct. Mainly because those, horse related, it's always Ferrari, and those can be a bit tricky cars to drive. They have quite some unique characteristics to them compared to the other cars. I'm having a look at the YouTube chat as well, see if there are any questions going on, or maybe some comments already about how the first part of the race went, before we unfortunately had to hold it off a little bit due to the server issues. And if any of the teams are available, if any of the drivers have the opportunity to join us in the commentating booth, you are very much welcome to do so. It's always very nice to hear the driver side of the story. How did the first hour go? What are the tactical discussions that you're having with each other? What are your plans for the coming 23 hours? We're gonna have a restart, of course, so how are you looking at that? Are you gonna switch some tactics? Are you going to approach it differently, or are you going to keep it the same? So if any of the drivers are available to join us in a commentary booth for a small interview, please do so. You can join us in the Discord. We have a voice channel called Waiting for the Chat. If you join that, then one of us, it's me and comms, and we have Tom van der Meer operating all the camera work. One of us will drag you in for a small interview. Coming back to the charity, I'm having a quick look. I know there was a small update this morning with the currently raised funds. I'm having a look. David Hedges, he did the maths. We are already at €4,500 raised for the charity against cancer, so that's really nice. Much appreciated. It's a difficult time out there right now. It's not the cheapest of years. So it's very, very nice to see that people are still, willing to help other people out who are fighting their own battle. Already €4,500 raised, so that's really nice. Thank you all. I see we have one of the drivers waiting for the chat. Let's see and bring them in. Welcome, Mohammed. I hope you heard my invitation to join us in the commentary booth. I'm having a quick look, but maybe you can explain yourself which team you were driving for and how it went the first hour before the server issues. Unfortunately, your mic is still muted, so let me see if I can unmute it for you, or you have to unmute it yourself.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah, there you are. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I heard you, so I can answer your question. I'm racing for Revolution Sim Racing Against Cancer, blue number 17. For us, maybe it's a little bit lucky that we do the race restart, because we had a bit of an iffy start, and we were the car that was in the pits in the first lap.
Right.
We had 1 minute 45 seconds of repair, and started from the back, working our way back towards the midfield.
What happened in that first lap that got you the damage?
It was a little bit messy in T2. A couple of cars were standing still, a couple of cars spun out. We started in P18, so we were in the midfield, and my fellow colleague driver couldn't stop the car in time, so we hit, I think, 2 cars, and then we were hit. And then later, going through the S's, an AMG was standing still, and we hit a 3rd car, and then we just drove back to the pits and took our damage.
Yeah, it was a difficult turn 1, turn 2. There was actually a small touch on the front row, and then 2 or 3 rows behind that as well. When something like that happens at the front of the pack, it is difficult to get everybody through safely. So that was unfortunate for you guys, and I believe you with the P18 you had quite a decent qualification. So
for sure.
Were you on the slick tires, or did you opt for the wet tires at the start?
Well, we opted for the wet tires, but of course, in the end, that wasn't the best strategy. I think team number 990, I think they started P31 and they were on the slicks, and they ended in, I think, somewhere like P in the top 10 after all the teams pitted. So that was actually the smarter strategy. But when we had our damage repairs, we took like a full fuel damage, and we went on the slick straight away. So we could gain a bit from there, actually gain a bit of time driving back towards the middle of the field.
Yeah, that's the thing, of course, always with such a long endurance, and even though it's always difficult to have such a difficult first lap, but once you've done your repairs, and you try to get the stint times in, there's still 23 hours left to compensate for that. So that's the beauty of endurance. Probably. Do you have? You're quite. I think you are 6 drivers in the team. Do you have any special tactics within that? Do you have a very fast driver, very consistent driver, or is it equal?
Yeah, well, I think we are. I think pretty much equal. There's not a big difference, I think, in between us. maybe 1.5 seconds in between the 6 of us. So yeah, I think our pace is quite decent. Jason, the driver that's now in the car, is one of our fastest drivers. Within us 6, we also have 3 of us are also doing a 6 hours endurance race in 4 hours. So we have 2 races this weekend. So we'll be hopping from one race to another, and hopefully, personally I like driving in the wet, so hopefully we'll get some rain, and that spices it up a little bit and makes things interesting, I think.
So your team is doing a 30-hour endurance race within 4 hours.
Exactly. 24 plus 6 is 24.
Well, good luck with both races. I would say that's quite a difficult job to manage between the 6 of you. So very very much appreciated that you guys joined us as well for the charity race.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we also raced last year in the charity race, and it's just. Of course, we've done a couple of charity races. And this is just racing for a good cause. It's amazing to see that we have, I think, 35 teams show up for this. Get as many donations as possible. Yeah, that's just amazing, and it's good to see that.
It is. I have to say that personally, I have not been able to race as much as I really would have wanted to. But for a charity race like this, I'm here. For comfortable, I'm gonna drive myself as well. It gives it something special. It is something extras.
Yeah, for sure. And also, what I like is also the build-up. Man, I loved reading the fantastic, funny stories in the Team Info channel. That was, that kind of stuff that you do, like in the preparations, that makes this, an amazing event to participate and put in a little bit of our share.
Yeah, that's great. It's the colleagues of mine. You're right. They do an amazing job in preparation and have everything prepared for the race. And then we need the teams as well, of course, to participate. And luckily, we are lucky to have that many teams. We have to put a maximum on how many people can be online for each team, because otherwise it will just be too many people.
Yeah,
so it's really nice. I was having a look in the info channel if there's some extra info for your team as well. I might have missed it, but oh no, you're there. Yeah, I'm looking at you. You love the wet. what weather is better for you? So let's hope for the restart that it's gonna be a wet race.
Yeah, man, that would be it. Well, at least let's hope. As I'm a little bit of a weirdo within our team, let's hope that I get the wet stint, and then we should be all happy.
And you were saying that Jason Dyer, he's the one who's driving the car right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So you were saying in the extra info that Jason has spent approximately 1 hour racing in this year. So this is going to be a second hour.
Yeah, let's say it like that. Yeah, he's a father of a young beautiful daughter, and she consumes a lot of time of his, and he can where he can find time to race and race with us. That's of course amazing. Yeah, and he's just a bloody fast driver, and kudos that he's done his part of qualifying and doing as many stints as he can. So indeed, maybe this will be his 3rd hour racing in 2022.
That's amazing. We're gonna have a look at how he does when we restart the race again. Cool. Thank you for joining, Mohammed. I think we are close to hopefully get the race on the way again.
Yeah.
Thank you, and good luck with your team.
Yes, you too, guys. Bye-bye.
And that's the amazing part of the community. You know, we have so many enthusiastic drivers and teams who are willing to participate. And Mohammed is right. You know, there's quite some preparation going on for a big event like this. And I have to admit that you know, the people who are doing this, the stewards, the admins, everybody trying to get an amazing event going. Very much appreciated. And there's quite a bit of time going on in the preparation, so that's always great to see. I'm having a look at the moment if the server is back online. It seems to be online, so now we're gonna wait for some official update on whether we can restart in hopefully a couple of minutes time.
Yeah, I believe that this is now the grid for the restart, Dimitri. At 2 o'clock, we aim to get the green lights for the formation lap. The server settings have been corrected and restored. Every team is starting from their original starting position. So obviously it was not a popular choice to make for the admin team, as quite some teams benefited, but other teams obviously did not benefit from their tire choice. Looking at the weather now, we see that in 30 minutes it will be dry. So the question will be now for the teams again, what will they decide on this time? Will they go out on wets or will they go out on dries?
It's going to be an even more difficult decision this time, I think, because last time, you know, it predicted in 10 minutes it's going to be dry. This time it's going to take a bit longer, and the maximum stint time is 70 minutes. So yeah, if you have medium rain right now, and it's going to, in 10 minutes time, it's going to get less and less, and then it's starting to dry up. We have already seen how fast the track dries up when there are 36 cars on, doing the laps. So I think it's going to be an even more difficult decision right now. Are you going to go for the dry, slick tires or the wets?
Definitely a difficult one there, Dimitri, and let's hope that the teams will make the right decision. And as said, it's very unfortunate that we had to restart the server. Obviously not a decision you want to make as an admin team. Difficult decision to make, but people not being able to connect again after they got disconnected, that's not what you want for a 24-hour race. So yeah, we're hoping that the restart will be good. Hopefully less incidents than the first start. But I believe that we're now almost starting our formation lap.
Looks like it. And if we go back to the qualifying entry list, we will have Team Racing Point on pole position, followed by GTWR Esports, the Greek Freaks P3, Odyssey Racing, the Misfits on P5, GPB Motorsport. I'm looking if I have catched up right now. Yeah, it's GPB Motorsport on the right, in the pink against Cancer, Porsche 991.
992, yeah.
Then we have Team Racing Point on the left, the number 77 car in the McLaren 720S, followed by SimSport Racing International on the right, driven by Sam Spanklink, who went from P8 to P1 within one lap last time. So let's keep an eye out on how he does this time in the Honda NSX. Then we get an Audi of the SCB Racing Team, and driven, I think, by Joao Castanera. And the THBM yellow, which is very noticeable with the yellow parts on that BMW M4. We have SCB Racing Team number 2 in the Porsche again on the left, followed by the AMR V8 Vantage by Team Abbey Racing. We have already mentioned Mike Abrahosa last time. He was really putting the pressure on our teammates under last time. We have Team Racing Point in the AMR Vantage on the left, followed by the CBSR Mercedes, driven by Aaron van Drunen. Sim Racing Holland, P15 on the left. And then we have Team RNA ACC, who have not joined the grid, looks like it, at the moment. There they are. That's great timing, Jonas. Thank you for that. Astro Racing Team, Team B, in the Mercedes AMG GT3. followed by Revolution Sim Racing Blue, where we have just spoken to Mohammed. They are, well, very not very happy, but they get lucky that they can start over again because they had quite a bit of damage in the previous start. Green was racing on the left with the green accents, and we have Team DGTL Racing, the Danish team, driven by Casper at the moment, or at least that was the original plan. Astra Racing team, driven by Calvin on the left, followed by Lork driving and Maarten van der Kraan behind the wheel in the Lexus, the blue and orange Lexus. Wild Things on left, Confis and Colonials, Team Rock Scuderia, Mode 11, 610, followed by Green and Green Moose Rookies, Next and Sons, and then they all go fly by too fast. We are joined in the chat as well by Sam Pierce. I believe if you are there, Sam, welcome to the stream.
I am here, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. And definitely looks like a really, really challenging restart for these drivers. It's always a very difficult decision for stewards to make to restart a server, but I do think it is the right thing to do if people aren't able to get in and enjoy the race. Difficult for drivers. They've now got to kind of reset. They've been out on track for I believe the racing, we had about 35 minutes of racing before then the restart, so they now need to sort of refresh their minds, get reset, kind of what's happened before has happened, it's done, dusted, and now they get to start again and hopefully fix any mistakes that they had to begin with, and start over. So challenging conditions with the rain. Decisions as to do you start on wets, do you start on slicks? I don't think anyone's really going to start on slicks. It looks pretty wet out there, but stint times generally being about 70 minutes. Scheduled to dry up before that. There may be a few teams out there that are deciding to risk it and see what happens.
Yeah, I think you're right. Last time there were quite a few teams who decided for the slick tires because they could see, in 10 minutes time it's going to dry up and we have a lot of cars on track. So this time, you have to survive on slicks for about 20-30 minutes and maybe even more. So that's probably a bit too much of a gamble. So I'm suspecting most of the teams being on the wet tires at the moment.
Yeah, it is a long time, but just looking at the weather conditions, it does look like it has updated with rain getting considerably less in 10 minutes, though still expected to be raining until the 30-minute mark. But pit lane is quite long here at Suzuka, so might be worth the gamble of saving a pit stop, but be interesting to see how it pans out and if anyone has decided to take the risk.
Yeah, we're all getting excited all over again because as you can see, it's not 23 hours, but we're gonna start again. It's gonna be the drive onto the start finish line once more, and let's see if we can get in a clean lap, a bit cleaner than last time, hopefully. Now that most teams are probably on the wet tires, that will help as well. So yeah, maybe Sam, you can do the honor of the green lights this time.
Okay, so as we just come up onto the start finish straight, everyone looking like they're lined up side by side. Everyone looks like they're in position, just waiting for that green flag to drop. And the green flag drops. So here we are, 23 hours of Suzuka for SSRi against Cancer, coming into the first corner. Little bit of contact just under the braking zone, but everything looks like it is going fairly smoothly. I'm not seeing, other than a couple of yellow flags just in the background there, but for the most part, up at front, it does look all relatively clean as we come into the very, very challenging S's section before we come down into the Degners. Obviously, track is going to be at its wettest, and at this point we've only just had the formation lap, but already starting to pull a little bit of a gap out front. And does look to be a relatively clean start from everybody.
Yeah, it's great to see that. And at the moment, there's a small bit of contact, but it's a great save.
Nicely collected.
Yeah, and that's very important because it was at the front of the pack. So if that big Porsche would have spun out, it would have caused chaos for the cars behind. So it's really nice that he was able to save the car, and so we could finish the first lap relatively clean, and that's important to get everybody going. And it is difficult in the wet conditions. While we see a car drifting out of the corner and going onto the grass, looks like he saved as well.
Yeah, we do see a car spin off in the background. We are having a couple of points of contact towards the back of the race, back of the pack, sorry. But it does take a little bit of time to reacclimatize to these wet conditions, people finding where then the grip is. There's also the question of whether people have built their setups coming into this race biased towards dry running, wet running. If you're running a dry setup, how sketchy the car is going to be in wet conditions, even if it's on, even if you're running wet tires. If you haven't got a wet setup, can still make it a little treacherous. And this is a narrow track; it's quite technical, quite complex. And as we're saying, that there's lots of paint being traded, but for the most part, and I do stress most part, everyone still running in a straight line.
Yeah, they are. And also with these track conditions, we spoke to Mohammed from the Revolution Sim Racing team just a moment ago, and he was telling he really loves the wet track conditions, and he's pretty fast in it, but some of his teammates prefer the dry. So it's also, let's hope, because they have decided, who's going to be the first driver, and they have to get lucky. It's a bit of a shame if you have a very fast driver in the wet, but he's not in the car right now. Yeah, but just looking up at the weather conditions up in the top screen, that has now updated, and it is now expected to be dry in 10 minutes time. And you can hardly catch your breath and finish the sentence, and there's something happens on the screen. It's great. These early stages of endurance races where everyone is still closely packed together, incidences like that unfortunately can be very, very costly. You're just in that position where you're facing the wrong way, but there's still a train of cars coming up behind you. The responsible thing to do is hold your brakes and wait, but it's painful to sit there and wait and just watch position after position go by. But they definitely did then the right thing in waiting for a safe place to rejoin. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It might be nice to mention, Sam, that Martin Pater is one of the heroes of last year's race. He has just donated €350. That's amazing. Thank you. Wow. Yeah. That is fantastic. And obviously the link for making a donation is in the YouTube description. It is for a fantastic cause, the Against Cancer charity based in the Netherlands. Same charity that we supported with our 24-hour race last year. Really, really great organization. So
we know times are tight at the minute, but anything that you could donate is going to be really, really greatly appreciated. The teams have been working tirelessly in the background to raise money and as well. So very, very, very fantastic cause. And I believe that just before we went on air for the race that we'd gotten quite a considerable amount of donations already. Just try and refresh my memory as to how much we've raised so far.
You can have a look at that maybe, and I was just looking at Sam Spankeling during the warm-up lap. I already mentioned let's keep an eye on that car, because last time out he went from 8th and he was in the top positions within a lap, and this time again he has gained a couple of positions. He's now on P5 with a Honda SSRi. So once again he made good use of the opening laps and really trying to close in on the top cars.
Yeah, and I've just been able to find that that information. So just before we came on air, we had gotten over €5,500 raised so far. That's across team donations and the auctions that we've been running in the lead up to this race. So really, really, really fantastic result so far, and and obviously we hope that amount to increase throughout the next 23 hours.
Yeah, so plenty of time to go, but that's amazing to hear, and luckily we have some great action as well on track this time. Still in the wet conditions, still the cars very close to each other. It's once again we have like 10 cars within a couple of seconds of each other, and there's 23 hours left, so nobody really wants to make any late lunges or difficult moves, but still, if you see an opportunity, it's very hard for a driver to not go for it, so yeah, if you see an opportunity to pass a car, you will give it a try.
Of course, you wouldn't be a sim racer if you didn't try to go for the opportunities. But endurance racing, very, very different from sprint racing. You do have to think of the bigger picture. This is a very, very long race, and the most important thing is take care of the car in endurance racing, minimize damage. Take care of tires, obviously not something they need to worry about at the minute in the wet, but managing tires, managing fuel consumption, all of the things to try and minimize the amount of time that you're spending in the pits is the key to endurance racing. It takes a very, very different mindset, I think, to swap to endurance races versus doing any sort of sprint racing. I know we've got quite a number of drivers in the field tonight that it is their first ever endurance race. So bit of a baptism of fire. The 24-hour charity race that we did last year was my first introduction to endurance racing as well, and it's tough, but it's definitely very, very enjoyable, and I highly recommend everyone to give it a go at least once.
Yeah, it is, and the fun part is one of the auction items that got auctioned was a bit of training from John Baton, and it was won by one of my teammates, Nick Vargas, and I was actually in the team chat when they were doing their driver training. And all they focused on was tire preservation, because Nick has a bit of an aggressive style of driving, and he was grading his tires quite a lot, which is also easy to do, especially on this track. So all they were focusing on was keeping the tires alive. And yeah, maybe you are a little bit slower on your best lap, but at the end of the race, it's about getting the most out of your stint. and not out of one lap.
Yeah. It is a different mindset, but and endurance racing, just like it is in real life, the winners are the ones who spend the less amount of time in the pits, and maximizing strategies, maximizing each driver's stint, and just keeping the car on the black stuff and minimizing damage. And
It is.
tire graining, very, very big issue around Suzuka. It's a very, very hard track on tires. Quite a number of cars that tend to be a little bit harder on its tires than others. I drive the BMW, and I have pretty much for the past season and a half, and it loves easing tires. So don't envy anyone who's in the BMW this race, but funny enough, and as I mentioned that, the top 3 are all BMWs, so it'll be interesting to see how they manage their tires throughout this race.
I was having a look because we were talking about Nick Vargas, and of course Tom, being the great cameraman he is, he focused on Nick at the moment, and he was really being put under pressure by Oliver Anderson. And I was looking at that, and then Oliver decided to go into the pit lane. So I'm wondering if they are now switching to the dry tires. It looks like the first couple of cars who have started on the wet tires might now be switching to dry tires.
Yeah, it does look like it has stopped raining now, so it's now just a case of the track starting to dry out. The track conditions are currently being listed as damp, so still a little treacherous for slick tires. If you go onto slicks right now, you're going to struggle, but in the shots, especially in the overheads, you can start to see a dry line starting to form. Potentially a little bit early, but might be worth a risk if you are in really heavy traffic. But got to be careful of those wet spots that are still out there. You're still seeing quite a bit of spray coming up in a lot of key corners. So
it looks to be a tad wetter than the previous hour where we saw the switch to the dry tires indeed. But those teams will have noticed as well that last time, the teams that started on the dry tires, that switched to the dry tires early on, they gained massively. So they are probably thinking, it's worth the risk, and we don't want to be too late. The question is, are they a lap or two too early? We will have a look at Oliver Anderson and see what kind of times he's doing compared to the other cars.
Yeah, I mean, the early stages of coming out after a pit stop, swapping on to dries when you've still got a damp track, is just feel your way around. Be really, really delicate. Don't try and just throw everything into those first couple of laps. Just find where the grip is. Take your time, and let the lap times come to you. But yeah, then definitely fortune favors the brave, and as they say, those who are pitting early may end up winning out in the end. So we're just on board with Valenda. In my commentary prep that I was doing this morning, I absolutely loved reading the read up on this team. T-Rockets, Scuderia, they've intentionally chosen Scuderia to add into their name. They're using the Ferrari livery and intentionally driving a Porsche. I found that absolutely hilarious.
I've done it before. I remember last season they were driving a McLaren with the BMW stripes, which was really confusing for the commentators as well.
Oh, I remember that. That's the same team. Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely hilarious. I think that really, really brilliant to do. They're doing it intentionally, kind of as a bit of a piss take, but just absolutely love it. Really, really fun.
I have to say, Yannick is really putting the pressure on Nick, and Nick in his trying to defend. He's putting the pressure on Jan Bart himself. So the two of them are fighting it out pretty hard, and gaining on the 18 car by while doing that, which is pretty amazing to see.
Yeah, so that on that long straight and down into 130R. Easy to be a little bit too brave around there and take it a bit wide, and definitely massive bravery going into the Casio chicane side by side. I certainly wouldn't want to attempt that, as somebody is literally forced into the pits. Definitely not intentional. Highly unlikely that their team is going to be prepared for a pit stop, but yeah, I've seen it happen quite a number of times here at Suzuka. You get a little bit of contact coming out of that chicane, and before you know it, you are in pit lane. You can't reverse out of it, or else you get a disqualification. So you got no choice. You got to either do the drive-through or take the pit stop. So quite a challenging scenario to find yourself in.
It was a smooth operator action. He was just going, you know what? I'm gonna slide into the pit and pretend that's just how I roll.
Yeah. Good opportunity to change tires.
Exactly. Yeah. Meanwhile, we're looking at the Mercedes 118 car. Let me check which team that is.
Astra Racing.
Astra Racing. I should have known by the livery.
I've got to say, the amount of work that some of these teams have put into their liveries leading up to this race, absolutely phenomenal. I really love a lot of the liveries. I have created liveries for my husband's team, Redline Zach Racing. I know how difficult it is to get liveries to work. So seeing some of these amazing graphics is just an absolute joy. Trying to get panels to line up is just an absolute nightmare. So good on everyone who's put these amazing liveries together. As we see a replay of the incident that forced one of the teams to make a very unscheduled pit stop, but yeah, smoothly done, didn't bat an eye, and just headed straight in.
And they will have gone to the dry tires probably. And I was having a look at Oliver Anderson. We know he switched to the dry tires. He's doing 209 at the moment. And outside of the top 10, everybody is doing 210s or 211. So it might be the time to go to the slicks.
Yeah, we can see a whole pack from P15 down to P23, 24, all currently in the pits at the minute, presumably to switch over to the dry tires. So definitely the time to do then the crossover. Possibly a little bit early in terms of driver stint times, but and it might be worth cutting that first stint down. Just to take advantage of getting onto those new tires. As we see the 118 car, Daniel Crinson, getting a drive-through penalty. Now, not too sure whether that's for track limits. I know they have just recently pitted, so it might be some form of pit lane infringement, but definitely costly and not something that you want to have this early on in an endurance race.
Yeah, it is, and that's unfortunate. And for the people not into sim racing themselves, it is not allowed to switch your tires. Or if you still have to switch tires, you are not allowed to do it during the drive-through. So you have to do the drive-through, and then afterwards you have to stop for your tire change as well. Obviously the 74 car or Sam Spankling, he was up to second position in the meantime, probably also due to some pit stops there in the pits. right now, switching tires. Question is, are they gonna switch drivers as well? Because Seb was driving the first hour. Usually, after about an hour and 10 minutes, most teams will probably have a different driver scheduled, and so this might be the time as well to do a driver change.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that's very, very important for endurance racing, is keeping your drivers fresh, making use of swapping drivers out in those driver stints, because then this takes a lot of concentration, and especially around Suzuka, there's very, very little opportunity to just kind of relax. You've only really got that one main straight down then the back, and the very short main straight on the start finish. There's very little time for you to just relax and let the adrenaline dissipate. So this is quite a full-on a track. So trying to keep driver concentration during a race like this, really, really difficult. Making sure that your drivers are hydrated, alert, to prevent accidents. Yeah, you've got to be mindful of how much time each driver is spending in the car. I know we've got a couple of teams that only have 2 drivers doing this race, which I think is just absolutely amazing. And no doubt they will have to be swapping drivers a lot more regularly than maybe some of the other teams, just to prevent that fatigue and drop in concentration.
Yeah, exactly, and especially when you go into the nighttime, it's more difficult, because physically, for yourself, it's getting more difficult, because it's you're driving at a time that you normally would not be behind the PC, trying to put up fast laps in a car, but also because in game it will also turn night, and it will turn dark, and it is quite a bit more stressful to be behind the wheel when it's nighttime. It is more difficult to see your braking markers, see where you have to brake, where to turn it, etc. So it takes a lot more concentration.
Yeah, I mean, Suzuka does have quite a bit of track lighting around it, but there are key sections, certainly in the back side of the track, that are not lit at all. So your only reference you're going to get is from either cars in front or whatever your headlights happen to illuminate. Other than that, everything will be pitch black in those back sections of the track, especially coming down out of Spoon into the hairpin. That's all completely dark.
It is, and that is for me personally already a difficult bit. The 130R is okay, but my braking marker for the chicane, in the end, it's I get it wrong quite a lot. So luckily I don't have to do any of the night shifts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't struggle too much with the braking points for the chicane and for 130R. My issue around this track has always been Spoon. I have a massive hatred for that corner, simply because I can never ever get my braking point right. I'm either too slow going in or too fast going in, and I get spat out the other side, and 9 times out of 10 end up off track, and quite often into that inside wall. So Suzuka, not one of my personal favorite tracks, but it is one of those iconic tracks that you either love or you hate, but regardless of your feelings about it, it's just such an amazing track to watch.
Yeah, it is one of those drivers tracks. If you hear the drivers themselves, most of them really love it, and but it is technical. It's difficult to be fast on it, but it has a nice flow on it. And I agree with you. It's Spoon is difficult. So it's whether do you like a challenge or do you like a real nice flow where you always get it right. So I also have with Suzuka. It's not my favorite, although I really like the track. It's just difficult to get right. So yeah.
Yeah, great track, but frustrating.
I'm having a look at the YouTube chat, and there has been a question which was from quite a while ago already. But I wanted to see. It was Nick who asked, "Is there a list with the teams that participate?" To be honest, Nick, I'm not sure if I know we do have a list as commentators, a spotters guide. I'm not sure if that's available, but if it's available, it will be on the Discord, Endurance Discord somewhere. So that might be worth a look.
Yeah, but we do have the rolling entry list down at the bottom of the screen, which is going to be constantly scrolling throughout the race through each of the teams, showing their livery and then their drivers. So do keep an eye out on that if there's someone in particular that you're looking out for. But I'm just noticing that we're on board with Jason Dyer from Revolution Sim Racing Blue. They have. Where's my notes on Revolution? I was reading up on them earlier. This is a team that specializes in charity racing. They intentionally go out looking for charity races to support, and then this team have been absolutely phenomenal in raising money. This team by themselves came into this race having raised over 1,250 euros just in this team alone. So specializing in charity racing, and I think that is just such a great banner to be flying as a team that and as a team they go out of their way to find races like this. And Jason Dyer himself normally races pretty much every chance he gets, but due to real life commitments has hardly done any racing at all this year. I was reading that I think he's only done one other race this year. So sitting up in P19, potentially a little rusty from not being as much time behind the wheel, doing very, very well for Revolution.
Yeah, he certainly is. And his teammate Mohammed was just telling me while we were waiting for the restart. I was just telling me that actually their team are doing a second endurance race also this weekend. So they have a 6 hours coming up as well. So they have their team split between this 24-hour race and then the 6-hour race. Which is about to start a bit later on. So that's just amazing, right? Having two of those races in one weekend and participating both while raising money for the charity. That's just awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, and it just drives home how supportive the sim racing community is as a whole. No matter what game you play, whether it's ACC or iRacing, Project Cars, and any of the other platforms that are out there, the sim racing community and as a whole seems to be really, really supportive of charity causes like this. You see quite a number of charity races happening throughout the year, especially in the lead up to Christmas. So teams like Revolution who are able to support multiple races in one weekend, especially them being endurance races, wow, that must take quite a lot of planning and logistics and everything. Amazing. Good on them.
Absolutely, yeah. I see that Thomas switched back to our race leaders at the moment, which is the number 34 car, driven by Haris Mitropoulos, and that sounds like it's the Greek team, the Greek Freaks, which is correct. Yeah,
and I've already pulled out quite a considerable gap over P2 as well. I mean, that gap currently sitting at 24 seconds. So, half an hour into a race, already being that far ahead, they are definitely switched on, and their current driver doing extremely well. But as Mel Walkers has just mentioned in YouTube chat, we better not jinx it for them.
It's the commentator's curse, yeah.
It is.
I'm having a look at the previous couple of laps, and they have been they have been faster for quite some laps. It's like 3/10 faster, 6/10, half a second, 1/10, but because they're every lap they're just a tiny bit faster than the 992 car driven by Pierre Moreno at the moment. So it's not a huge difference, but it's a couple of tenths each lap, and that in the end that adds up.
Yeah, it all builds up and over time, and it's one of the things with endurance racing. It only takes just a little bit, tenth here and there, but if you can maintain that consistently, and consistency is king in endurance racing. It is what makes for the big differences, and why we start to see gaps getting wider and wider as the endurance races progress on throughout the day and into the night.
Yeah, exactly, and we have already seen that the times have dropped where we were doing 2:09 to 10 with a bit more, a couple of, 10-20 minutes ago when it was still a bit wet. We're doing 2:03 right now. We're looking at the Ferrari livery Porsche driven by Dan Lenson, so they've made a driver swap. They're in P23 right now, chasing Landry and Nick Vargas, the Model 11 car. And I think Dan Lenson actually just gained a position last lap when he came into the hairpin. Not the hairpin, it's the final chicane, I mean.
Yeah, track conditions have now swapped up to fast, so still not optimal. So these drivers will definitely have more lap time in the bag as the track not only dries but starts to rubber in. It's one of the amazing things about certainly a Assetto Corsa Competizione, the physics and how cars react, how tracks react, so real. And as the track progresses for fast to optimum, you can actually feel the difference in the car. It starts to affect lap times and how the car behaves. So it's just amazing that we've got the sort of technology that allows us to have a look at this, and this is an amazing battle coming side by side into Spoon between Bert Zerwink in P25 and just Dan Young. So yeah, amazing move in as what we've already discussed is probably the most challenging corner on this circuit, but very, very nicely done.
That was a very nice move indeed. And as Chris Hill has mentioned in the YouTube chat, remember that this race is for charity. So if people can make a donation, I know that on the YouTube broadcast there will be a QR code which appears every now and then. You can use that to directly go to the donation page. And we as commentators don't see it ourselves, but it should be on the YouTube stream. And otherwise, if you can't find the QR code, it will be in the description.
Yeah, definitely. So I believe that the QR code will take you to SSRi's direct PayPal link to allow you to donate. And in the description in YouTube, the link will take you directly to Against Cancer's own donation page. So whichever option you prefer, that's what you've got. Then the links for both. the picture-in-picture, and at the minute is just showing how each of the teams have done in terms of the donations that they've raised. So, as we were discussing earlier, Revolution Sim Racing up there in that top position, but all of the teams and across the board, donating money to this fantastic cause.
Yeah, in the end, it's an opportunity for everybody to support their favorite team, but in the end, it all goes to the same charity. So it's a bit of fun in between the teams, but every bit of the donated money is going to the good cause. So it's not a competition in that sense. But it's great to see that so many teams are participating and benefiting for the cause.
Yeah, definitely. And it's then the fact that when we as sim racers who are in effect just playing a game, that we can support a great charity like this. I think it's just amazing that we get this opportunity.
I'm actually having a look, Sam, outside, because I'm noticing on the stream it looks to get a tiny bit darker. So we see a great bus going onto the main straight. It was a great move into the chicane. But I was actually checking outside, like what time is it? Is it getting a bit darker over here as well? And to be honest, I'm looking out of the window and I can hardly see anything. It's so foggy.
Well, you're where are you? Remind me, where are you based?
I'm in the east of the Netherlands, and it has been snowing a bit today.
Right.
Now it's getting really foggy as well. So I was, but that's the fun part of sim racing and commentating as well. I have no clue what time it is at the moment, and so I have to check, and I wanted to check. Look outside. Is it dark already? And it is, but not because it's that late.
Not because it's gone down. No, but no. Here in the UK, certainly in the south of the UK. So I'm based in Salisbury. It is absolutely freezing today. We've had ice warnings for the past couple of days. It's quite unusual for south of UK, but still sunny. But currently 0 degrees. So. Most people, especially those in the Netherlands, you probably think, oh, that's not cold. It's cold for us.
Yeah, it's all about what you're used to. So.
Definitely, yeah.
So we're joining the racing point number 138, driven by Matthias and Pedri at the moment. I believe he was in a fight with Jonas Hakala in the first hour as well. They're still in a fight together, and they are having quite a nice view at the battle for P2 between Miato and Moreno. Those four cars are really still very close to each other. After the Greek freaks who have pulled a bit of a gap. Position, the battle for second place is still very much on.
Very much so, yeah. And Hakala, he's a tough driver to overtake, but Sam Pedri appears to have managed and have done it for Team Racing Points. So good pass from him there up into that final podium position.
They are, and I'm having a look at the previous lap time by Andrea Miato, who's currently in P2. He has done an amazing lap at 2:01, 2 seconds faster than Pierre Moreno, who he was battling with for P2. So the BMW of Andrea Miato seems to be coming along very nicely, and if he can keep this up, he will actually across some time back to the Greek freaks and see if you can close that gap up a bit.
Yeah, then that just looking at that gap, it has now already come down. When we were looking at this gap earlier, it was up at the 27-second mark, now down to 25.3. So Miata just slowly chipping away at that gap. he's got some nice clean air in front of him, so he's just got to knuckle down and just put the lap times in. But I've just noticed we have rain forecasted to come in another 30 minutes, so definitely going to make things really, really challenging for these teams to make the decision regarding their next round of pit stops.
That's a difficult one indeed. Yeah. Once again, looking at Miyato, he has now done a 22-minute stint. So if there is going to be rain in half an hour, that's a bit shy of what you want as your maximum stint time. And if you have to come in at that time for some wet weather tires again, it will mean that you are not running your optimal stint times. So you probably will end up with some extra pit stops.
Yeah, so, a lot of these teams, they're going to have, sure, there's the one driver in the car at the minute, but majority of the team will be, on the server acting as spotters, looking at strategies and things like that. So no doubt lots and lots of eyes are going to be focused on that weather prediction. I think a lot of teams are probably going to wait until at least 15-20 minutes to see what the weather is going to do once that rain that's forecasted at 30 clicks over to being forecasted at 10. So at least they've got two sets of gap predictions in terms of the weather before they start making some decisions as to, are they going to pit for wet tires, they're going to stay on dries, pit early, waiting for the full stint. So no doubt lots of calculations are going to be going on in the backgrounds for a majority of these teams.
Yeah, indeed. That's one part of, especially with endurance races, that some people are very good in. I'm not. So I'm always one of those drivers that are like, okay, when you have to drive that, all right, I'll be there and just tell me what to do, and that's fine.
Yeah, just as we were discussing that, Michael Landry getting absolutely robbed going into, I believe, coming just out of 130R, just getting bravely overtaken on the inside. I believe that was Dan Lunson. That's no.
It looks like it was probably turn 1, turn 2, that combination.
Yeah, so Zwerich in the Aston Martin pulling that amazing side-by-side move. So, but some amazing moves being done up and down the grid.
Yeah, it's great to see, and there's still a lot of battles going on, and we see a car who went off track. I'm trying to look who that was.
That looked like a very, very strong flash of red. So I'm wondering if that was Team Scuderia.
It was
the Porsche.
Definitely a red car, and I'm looking at all the liveries right now, which, if it could have been anyone else than Scuderia, but I'm betting my money on Scuderia if I'm looking at how the liveries look.
Yep. So no doubt, our broadcast team in the background are hopefully looking for a replay, as they are still running, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of damage on that car, but it definitely was a red car that we saw go off in background. But hopefully we'll get a replay as to what happened there.
We have given Tom a nice assignment right now, and he's probably busy right now to have a look.
And here we go, as if by magic. They just lost the back end on their own. Very, very strange. That. So, yeah, quite.
I'm confused as well.
Yeah, there wasn't any car around them other than the Team Mode 11 racing car in front, but certainly not close enough to do any contact, and I wouldn't have thought they would have been close enough to put them off going into the braking zone. So the only thing I can think is that maybe they just got a back tire onto maybe the grass or the paint on the side of the track that may still be a little wet. It's the only thing I can think of then that would cause that. They're very, very strange. But having said that, Dan Lenson doing a great job of keeping that car together, and despite the slight brush with the wall, it doesn't look like that car is carrying too much damage. So very well held by Dan Lenson there.
Yeah, I missed it as well, and I was thinking, I'm not a Porsche driver, so I'm not quite sure to kill your behavior of the Porsche. I know it's a bit of a difficult car, so I was about to ask the YouTube chat if there are any Porsche drivers who might have a view on what happened, and at that moment Chris just replied he had a very, very keen eye on this, that according to Chris he caught the grass. I missed it, but
yeah,
that's probably what happened.
It just got a back tire onto the grass, which is still going to be a little bit wet, and gave him a little bit of a tech slapper. So yeah, but as we said, really, really good job keeping it all together, and could have been a lot worse.
We're gonna see this right now because Chris said he caught the grass, and Gideas said he hit inside curb, and it's a bit of both actually. Yeah, well spotted.
Just that light tap on the wall, but and great car control there, and we can see the onboard of Dan working quite hard to keep that car under control. So very, very well done to him.
Definitely, yeah.
And if it was me behind the wheel, that's it. The car would be totaled.
Yeah. I'm not putting any money on me saving that either. In the meanwhile, I'm not sure, Colm, if you are in the commentators booth as well. I have a cat which is definitely wanting some food.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm here. How are you doing?
We're doing great.
Well, guys, you've been doing great so far. I've been listening to the commentary while I was doing a few bits, and you can't have a great racing event like this without a little server hiccup, and that's what makes it even better than the restart as well. So it's been great action so far, and you've done amazing with the comms and keeping up with the action.
Yeah, it's definitely proving challenging with some of these great battles happening up and down the track, trying to keep on top of everything. These guys definitely keeping us on our toes.
Absolutely, looking there, so Mattia is a Sampardri, has the fastest lap currently at a 2:08:31. And I'm looking there as well, there's a few guys, the likes of the leader there, who's out on a 48-minute stint at the minute, and a few of the others obviously on a shorter stint. So a few driver changes have happened, but a few of them have stayed out since the restart and have stayed going. So it's interesting seeing the different tactics here and watching it evolve.
Yeah, making that decision as to, do you swap drivers every time you do a pit stop to keep your drivers fresh, or, letting them, once they get into a rhythm, to let them stay out and try and keep that rhythm. So it's one of the things that I find really fascinating about endurance racing is, how everyone manages those stint times. Everyone's got the same amount of time that they have to be in the car, and a maximum amount of time they have to be in the car. But teams are completely open to use that time however they wish. So yeah, and opens up a world of possibility in terms of strategies.
Absolutely, looking at the strategies there, obviously a lot of guys who were obviously decent in the rain had then changed over. Maybe that's someone then on the dry part, obviously, as the track evolved from wet into what seems to be a much drier track now. Definitely tactics, you have to really think the long game as well. So I wouldn't blame anyone who's kind of changed drivers already. Give them a bit of a break and keep them fresh for later on in the race, because the first stint and the last stint are the most important. In between, it's just all about consistency. The main racing's done kind of at the start and eases out, and then for the last maybe hour or two, then that's when it really starts to ramp up, which is going to be really exciting. But obviously, there will be some drivers in there. Obviously, you can't stop a racer from racing, regardless of it being in endurance or not. That's all the joys and fun of it. But what I will say is this as well. This is a 24-hour race. All these guys are just normal guys coming in, loving the racing. And don't forget, this is all for charity. So fair play to everyone who's donated so far. And don't forget to bid in those auctions that is happening. And there's also links there as well to be jumping in and donating what you can, because this is indeed for a bigger and greater good, which is looking after people who are struggling with a bigger fight than any of us could imagine. It is a fight against cancer, and the money will go to obviously alleviating the pain, even for a day or two, you know, just to give them something to look forward to. So fair play to everyone so far, and well done to Sim Racing International and Against Cancer for combining together and putting on this great event.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, and I definitely agree with you that then those, you know, first stints and last stints and are, you know, vitally important for endurance racing. But I've got a feeling that this race is going to be challenging throughout, especially if we keep these changeable conditions. Track's currently optimal at the minute, but we are forecasted for rain within the next 30 minutes. So as we just see a collection of cars up in the hairpin.
Yeah, that was a bit of a big thump there. That was Darrell Young, I think, that got involved with that one there, unfortunately. And he's dropping down the grid massively.
And he's just found himself in a very, very difficult situation. You know, being in that hairpin, it's going to be difficult for him to see cars that are coming up. And trying to find a safe place to rejoin. But yeah, unfortunately, Darrell Young tumbling down the order, losing quite a number of positions, being forced to wait for a safe place to jump back on track.
Absolutely. Well, he done the right thing. He had to wait. He had to bite the bullet. He made that error. It is what it is. He waited for the right time to rejoin the track and get on with things. And look, it's an endurance. It's not a sprint, so I'm sure they can easily come back up through the grid and fight for a better position. At the minute, there is some quite battles, even on track still at the minute. Like Dan Lesson is about 0.3 of a second off Dominic Gies at the minute as well. There's some amazing stuff out on track currently. And it is Suzuka, as you say. It's going to always change whether it's real life or sim racing. The variable weather in Suzuka, you're guaranteed rain, you're guaranteed craziness, and that's the joys.
Yeah, I think it's the reason why Suzuka holds, you know, such a special place for a lot of drivers, regardless of whether you like actually driving here or find it challenging. There's always something going on. There's always lots and lots of action on track whenever we come to this part of the world. And yeah, and as you can say, despite the fact that we're an hour in, still quite a number of tight battles than the battle P4, P5 that we're just watching on board with at the minute. Some tight battles down further down than the grid as well. I think there's a tight battle going on with P12, P11 and P12 and as well, as I do believe we've got then the picture-in-picture of P3 and P2, and up at the top then staying on board with this battle with Simon Bauer.
Absolutely, it's some great, like, as you see, there needs to be two angles here at the minute because the great close racing is there. Battles everywhere. It doesn't matter whether you're battling for the top few spots or the bottom few spots, but at the minute we are focused on the top four there, and back now to, it looks like, third and fourth, and it's a great little battle here. Very, very close. Now, whether you continue to kind of waste time and keep battling, like the likes of the BMW there could kind of give up this battle for now and just focus on the race ahead, or they could just keep fighting and losing time and burning into their tyres as well, and could end up graining the tyres quite easy by overdriving and overheating them. He looks to be going fairly steady there. That Porsche is looking very stable here. Quite a tricky car to drive. The M4 will be a lot stable and can really eat those bumps and those curbs. So great driving there as well, to be fair.
Yeah, then the BMW does tend to be quite a forgiving car. It allows you to take a little bit more curb. I'm not, I haven't driven the Porsche myself, but I do know from a lot of people who do drive the Porsche, it takes a very, very particular driving style to be able to drive that car quickly. It can be very, very tail happy, very susceptible to weight change. So as the fuel comes down, the way the Porsche behaves does change quite a bit. So as a driver of the Porsche, you've got to be aware of that and then adapt to it as your stint goes on. But the BMW, definitely a much easier car to handle, much more forgiving car to handle. So if you're a rookie like me, just starting to get started, BMW, really great option, as is the McLaren as well. A very stable platform to drive.
Yeah, the McLaren's very stable, doesn't like the curbs as much, great for mid-corners. And after the previous update, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage now would be up there with the BMW. Very stable, and it's actually after getting quite a little bit faster there on that as well. With the Porsche, it has a great front end, but as you say, rear-engined, it is quite tail-happy. So if a person likes a looser car, it might be one to go for, along with the NSX, which is also quite a tail-happy car, but an amazingly fast car. That and the Lamborghini are definitely the fastest cars in the game over a straight line, top-end-wise, and actually the Audi as well. But no, these guys are doing a great job here, and even looking here with the Aston Martin here behind the BMW, two very similar cars, different power plants, one a straight six, one a V8. The Aston Martin will have a slight advantage, I feel, on the straights, but both are very consistent over curbs and over corners, so should be quite an even match.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that this battle is going to continue for a little while between Arnaud and Richardson. But both of these very experienced drivers. They've both been involved in SSRi for quite a number of seasons. So we know that both of these drivers very skilled, and both very quick.
Absolutely. I know Mike, he's raced in a few endurance events that we've set up there at the minute, and he's an absolute gent as well. And his sister does come along and follow him as well, so don't be surprised to see his sister jumping into the YouTube chat there at some stage. She's a great support, and it's great to see all the supporters, even in the YouTube chat, chatting away there. It's great to see that. So you're all very welcome along. Guys, don't be afraid to support the great cause as well that this is for. But at the minute, we are looking at Tubby versus, I think it's Hugard ahead. And quite an interesting battle, all about strategy, coming up to probably the fastest corner in this track as well, and prolific in Formula 1 onto the hard little chicane where Prost and Senna came together back in 1989, and very controversial then. Senna went on to win the race and essentially win the championship, but politics then stopped that. We won't see anything like that tonight though.
No, I mean, it's one of the amazing things about Suzuka. There's just so much history here, throughout formulas, GT3s and as well. Lots and lots of iconic racing happens here in real life, and it's just fantastic.
Lovely move.
But just got a little too optimistic, and bit squeaky on the rejoin, but kept it all clean. But yeah, as I was saying, it's and I think it's absolutely fantastic that technology allows us as regular and everyday people to be able to race on iconic tracks like this, and for it to feel so real. ACC, such a fantastic platform for realism in the GT3 space. So I think it's just fantastic that we get the opportunity to play on simulators like this, and to be able to share that with you guys through streaming and broadcasting like we're bringing to you today.
Absolutely. And what I love about Suzuka as well, it's a figure of 8 track essentially, because you go under the bridge, so it's a figure of 8 track essentially as well, which is really cool. It's a very rare thing nowadays, and it's a bit of a narrower track as well, the actual tarmac as well, so setting up the cars, there is loads of overtaking opportunities like this hairpin we're coming to here, but it's all about getting the car positioned right and then reading the other driver on the exit here. But yeah, look, as you say, there's great history here, but tonight you've got Landry over Geese here now, a McLaren versus a BMW. McLaren should be a little bit faster over this section, having better kind of mid to higher speed cornering than the BMW M4. So this should be interesting. Would he go for, as we say, that Ambrosia is going, so Mike's going for the move here, and Richardson going to try to go around the outside of turn one, which is quite a...
That's an ask. That is definitely an ask. Just had to slot back in. Probably going to have to stay in that position as they go through the S's. I think his next opportunity for a dive is going to be up into Degner.
Absolutely. And looking here at Geese then and Warners, there's battles everywhere. The cameras can't keep up with everything that's happening on track. Absolutely brilliant.
They definitely keeping us on our toes, and as commentators, as our broadcast team swap from battle to battle, not really knowing where to look.
Look, I'd rather them do that than us now. To be fair, there's so much going on. But now, just so the viewers are aware as well, so car number 77 has done 2 pit stops, as well as car 118 has done 2 pit stops. The rest have all just one pit stop done at the minute. Now, and a weird fact, if you're a big nerd like myself, just looking there really, really fast, the fastest pit stop so far was actually a 31.5 by team number 4. So there you go. That's a nerdy thing that probably not many people want to know, but there you go anyway.
Yeah, and I've just spotted then this rain that we've been seeing coming is actually just looks like it's just going to be just a quick shower. So scheduled to come in about 10 minutes, but also forecasted to be dry again by 30. So it's that question of it's not really looking like it's going to be a strong enough downpour to warrant a tire change, but it does mean then those few minutes that the track is going to be wet, it's going to be treacherous out there, and how many teams are going to survive that shower without any damage, I think, is going to be crucial at this stage in the race.
So a lot of them are quite competent drivers, so they'll relish the challenge for the few 10 minutes, and that's going to show then, that's going to more showcase driver skill over setup, because everyone's going to be in those mixed greasy conditions as well. So a lot of drivers there that have that confidence in those mixed conditions are going to be relishing this and maybe getting a few positions as well. But I'm going to be doing a rain dance, hoping that it starts pouring down for them and totally spin them up all together. But I think all commentators and viewers need to do the rain dance at this stage.
Oh, that's just mean. That's just mean. But yeah, action. I mean, it does bring a lot more action. Makes it more exciting for us. I am pretty sure that very, very few people behind the wheel are going to be praying for the same thing. I think a lot of people there are going to be thinking, no, let's just keep it dry. Let us race.
That's the joys that we're on this side of the wheel and not on the other side. But looking here, there's... Sorry, they're just looking, going the whole way down. Look at that, already going around the outside. The BMW has got the moves. Oh, that's the Lexus, sorry.
Yeah,
that was a great
Lexus
move.
has been a bit of a dark horse in this game. Not many people take the Lexus, usually because it's quite restricted on its graphics in terms of being able to customize the car, but it can be quick. It can be quite a quick car to drive, and it's a shame that we don't see more of them out there.
I say that about the BMW M6 and the Jag. I love the M6. I think it's a lovely car. I love the M6. It has a little dumb valve noise, pops and bangs for days. But the Jag, it's a Jag.
It's a Jag. Yeah.
Oh, you gotta love the Jag. So I want the Jag to be updated again and let the guys race it. I love seeing the variety of cars out on track, and even tonight there's some great varieties there. You have the Porsche, you have Ferrari, Aston Martin, BMW, the whole lot Mercedes. It's great to see it, and it's great to see Mike is still having a ding dong with Richardson. These two guys are not giving up. Mike's going on the inside there now. Tiny bit of a touch, but got through and is not fully through yet. He's going to have to go a little bit wider than optimal, but he's held it there now.
Oh, this is such a fantastic battle. It's so great, and to see two drivers of fairly equal and obviously very, very competent skill just battling it out on track, just trading places back and forth. I know that these two drivers have the utmost respect for each other. They compete against each other in quite a number of the championships that SSRi hosts throughout the year. So they're probably going to be sitting there absolutely loving this.
Absolutely, and as we say that the Aston Martin is having, well, two Aston Martins should I say, Dyer is doing a great race and going for nice optimal lines. Is going to have a faster approach, but he's going to have to swing it around the outside, and I think he's going to have a better exit though.
Yeah,
I know it's a drag race.
It's not going to be enough.
Oh, it is. He's going by that drag race. The wider line, you'll always have a faster exit as you've a faster exit speed of the corner. You have to what should have happened there is Kroll there in that other Aston should have maybe run a little bit wider and put a bit of a squeeze on where he would have had to let off the throttle a little bit as a defensive move, but it was good fair racing.
Yeah, great battles then to watch, and clean racing up and down then the grid. And this is what we'd love to see, is close battling, fair battling. And just seeing the skill of these drivers. If it was me, I'd be in a wall by now.
Not at all. Don't put yourself down. It's all about just focusing on the race. And these guys are doing that. That's why you're not seeing too many people really given that tight squeeze that I was even saying there in the exit corners. They're playing quite fair at the minute. They know it's a long race, and especially in these conditions with the rain, on dry tyres at present, the grip isn't going to be there that was there on the fully dry track, so they are playing it quite smart. Now at the minute, no one's kind of panicked yet and gone into the pits. They understand it looks like it's just going to be a phase for now.
Yeah,
so,
it has started raining now, so the rain has finally come. Is forecasted to get a little bit heavier in the next 10 minutes, but then is going to stop. So it is potential that this is going to get quite challenging. The track has already moved from optimum down to fast within the last minute. And as I say, that has now just progressed to greasy. So the conditions are changing very, very quickly out there. And I think a lot of this is going to be down to how quickly the drivers can adapt to the new grip levels that are out there.
Absolutely. And I'm just actually looking there as well. So the number 34 car in first place, Harris Metropolis, and then the number 992, Pierre Monrero, and then the 169, Jonas Hakolia. I think that's pronounced right. If not, I'm sorry. Hakola. So they have not pitted at all. So they have started on dry tyres and went through the start phase in wet conditions onto dry, and now they're back onto this. So these guys are going to feel quite safe. And as I say that, Hakola is now actually gone into the pits.
Yeah, and I would expect Yonti to also swap out the drivers as well. So it'd be interesting to see who takes over from Hakola, who's done a fantastic first stint for Team Recognition.
Absolutely, a phenomenal first stint, but starting on dries in the wet and then going back to dry and then back into this wet again. So as I say that as well, these guys now have all been out for about an hour and 8 minutes each. So Moreno and Metropolis should be essentially going into the pits soon enough for that change. What tyres do they change onto? That's going to be the biggest thing. I would assume, looking at the weather conditions, it should only be another set of dry tyres and, persevere the first few minutes and then get back into it, maybe throw a bit higher tyre pressures in to get a bit of heat into them as the Audi taps the back of the Austin slightly there. So Renil got a little bit out of shape under braking, but luckily everyone's going in a straight line still.
Yeah, I mean, then you're right. Looking at then the forecast, then the decision on paper looks like it is best to go with another set of dries, but it's a big ask going out on back out on track after a pit stop on dries in greasy conditions, tire pressure not being up to temperature yet. It's going to be a very, very difficult couple of laps.
Just so you're aware, the race leader Metropolis has pitted there as well. So the race leader has gone into the pits. That's an amazing stint there for the first hour and nearly 10 minutes there to keep that car on dry tyres through wet, dry and then greasy conditions again. Fair play. Great stint for your team. I'm sure you'll be very proud of that one.
Yeah, as the track conditions continuing to evolve, we've now moved over into damps, so start seeing some water actually starting to appear offline. Is definitely going to be very, very challenging as the green Audi there of Green Moose rookies. Just getting onto that outer part of the track, I believe, to let lapping cars through. But yeah, definitely challenging conditions out there at the minute.
Absolutely. I'm actually just looking there in the YouTube chat. So Liam Smith, who I'm assuming is my Liam Smith from the league that we run together there, he's saying a short stint of wets, he'd say you get the time back compared to staying out on dries. That is not a bad call either, depending how, because the rain is getting quite heavy now, so it might actually be optimal, because you're going to lose at least probably 5 to 10 seconds a lap when it gets really, really bad. So being onto those wet tyres was going to make all the difference.
Yeah,
that's not a bad call.
It's definitely going to give these teams a lot to think about, and and as I was mentioning earlier in the broadcast, these teams are going to have their drivers that are not in the cockpit at the minute are going to be still working on strategies, doing lots of calculations in the background as to what is actually quicker, what's then the better way to go, and yeah. Changeable conditions like this definitely throws up some interesting results in races like this, because you just don't know what the weather is going to be. As Harris Metropolis struggling to get the car pulled up coming into Spoon. Obviously, Kane keeps it all in a straight line, but not quite the line that he would want to have taken, as it does take him on and off track.
No, absolutely. Metropolis, by the looks of it, is now out on the second stint. He stayed out, so that's that's a good one from him. Maybe he might just do the first 2 or 3 hours, and they might have it kind of brought out that way either. And then Mike is doing a great job now up in 9th and keeping it on the track, which is good. But Hogarth and Crowley are having a nice little ding dong. The Porsche versus the Aston. That Porsche will have a great front end, but how much grip will it have is the question now in these conditions. The Aston Martin should be a bit more smoother and should be able to take the curbs a bit more now than that Porsche. But I suppose everyone does want to kind of stay as much away from the curbs as possible in the wet and dry tyres. And that green piece there, because you're going to lose so much time. And like that, the Porsche is true.
Yes, and as we saw earlier with the Scuderia Porsche, just getting a wheel onto the damp grass and literally just throwing the back end of the car sideways. The track is now officially wet, so it's going to be wet no matter where you place the car, but you definitely want to make sure that you're keeping on the black stuff and staying away from the curves, staying away from any of the painted sections, and definitely staying away from the grass. It is going to be like an ice rink out there. Absolutely. Look,
they're all doing a great job. You have to think about it now. Essentially, we're 2 hours and 14 minutes in, and you could say 3 hours and 14 for some of the guys to have been here for the 24 hour of it, because there was obviously that little restart as well, so they would have had to be in the race game and then to come out of it and get back into it and get their head focused again. So honestly, fair play to them for that there. And just looking through, the whole field there all seems to be doing well. I haven't noticed anyone jumping up massive amounts of time yet to see has anyone decided to go for that little wet gamble there. At the minute, it doesn't look like anyone has. I can't see anyone really flying up there, although there's a few guys I can see on my own ACC TV I'm running here at the minute as well. I can see a few guys are kind of going off the track and on the track, so I think everyone is really struggling out there now at the minute because it's quite damp, and on those older dry tyres now I'm sure the temperatures are pretty much gone now and they're driving on ice rings.
Yeah, I mean, when the track is, constantly evolving. Every single time I look up at the track conditions, they've changed. So we did click over to full wet for a while, but have now come back down to damp. So the amount of rain coming down, I think, has lessened. So it's all about adaptability now, and being able to alter your driving style based on the conditions around you that are
Absolutely.
just constantly changing and every minute.
Absolutely. Just looking here at the pit time, so you've got Jardy in the pits there as well. He's further back, so he is in the number 41 car, and looks like Stewart's on the Jardy's still there. So the number 19 car that is, sorry, just so you are aware the number. At the minute up front, it's only about 0.6 of a second of a gap from first to second, which is quite amazing. Engelhart here with Kroll is still doing a great job. There's some quite tight gaps out there, which I'm very surprised about after being 2 hours and 15 minutes in. And as I say that, Kroll and Engelhart are kind of swapping places. Robonda with the lead here at the minute, so like for the top 3, that's not far at all.
No, and it isn't, and further to still be these really, really tight battles and up and down the grid for 2.25 hours into an endurance race. Really, really great to see. It just goes to show the skill of a lot of these drivers being able to stay in close proximity with other cars for such an extended period of time. And not having those lapses in concentration that you quite often see in an endurance race, especially those that are doing multiple stints back to back. It's completely down to the teams and the drivers. They have those 70-minute stint timers, but there's no reason why a driver can't stay in the car for multiple stints, and a lot of drivers do. And I know I don't do very much endurance racing myself, but the 24-hour charity race that we did last year, and I found that once you had gotten into a rhythm, you don't want to break it. So it can sometimes benefit doing multiple stints at a time, but it does mean towards the end of that second stint, especially if if you're super brave or foolish, however you want to look at it, of doing a third stint, your brain is just mush. Your concentration just goes completely out the window. So it's that which is better? How long do you stay out before you start running the risk of being in the car too long?
Absolutely, and Matthias Sambardi here though is having a great little battle. So he's pulled a little bit off the Lexus now, but in the first section of this, he's been all over the back. He's been able to use 1 or 2 of the carbs, using totally different racing lines as well. So it's quite interesting to see the different lines that the drivers are using here. And look at this now, the BMW is right back on the Lexus. He's much better corner. He's able to use a bit more of the track. Now let's see what he can do coming into the first sector again. So coming around here onto the essentially the last part of sector 3 here, he should be absolutely flying. But in that first sector through the S's, he's been absolutely all over Miato at the minute. All over. Absolutely brilliant stuff here.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I see this quite often, that especially with a circuit like Suzuka, there will be part of the circuits where you're just naturally better at a sector than other sectors, and you end up seeing this kind of an accordion effect of one car being quicker in one sector and then the other car being quicker in another sector, and what time they gain in one part they lose in another. So it does make it very, very interesting for us watching on board to see how those gaps change and evolve throughout the lap, and where is it eventually going to get to breaking point of one of these cars, and Mattia actually being able to be close enough to put a move on, and as you said, it's definitely getting closer within the technical S's section. Is he going to be close enough to put a move into Degna? I don't quite think so. I think it's a little bit too ambitious, especially in these conditions, to go for it now. But having said that, Miato just taking a little bit of a wander wide, and that gap now really, really close coming into the hairpin.
Absolutely, and there, if you would have seen there about a minute ago on the stream as well, you would have seen the overtake that was Metropolis getting by the original race leader before the pit stops there, overtaking Bialo as well. So the moves can be done. He's on a charge, so we'll keep an eye on him coming through the field, as the rest of the guys ahead will all have the pit stops down, as they're all coming near the hour mark or more, so they will be pitting. But yeah, Zambardi is looking for a way through. Miato is feeling the pressure. He's made one or two little errors, but has still kept it ahead and kept it on the track. Look, it's very technical, but the BMW M4 seems a stronger car all around, but that's down to the driver racing line, I think, more than anything else. It is quite stable, but he's using quite different lines, and he's finding the grip off the racing line, while on the racing line, especially in real life, and I'm sure it's the same in this game, you know, with the rubber there, the bit of rain, it's a little bit more slippy. You go off that racing line for a minute, you can find that little bit more grip. So it's great to see some of the drivers being very imaginative with most of the racing lines as well.
And then the fact that the track conditions now damp as opposed to full wet, anyone who may be on full wet tires, tire temperatures might be starting to creep up a little bit. So what we could be seeing is a driver going offline to try and find then the wetter spots to keep those tire temperatures under control. And if they did, you know, decide to swap to wet, I'm not sure. Mattia is on then wets or dries. It's kind of difficult to
they'd be on the dries, because they've like literally done one pit early when I think the crossover changed that went to dry, so I would assume they're on dry, so I don't think you would see from them trying to cool down. And to be honest with you, I'd be surprised if anyone did go for that wet move. Now, I think you might have made a lot of time on it, but it doesn't look like anyone else has, because anyone who has pitted the likes there of Metropolis is like staying out. They've only been 10-11 minutes of a stint done. There's not been many other people who have pitted. Now, Eric de Jong has been in the car now about 5 minutes, but I would be highly surprised if anything's happened. Now, Reynard and Young are now both in the pits. I would be expecting now Miato, Zambardi, maybe Cox and Mo into the pit soon enough, and even Bauer, which would then put Metropolis back up to where he was in the lead before his pit.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see this, you know, throughout then this race. People are going to be taking pit stops and at different times, but once those pit stops all shake out, then that's when you get a true sense as to what then the grid positions actually look like. So I would fully expect Metropolis to be back out in front when all of the pit stops are said and done. He's just had such a commanding lead of this race, as we were seeing, gaps up to 26, 27 seconds at one point. So yeah, they're doing an amazing job so far in that Greek Freaks team.
Really good stuff there, and as I was looking there, it looks like Metropolis is having a great little battle behind, looking at the gaps back there. Zambardi, I don't think, is finding his way through. He's trying everything, but Miato is placing the car right, but they are coming up along a back marker here, which could cause a bit of issues, and this could be opportunistic then from Zambardo to kind of use that then to his advantage, where Miato might get slowed down slightly enough where Zambardo could make an opportunistic move either around the outside or around the inside, or up the inside should I say, through the S's, or even up towards Degna as well.
Yeah, I mean, and Miata might possibly be thinking of potentially pitting a little bit early, or possibly pitting opposite of whatever Miato does, just to try and get back out and into some clean air. I think he is. They are very, very close on lap times, so he might be being held up here. I'd certainly be having a think about pitting and just getting some clean air and trying potentially do an undercut.
Absolutely. Well, they're both actually due to pit any minute, so when the next few laps, because I couldn't imagine there'd be enough fuel in them cars, they're both out for 1 hour and 5 minutes, nearly 1 hour and 6 minutes now, so they'll both be on very low tanks. So if it's not this lap, it's going to be the next lap. So it depends. If I was Zambardi, if Miato stays out, jump into the pits now, get the undercut done, I'd say in clean air they might be slightly faster. Obviously over this this part of the race, but obviously we still have quite a long time to go. Looking back though as well, we have Hugard in the pits then as well. So there is quite a few people starting to jump in now who've been out on the longer stints. So he was out for an hour, nearly 8 minutes. So fair play to him there. That's been a great one. But at the minute, just on board here, Zambardi, I think it's dropped off a little bit. I think this is the time he should jump into the pits now, come around this corner. But if Miato goes, at least get one lap in, use that bit more speed, because you're still going to have to be going an out lap. Both have opted to stay out.
Neither of them have gone in. Okay, so yeah, definitely a brave decision from both drivers there, and then it could very well be that they're more looking at than the race in the long term. Obviously, with endurance racing, you do want to maximize that stint timer as much as possible. Take your stints as long as you can, within the idea of avoiding then the awkward mini stop and at the end, just because of stint timers, meaning that that last stint being...
Sorry, there was a spin there behind with Crowell, it was. As we're on with it now.
As Kroll struggling to get that car pointing back in the right direction, but is back underway. But yeah, quite often with these extra long endurance races, you do end up with this awkward little short stint and at the end, and teams are obviously going to be doing their best to try and minimize that as much as possible, so that you don't have that little crossover of you have no choice, but you have to do a pit stop, but there's only 15-20 minutes left in the race, and it almost seems like a futile effort. Teams are going to try and minimize that as much as possible by maximizing stint times throughout the race. So that's probably what we're seeing there with Miato and Zampariti. They're just looking more at stint timers as opposed to what's going on around them and potentially losing time because they are racing in close proximity with another car.
Absolutely, and we've got Toby Richardson Swart in the pits there now at the minute, as well as Crowell. And then it looked like Moe had a bit of a spin there as well, so Robin Moe.
But
I think that was a replay.
That was a replay, yes, but just noticing how quickly the McLaren behind of Braggy Nation, so I believe that is actually Braggy himself in the car at the minute. Quick reaction times to not get collected in that, especially coming into such a tight hairpin. Fantastic job staying out of that and not getting collected.
Absolutely, and both leaders around in the pits as well. So Watkins, Simon Bordeaux, as well as Narc Cox Metropolis. Rob Moe, I think, is struggling out there, so they should be in soon as well. But now this is more interesting for me. So you've got Mike still out there. You have Bialo still out there as well. So quite a few of these guys are still out there. But Harris Metropolis now is going to be getting by these guys up into third spot. And he is now looking very, very tasty with that earlier stop than the rest of the guys to go that bit further. So while I know sticking to a long stint is good for the long game, a lot of these drivers should race to what's ahead of them. So if you are stuck behind the driver, instead of losing 5 or 6 laps and maybe 10-15 seconds of racing, get in, get that pit done, and you can get it back at the end of the race. So it's good to see the adaptability of some of these being able to think as they're driving, as the Aston Martin goes quite wide there, and that looks like Izzy has now got up down the inside. That was a nice little move there from Izzy.
Yeah,
So,
and very, very nicely done and nice and clean. As it looks like then the rain now has officially stopped. So be a question as to how quickly the track starts to dry out. Track temperature currently sitting at 30 degrees, and we do still have 35 cars out on track. So I suspect that dry line is going to start forming very, very quickly as all of these cars start to continue clearing that water off the racing line.
Absolutely. Looking here with Carpenter at the minute, who's quite up on the back of Bart. But in fairness, Carpenter also has Egenhart behind as well. So, I don't know if I'd like to be the sandwich now between these two guys or just try to get ahead. It's going to be a tough one here because as much as you want to be attacking ahead, you are. Look how close that Porsche is getting as well. So that Porsche is running quite comfortably there.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in. You want to challenge then the car ahead. You obviously need to be mindful of that car ahead so that you don't run into the back of them. But one eye is always going to be on the back as well, and no doubt radar on board is going to be flashing up in his line of sight every now and then, because that car is just so close. But Alex Crawford from Snack and Sons, unfortunately, getting a drive-through penalty at this stage of the race. I would hazard a guess that is potentially due to track limits. But yeah, that's going to be painful, especially as we're at a pit stop crossover point. I'm not sure if Crawford has pitted yet or not, but either way, he's going to have to do then that drive-through, and if he hasn't pitted, he's then going to have to come back into the pits yet again.
Crawford actually is only after coming out of the pits, so he must have got that going through the pits or on the exit of the pits there. But also with that, you have Mike in the pits now. Mike Ambrose is in the pits, as well as Cox coming out a second into the pits. So Harris Metropolis is now only 18-ish seconds off Simon Bauer now in the pits. I would expect him to be coming into soon. He's an hour and 8 minutes out there.
Yep, so, and I've just seen that Tillander has also gotten a drive-through penalty.
No.
Quite possible that these drive-throughs are down to pit lane infringements. I would think possibly speeding in the pit lane, do we think?
Absolutely, and there's 15 seconds. Oh, nice one. Brilliant there. So there you see what race control. Drive through for car 990 for causing a collision with 4 on lap 1. So these are coming from the live stewarding.
Right, so when we do have live stewarding in this race, we are how many laps in are we now? 42 laps. Obviously, and our stewards they take all incidences quite seriously, so they have been looking back through the few incidents that we did have in those opening laps, and those penalties now starting to filter through for initial contacts as we were going through.
Some madness here, but this is great to see it. So live steward, and you won't get away with nothing at the end of the day. You will be seeing Simon Bauer, is now gone into pits, so that means Metropolis is now back into the lead, and he's about 10 or so seconds clear of Simone Leslie there. Actually, when I say that, it's actually going up quite a bit. Then you also have Biello in the pits. Mo is back in the pits, but I think Mo really needed to be in the pits after having the few incidents. He was about an hour and 10 minutes out there. I'm sure struggling with tyres. Also back down further, you've got Shaw in the number 4 in the pits, and also Tillander then in the number 415 also in the pits. So it's definitely now the crossovers happening. The last of these cars that have been out there for about an hour and 10 minutes finally getting in. But look, the track has evolved back into a dry, greasy track. But we'll come back to the guys. So this is going to get very, very interesting now with the new stints, and especially with a few of the drivers who've changed over. Fresh eyes. It might take them a few minutes to get into the feel of the car and into that rhythm as well. So you may see a bit more action than anticipated now over the next coming few minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a lot of those drivers are going to be looking up at the track conditions and the forecast, thinking, right, okay, we can breathe now. The next 30 minutes going to remain dry, still overcast, so the track isn't going to heat up too much, but at least now they can get back into a rhythm after the rain, and just start to just get some nice comfortable lap times in, especially when then the track starts to progress back to fast, and hopefully back up to optimum. As we see Crawford coming in for his drive-through penalty as well. Now, obviously, with a drive-through, not going to be able to do any actual pit stops. So if he does still need to pit, he is going to have to come back in after serving this drive-through. So going to be quite costly in dropping quite a number of positions.
Absolutely, and I think for anyone who hasn't noticed there as well, so Simone Leslie actually done the fast lap at 2 minute and 7 second .0, and that is fairly fresh as well. They're only about 6.5 minutes out there on their stint, so the track is obviously after getting, even though it was after being greasy, with the fresh tyres, there's definitely a big evolution from what it was earlier on in the race. So great to see the differences in the times coming down on track, even though it is still greasy. With fresh tyres and fresh eyes, it's definitely starting to evolve.
Yeah, and I've just had confirmation from Crawford's teammate Lulu in my DMs that the drive-through was down to collision on lap 1 and not track limits. So thank you for letting me know, Lulu, and I hope you're enjoying the race so far.
Just looking here now at the minute, so we are on with Leslie in second place, so they are obviously the fastest on track at the minute, so feeling very, very comfortable in that BMW M4 in these conditions so far. So let's see what they can do. Can they pull in that gap? They're about 15 seconds off Metropolis, but Metropolis though has been quite dominant in the first stint and now in this stint as well, showing the pace of that Mercedes and just how calm he is with these conditions. Obviously a driver who does love a mixed condition race.
Yeah, Metropolis have been doing such a great race so far. Quite a dominant race from Team Greek Freaks so far. After all of the pit stops and have shaken out back in the lead with a nice, comfortable 15-second buffer as well. So really, really great showing from them so far.
This is a great battle here though as well. We've got Smith, you have then also McConnell, and then ahead is Spencer, and they are literally about a second like split from each other, maybe a second and a half. But this is great stuff here, and beautiful looking liveries as well. Can we give a shout out for every individual team with some amazing looking liveries out there today? Quite colourful on the eyes.
Yeah. I mean, and this is one of the things that I really, really love about charity races. People just completely go to town on their liveries. Absolutely love them, and I know from personal experience of just how much work goes in to putting some of these liveries together. Obviously, quite a few teams have taken advantage of.
Look at Smith though. The two of them are after going around the other side of that McLaren, but Smith though is trying to put his way in the Porsche. That's amazing driving. That's exactly what racing at Suzuka is all about. Now a drag race with the McLaren. He has the better exit. Phenomenal.
Love to see it. Really, really great driving between these two, between Ben Smith and Ben McConnell. And McConnell not giving up, keeping right on the back end of Ben Smith, trying to keep that pressure up on the Porsche.
Pressures for tyres, as Ben Smith will say there now at the minute, because he placed that car beautifully to defend the line, and sure the guys can only sit behind now. He's obviously a very smart driver there. Great placement of the car, very fair, didn't over defend either, just placed the car perfect where there wasn't really a move on. And now there's a bit of a train behind him, but look, he is starting to pull away now. And as I say, down to the grass.
Yep, just catches a little bit of the grass, goes a bit wide. It did very, very well to keep that Porsche pointing in a straight line. And as we've seen earlier, very, very easy for Porsche to turn around and bite you when you get a wheel wrong. But yeah, Ben McConnell sitting there in the wings, waiting to take full advantage of that mistake, and Ben McConnell up into P5.
For how long though, because I'm sure Mr. Smith will come back at it, and then you've got Cox behind waiting to think, well look, I might let these lads crash into each other. But that NSX though will be super fast as that car, or as the track dries out as well and evolves. So the NSX is coming through nicely there, so Cox is thinking to himself, the race is on here, and look how quick he's catching up to that Porsche as well. So on a straight line here, he's going to be absolutely mint. Now the Porsche has the better front end, so in the slower corners, I think they'll be better and probably have a bit better traction with the rear edge of the car, having the engine and weight a bit more over the ribbons. Look at the NSX down the inside. What a move! What a move! That's quality.
Absolutely fantastic racing here. I absolutely love it, and Narcock's just taking full advantage and just absolutely robbing the Porsche. Great move.
It was phenomenal, and look, at the end of the day, that's not robbing, that's called taking what's his. That was amazing. That was. That's a racing, you know what I mean? There's no friends in racing. And then on the other screen here, it looks like we have down in the 20th position area. Let me have a look. We're on now, sorry, yeah, 26. So El Show here with, it looks like behind another, sorry, it's actually Braun and El Show, sorry. And they're swapping positions there. And a beautiful BMW. Actually, a really nice looking livery there as well. Kind of like a camo look on it. Quite nice. But yeah, look, these BMWs will be quite nicely stable in this. But then back on here with Encart, I think it is the name, and A Carpenter ahead here. That Porsche does seem to be bullying these McLarens, which I'm quite surprised at. So the Porsche is very suited to this Suzuka circuit. Now, I know the Japanese GT3s race here quite a lot as well.
Yeah, I mean, my experience of the Porsche is that it tends to be very quick in the twisty bits, but traditionally does end up being a little bit slower on the straights. So, you know, and no surprise that half of this track very well suited to the Porsche within the S's in the first sector, but potentially, just seeing this accordion effect again of being quicker in one part of the track and losing time in the other.
Look at Cox lining up for a move here. Is he going to go the same, going around the inside or outside? He's going for it. Had to let off. That's great driving and very smart driving. He didn't dedicate himself to that corner and cause an incident. Smart racecraft, can race another day, but he is absolutely flying out there in that NSX. The Cox is. Fair play to him, and he's after pulling quite a bit clear there off Smith as well. So at one stage they were quite close together, and it looks like now Cox is about 2 seconds clear of Smith. So phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, and just looking up, track conditions have now clicked over to optimum, so no surprise that the Honda has suddenly kind of come to life, and that Cox is just finding an amazing pace now that then the track has come back to him.
Absolutely sure, it's on home turf, and wasn't it Jensen Button helped develop that car around in the Japanese GT racing as well. So the NSX I think is a phenomenal car. I've raced it now in the last few races that I've raced in. I do an awful lot of commentary with them because it's the off season of my own league with ERA that I'm doing a few. But the NSX, now I race and control it, and I've rarely raced this game ever, but I've been getting in some sick lap times. But it's an amazing car, but at the same time it would easily bite you as well if you take it for granted. It's one of those kind of cars that you really have to be on edge all the time, exactly like the Porsche.
Yeah, really does. And seeing Narcox there take just a tiny little bit too curb, bouncing the car around. I don't think then the Honda quite likes taking too much curb. But
no, you can throw it onto the curb.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's definitely keeping the pressure on Ben McConnell. I've raced with McConnell before, and it takes a lot to spook Ben, but he's definitely going to be feeling the pressure from Nard at the minute, and he's got to be thinking how long can this pressure last.
Mir, in fairness, you mightn't feel pressure, but of course you're going to be spooked. There's an NSX, literally, it might as well be inside his car at this stage, how close he's getting at times.
Yeah, and and obviously, this is our SSRi home team in that lovely livery that's done by Digital Motorsports, Digital Motor Art. They've done my ambassador livery as well. Absolutely love the work that they do. But yeah, they definitely Nard keeping the pressure on Ben, and it's just not letting up.
Absolutely, and I just want to take another time, guys, so don't be afraid to jump on and have a look at all the auctions there. All the proceeds are going to against cancer, and don't be afraid to jump on the link there and donate what you can. Whatever you can afford, you know what I mean? Obviously, within your means, do what you can. Everything will be used for a great cause, and I'm sure anyone who then benefits from everything that's donated here tonight will be very thankful as well. So you really will be making a difference to somebody out there. So by all means, please do give what you can as well. And it's great you're getting to see all these boys race hard on track, and ladies, and also torture themselves staying up for 24 hours and doing what they can to try to come out on top. So you're paying for someone's pain as well as someone's happiness. It's great.
Yeah. I mean, doing a 24-hour race is not something that you jump into lightly. I've got no doubt that these teams have been putting in practice after practice after practice, and over the previous few weeks, working out strategies, figuring out who's going to be doing, what stint times. I definitely do not envy anyone who's going to be doing any of those graveyard stints through the night.
We've changed away from Cox when it's just getting so close. Oh no! Get back to Cox if you can. He was literally only like a tenth off him.
There we go. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
Yeah, then this is an absolutely fantastic battle, and knowing these two drivers, I do think that this is a battle that's going to be going on for quite a number of laps.
This is going to be This has to be a look at the drive he's after getting out on that McLaren. And Cox, he's actually too close to him to even try and get a bit of a slipstream. Go around the inside, throw it around the inside.
Ben's going to have then the inside line, so I think Cox again is going to have to just back out of it a little bit and just wait for another opportunity.
What's great for Smith is now, because these are fighting so hard, Smith's coming right back into it here now as well. Look at Cox taking this now. He's bullying the car. Look at Smith going down the road, Cox. This is great stuff here, where he's looking ahead. He's not expecting the Smith then in, let's say, a very eye-catching pink Porsche up his rear now. This is great.
Yeah, now Cox is going to find himself in that difficult position of trying to do attack in the front, but also defending from behind. And this is what happens when you get cars that are just concentrating solely on the battle between themselves. Ben Smith just been able to catch back up in that time that he lost from his venture into the grass, and making this then a three-way battle for P5.
Absolutely, and while that's happening there as well, I'm just looking back, there's a battle there with Carpenter, Engelhardt at the minute as well. They're very, very close together with Bart as well. So I'm looking back, just looking at the timings, so 18, 19, 20, having a nice little ding-dong like this one here. Cox is eventually, I'm assuming, going to get the job done here, because he seems to be overall faster around the full track. I think if he gets ahead, he will pull away.
I think he will, but I do know Ben McConnell, very, very good as a defensive driver. He is not going to make it easy. Cox is going to have his work cut out for him, and he's going to have to find then the right time to do it, and he's going to have to set then this move up from probably quite a few corners back.
He's getting a nice toe now, and he's going to have the inside line if he goes smart about it. This could be quite interesting because he can force now McConnell around the out. Oh, that's a lovely job.
It is. Is he going to get it pulled up in time? And yeah, he does.
Absolutely. I think McConnell might have maybe been a little bit generous and let off a little bit to maybe not overfight the corner and keep a line and not lose out then to Smith. So I think that was maybe strategical. I think he knew the place was lost, so instead of overfighting it and probably losing way more time being pushed off the track or anything, he decided, right, just let him by and continue with the race. And that is what we call smart racing. It's an endurance race. Think of the long game.
Yeah, he's probably thinking of tyres and as well, then the more time that you're fighting with another car, it's going to take more life out of your tyres. So, definitely a smart move from Ben McConnell there. But he does just have to be mindful that he hasn't let off too much steam to allow Ben Smith to put him under too much pressure, as we're now suddenly seeing coming into the hairpin.
See, Smith has definitely pace, but he did drop off when these two guys were battling hard. So I don't know whether it was Smith maybe kind of gently easing in the tyres a bit as we're looking on now with Engelhardt. This is a great little ding dong as well. I was looking at the timings. Oh, and it looks like Bart has completely missed that corner. So by right, oh, he has, and he's coming back the right way. He's rejoining properly. So yeah, goodbye to a few positions for him, but at least he's done the right thing. He's back out on track and head down, get over that one error. There's a full race ahead and keep the head in the game. Fair play. Great stuff.
Yeah, if you do miss your breaking point coming into then the Casiosa chicane, sometimes it is better to take that longer route. He's avoided the grass that is probably still going to be quite wet, and potentially coming a cropper of an unsafe rejoin. He's definitely done then the right thing. So it's really, really good to see that he's got that situational awareness.
Absolutely. Now can Smith get the inside line and get a bit of a tow? I'm surprised that McConnell's not showing that car down the inside the whole position. He's leaving the door quite open. He's obviously slightly faster in a straight line there, so maybe he had that confidence. But if that was me, I'd be swinging just a little bit more to the left or the right hand side, just to kind of let you know, look, I'm going to definitely go for the inside if you try it. But great stuff from them. And it's the fact that McConnell now has been under pressure consistently for about maybe 20 laps now at this stage, but has not once made an error. He's seen one fight he was not going to beat, which was Cox, so he let him through in a nice way where he didn't lose any time, but he's soaking up the pressure with Smith here at the minute.
Yeah. Ben McConnell has been really, really good defensive driver. It does take a lot to spook Raggy. But he does have to be mindful of his tyres, and potentially not taking that inside line down the main straight. Maybe just to avoid picking up too many marbles on that inside. This track is hard on tyres. There are probably lots of marbles starting to form now that then the track is back up to optimum. Starting to see the sun come out as well, so track temperature gone up a degree already, and then I fully expect that it's going to go up possibly a little bit more. Currently 4 p.m. In race time, so not too long now before the sun starts to go down and those track temperatures start to really, really drop.
Absolutely, and I'm hoping everyone who's watching, whether you're watching through YouTube or on Twitch as well, get that rain dance going, will you? I want to see more rain coming soon. Come on, get the jig going with that as well to get going on that one. But there's some great stuff here. Look at El Gurran here, absolutely under severe pressure, he's putting severe pressure on to Duma. And beautiful looking liveries as well. Trying now always down the inside, get the drag, go for it. I'm wondering now, will he out drag down to the next corner? Probably not, because that BMW got a beautiful exit. He's getting the toe.
He is getting the toe, but I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. I think he's going to be enough to give maybe just a little bit of a look up the inside, but no, not enough to take a dive. Certainly into 130 yard. Then a little bit dangerous to take a dive from too far back into that corner.
I remember Alonso and Schumacher there back in, I think it was 04, 05, and Alonso absolutely sent it around the outside like a legend and done one of the greatest moves around that track. Oh, look at this here. Let's go for it.
He's going for it, but side by side going into Degna too. And it looks like Smith has gotten the move done.
Look at the BMW as well going for it, and that's a back marker by the looks of it.
That is a back marker, yeah. I was just thinking, hang on a minute, the car behind is supposed to be a Mercedes, but they're 12 seconds back, so this isn't a back marker. He does fully have the right to unlap himself, but getting in the middle of this fight is brave. I certainly wouldn't want to stick my nose in.
He's obviously flying. Look at the pace that he has in these guys.
He has, yeah. So I'm just looking down the order as to who this car is. I can't quite get the car number of that very, very distinctive liveried BMW. It definitely picked up some pace along the way, and fully within his rights then to unlap himself. And I think both Smith and McConnell taking the right decision. There's no point fighting with him. It isn't for position, and if he's got the pace, just let him go and get on with it. You could potentially benefit. Even potentially benefit from slipping into the slipstream.
So that BMW is car number 4, by the way, just for yourself there. Looking back as well, so at the front though, quite interestingly, what I found there, so Metropolis is now only about 5 or so seconds.
As we just see Yannick Petschke, unfortunately facing the wrong way. Where is that? That is...
That's 130R.
Just after 130R, so just before the chicane. I don't know if maybe he's got a technical issue. Taking him quite a long time to get moving, but it looks like whatever the problem was, he's managed to...
I'd say he was changing his underwear after that spin.
Yeah, but very, very delicately coming back on track. But doesn't jump into the pits. So whatever problem he had. Oh yes, so now he is coming in. So yeah, but potentially something a little bit more severe there for Yannick. So we'll hope that the Astro Racing team.
So just so you know, the race leader's in the pits as well there. Metropolis in the pits. So Ezzy is now gone into the lead. So I think Metropolis though. Yep.
We've just got a replay of what happened to Yannick.
It's going along nicely there.
Yeah. So it's just come out of Spoon onto then the back straight.
Does he have a bit of damage on that Mercedes as well? The bonnet looks a little bit like he has a bit of damage as well.
Does look a little skewed, so yeah, it might be having some downforce issues already. As that the back end just lets go.
He'll need new underwear after that.
Yeah, no, not too sure who he tagged there, but definitely getting proper spun round. And
I think that was the race leader that was involved with us.
That might explain why Metropolis pitted out of sequence as well. So, then dangerous corner to have a mistake in.
Well, that's racing. That's all part of it, and you gotta take the good and the bad as it comes. And I'm sure these guys will. As frustrating as it is when it happens, you just you have to. If you let that get over you, you're just going to overdrive the car and cause more issues for yourself. You just need to calm yourself down and get back into it. And looking here with I can't say half these names here. I'm Irish, I can't be doing this stuff.
So I will admit, some of these names are a bit difficult, but Tim Nybor, I've raced with Tim and commentated on the GT4s that Tim did very, very well in this season. Behind the wheel of that Team Rocket Scuderia.
Oh, that is absolutely sickening, isn't it? There's nothing he could have done. Luckily, he was able to keep going like the Tiffy there. Oh, that's huge damage.
Yeah, that's painful, and you can see struggling to keep that car in a straight line. So difficult to try and control a car with that much damage. Thankfully, he was close enough to the pits that he didn't have that far to go. But yeah, definitely a tough one.
Definitely, someone's ticked off the Christmas card list after that one anyway. And on here now, it looks like I'm just going to call him LG for the crack, because I'm not going to get all these names right. So LG, doing a great job there coming up to Doma. And then Johnson is sitting a little, probably 10 seconds behind, so that's a back marker in the background. So these two having a nice little ding dong for, it looks like, then 11th and 12th, and then they are literally 10 seconds away. So yeah, I suppose they're having their own little battle for now. Like, they're kind of in the middle of nowhere, but at least they have each other to race. So it keeps it quite interesting. It keeps you a little bit more focused than if you're sitting kind of by yourself 10 seconds away from anyone at all. So,
Yeah.
And different lines there as well. Quite creative.
It's interesting, and I have noticed quite a number of drivers taking a slightly different line through the S's. I think it's one of those sections where there isn't a right or wrong. I think it might, a lot of it might be down to your particular driving style as to which quicker for you. But yeah, then these two cars, and it's good to have a battle to concentrate on with endurance racing. Very, very easy to just get almost tunnel vision if you haven't got another car to concentrate on, and that's when mistakes can happen.
So the LG is absolutely pushing that Beamer along now.
It definitely is keeping all of the pressure on Duma there, and if he stays then this close coming out of Spoon, could very well get into a very, very nice slipstream leading up to 130R. I think he's a little bit too far back at this point.
I'm never pronouncing that name. I'll let you take that one.
Giaconopoulos. Unfortunately, Greek Freaks Racing. Now with a stop-go 30 as well. So they've obviously been in, have had a driver swap, and now hit with a stop-go 30. So unfortunately, I do believe that is going to be then the lead of the race gone. And they're going to have quite a bit of work cut out to try and make up that time. Pit lane here, as I was saying at the top of the broadcast, is quite long. Adding another stationary 30 seconds on top of that, quite painful.
Absolutely. And in fairness, Liesi has actually still the fastest lap of a 2-minute point 04. On the last lap, he was actually 2/10 slower than Simone behind him. I'm not going to say the second name. So Simone is only, 2/10 or 10th and a bit faster last lap, but it's definitely pacing faster here and putting the pressure on Liesi. Both of them there are on the same stint time as well, so they've been bumping in the same car, or the car is the same amount of time as well, so evenly matched with fuel, I'm assuming, and fairly evenly matched on tyres. I wonder which of them cars is running on better setups and actually being more kind to the tyres. That would be quite interesting to see, because obviously at the minute Simone is definitely running faster, whether then or they're both Simones actually, so they don't know who I'm talking about here, sorry. So Rabaetti has the way he shows the front of that car going around that long corner there scares me.
Yeah, I definitely would not want to come anywhere off the traditional racing line through Spoon. So difficult. I should say so easy to get it wrong coming out of there. And Spoon is one of those corners that if you do get it wrong, it can end up biting very, very painfully. With that wall on the inside, it looks like it's quite a ways away from the track, but it comes up quick if you get the back end wrong coming out of there.
Yeah, and the gap for the lead is only down to a second now, guys, as well. And this is after 3 hours of racing, or 2 hours of the restart as well. So literally only a second between them.
Yeah, really, really great to see that after considerable amount of time, we've still got then these tight battles and up and down the track, having such a close battle for P1. Now that team Greek Freaks have had some slight issues in this part of the race, giving Racing Point then the lead. Great to see that then there is some tight battles there as well. Got a bit of a gap down to P3.
Happy with the back markers are going to be playing here now with this battle for the lead, as he's coming right onto him. There's two of them up ahead. how much time is he going to lose, or can he get past him quite easy? At the minute, he's going to lose a little bit of time there, having to brake maybe a bit earlier than he needed to. And as we're looking at that, then just slightly back from them, it looks like Thomas Jack going for a move there, or defending a move.
Yeah, so by back marker staying, giving up then the position quite easily, but unfortunately because of the where he was, he has now come out in between these two. So that does mean that P2 has now got a bit of work ahead of him.
Absolutely. I'm not actually just looking back there at Ben Smith and McConnell and Thomas Jack, right? So Nard Cox was with them maybe about 10 laps ago or so. He's pulled 15.7 seconds clear already.
Yeah, that is laying down some fantastic lap times from Nard Cox. He's lapping in the 201s, whereas Smith last lap was a 203, so considerable difference. So I'm not surprised that he's been able to gap that much already.
Essentially, Cox is actually lapping as fast as the leaders. So that's going to show the pace, but also looking there as well, Thomas Jack last lap, a 2 minute and 1 second, or 2 minute 1.482. So actually last lap it looked like he was the fastest on the track. So, these midfielders as well are starting to really push up the pace. I know with the lead though, they are fighting along as well. So while they're running both 201.9s, yeah, the guys in the kind of fresher air are able to pull in a bit more time. Now whether that's going to play dividend later on in the race, we're yet to see. Obviously, we still have 21 hours to go.
Yeah. I mean, Reece Spence Robb sitting there in third place. He's just as I was about to start my sentence, which was going to be about him having to find some lap time, or else he's going to end up under pressure. He's now also pulled out a 2015. So preempting what I was about to say, and Reece Spence Robb, definitely making sure that gap doesn't get too close, and he ends up sitting in that very, very comfortable third position. Nice gaps in front and behind.
It's kind of no man's land from where he can just focus on his own race, which is great, because he's not overdriving to defend or attack. He's just doing his own thing, and if he's comfortably staying in those 2 minute and 2 minute 1.5s, that's amazing, to be honest with you. So he's lapping last lap. Thomas Jack was actually faster, getting a 2 minute and 1.4. Now looking at the stints as well, I just want to have a quick nose at them. Like, there's no one really due a pit stop soon other than Austin Carpenter. Everyone else is kind of still either 50 minutes or less. Austin Carpenter is running now about an hour and 4 minutes nearly.
Yeah, so we're going to start seeing, a flurry of pit stops happening in the near future. But that damaged Mercedes of the Greek freaks, running with quite a bit of damage. That is going to be causing a lot of downforce issues. He's going to be losing a lot of time. I'm surprised they haven't opted to take the pit stop to get that fixed. But Giannakopoulos.
I love when you're saying that.
I'll give it a go. I do sincerely apologize, George. But with the amount of damage that car is carrying, doing an amazing job keeping the car on the straight and narrow, and not causing any more collisions. So definitely hoping, I think, to try and eke it out to the next planned pit stop.
Well, that's going to be quite a while. They're only 7 minutes out there.
Great.
Yeah. Well, he's only 7 minutes out there, so obviously, yeah, whatever happened on track there not too long ago. But I've also a little interesting thing for the guys who are watching that it's not up on the screen. If you want, I'm going to go through positions gained through the field if you'd like, just to give the guys kind of a feel of how they are at the minute. So in first position, Simone Leslie is actually, they've started first and stayed in first. Simone Rabati, it started second, is still in second, but Rob, as you were saying there, who's running in third, is up one position. They started originally in fourth. Nard Cox is up 4 positions, originally started in 8. Thomas Jack started in 5th and still is in 5th. Ben Smith started 6th and still in 6th. Ben McConnell started 16th, up into 7th, up 9 positions.
Wow.
Aaron Van Doren started 14th, up 6 positions. And 9th then, Michelle Pedrimo, I can't say that name quite right, was in 13th, and now in 9th, so that's up 4 positions. Then Nelson Abranoza is from 12th up into 10th, so that's up 2 positions. Mohamed El Guyari is from 17th up into 11th, so that's up 6 positions. Milan Dome is up 6 positions as well. Chris Johnson up 6. Tim Crowell up 7. But Alex Crawford, wait to hear this, started 29th, up in 15th, up 14 positions. Absolutely phenomenal stuff there. Now Franz van der Leiden is down 1 position in 16th, started 15th. Niels Engelhardt is down 6 positions in 17th position. Austin Carpenter is up 5 positions. Tim Nijebar is up 5 positions. John Bart started 20th, stays 20th at present. Then we've 1 position up then for is a Cross. Then down 12 positions is Shaw. Tillander is down 14 positions, so you're starting to see some of these guys that have really had the tough race now in the lower end of the grid. Then you've got Dennis van Verhaven up 2 positions, Renard's up 2 positions, Kaiser's up 5 positions, but that Guyana Canalapolis is down 24 positions. They were actually started 3rd, so that's a huge drop for them there. And then behind that, the biggest loser, there's no point going through every single one as I'm not going through a lot, but More Than Detty is down 27 positions. That's a tough one, but there still is 20 odd hours.
There is, yeah. But just mentioning the team Greek Freaks, where we were saying that car's still looking very, very badly damaged. Lulu's come up into chat saying that it is down to a visual bug, and the car has actually been fixed. Okay. Which probably explains why he's able to keep it in such a straight line for the car looking so bad. It's a glitch.
That's fair. But yeah, the great stuff. Engelhardt here is doing a great job as well, keeping the pressure on. And it looks like they're going to have a better drive out of the corner. Whether they can turn that into anything through 130 or we're going to find out.
Don't think he's going to be quite close enough and be a dive and a half if he does go for it. But yeah, just a little bit too far back. Might be able to get something into the braking zone. But no.
Much nicer line.
Yeah, probably looking ahead into the braking zone into turn 1. If he can keep in the slipstream, might have a go. But you can see then the Aston Martin just drifting out into the center of the track to defend that line, and stay
the 8 versus flat 6. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, to be honest with you, I just can't believe just how well everyone's doing here. And now it's a lovely optimum track with beautiful conditions at 30 degrees at 4:21 p.m. race time. This track eventually, I'd say by about 6-7 p.m. will start dropping down in temperature as well. So you will see then obviously the guys in the pits when they're changing over might have to throw a few extra PSIs into the tyres just to keep the optimum temperatures in them.
And then the great thing that I really, really love to see with endurance racing, you do get a lot of attrition, a lot of teams dropping out. We still have 35 cars circulating out of 36 that were registered. So really, really fantastic to see so many cars still out on track and racing. So lots and lots for us to watch over the coming hours.
So the Engelhardt is trying everything. I can see the different lines he's trying to take, trying to show a little dummy here or there, trying to get a move done, but just at the minute, have to say Van der Linde is doing a great job there. Keep them behind, to be fair about it. Any other gaps on the track? I'm just going to have a quick look. Is there any other close stuff at the minute? Not really. These seem to be the closest battle on the track. As I say that, Renard's gone into the pits, by the way. So that's the first of the second stops now for some of these, or third stops, because of the rain into the dry as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so then this is definitely then the closest current battle on track, but we do have this battle between Luke Shaw and Jan Barth for P20.
We seen Shaw earlier on overtaking wasn't it Smith?
Yeah,
And the guys.
unlapping himself and earlier on finding some pace. So they're definitely putting the pressure on Jan there for trying to get back up into P20.
There's great stuff here, and it's great having both different angles as well. We're looking at two different battles at once, which to me is always fun.
Yeah, it gives you the issue there. Where do you look? Obviously,
Everywhere.
Dude, give you a headache trying to do that.
That's great. You have to keep up where the gaps are. That's why I'm a big fan of being at the closest to the race, and regardless of if it's at the back or the front, it deserves to be shown because the guys are racing their hearts out there regardless.
It is, yeah, and from somebody who's relatively new to sim racing, anyone in YouTube land that's watching this that is also new to racing. Racing close with other cars is I think the most difficult part of sim racing. You can quite easily find lap time. You can quite easily get quicker. But the only way you can learn to drive around other cars is to be in close battles and, just learn learn from mistakes, just figuring out how to best drive around other cars is such a difficult skill to learn, and I think it's fantastic and amazing to watch how close some of these drivers can stay with each other for such an extended period of time. When we were seeing that battle with Ben McConnell, that just lap after lap after lap being in close proximity with another car and not coming into contact, and it's definitely a skill that is learned, and I'm just always in awe of these drivers who can be in such close proximity for extended periods of time and keeping it clean.
Exactly what's happening here with Engelhardt and Vanderlyn. Literally, it's been quite a few laps now, and the gap has stayed within about 2 to 3 tenths of a second. I think the furthest it went to was about 0.4, 0.5, not for too long though. But as I say, that has dropped again down to about that, I'd say, but it looks a bit with my eye. But let's see how they do. The Porsche does seem to have quite a lot of pace in the first two sectors, but that V8 and the Aston Martin in the drag race versus the flat six of the Porsche just seems to win every single time. The Porsche doesn't have an answer on a straight line.
Yeah, and I've just seen in YouTube chat, Sander Vale from Model Lever Racing has just come on saying that Bas Van Millis has broken his brake pedal. So unfortunately lost quite a bit of time and a number of places. So Model 11 going to be scrambling, and I think potentially either trying to find a temporary fix for Bas's pedal so that he can continue with any of the rest of the stints. I know Bas was planning on doing a lot of the nighttime stints for Mode 11. So some potential chaos happening in the Mode 11 camp of hopefully getting that situation under control, and if not, rejiggling everyone's stints to make up for the potential if Bas isn't able to get that fixed. So yeah, interesting things coming out of the Mode 11 team.
Absolutely, and just if anyone missed it there, McConnell had pitted, and that's why he is now running down the grid a little bit there. But look, down a 40th position with hopefully fresh tyres, nice full tank of fuel, can do some wonderful things from P14 with other guys ahead ready to get into the pits. Fastest lap at the minute, or the best lap at the minute in distance, Simone Alesi there, still with a 2 minute and 1 second .587. That's their best lap time at the minute, not the overall best lap time of the track though. Looking how close this is getting here to two BMWs. I don't think it's going to go into 130R, but have a look at the last chicane. There might be a little bit of a dive. Riding quite a lot of speed through there, but such evenly cars matched on the braking. I don't know. Must be in the back marker on the way through he goes, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and I thought the gap between P1 and P2 was up at a few seconds, but Leslie, starting to make their way through quite a bit of traffic, and doing a good job. And it's as a quick driver on the grid, it's got to be challenging when you come up to back markers. You obviously want them to get out of the way as quickly as possible, but you've also got to remember these back markers are racing their own race. They're potentially in battles and as well. So they got to give them a little bit of leniency, and this coming from someone who is always a back marker.
Well, you've got to start somewhere.
You do have to start somewhere, and as a back marker, and knowing someone, knowing that you're going to be a back marker quite often, learning the skill of getting out of the way of faster drivers without losing time yourself. Another interesting skill that you've got to learn when you're just coming into sim racing. It can be a bit stressful because you've got these quick guys barreling down on the back of you. You just want to try and get out of the way, but don't be afraid to do it at your own pace and do it safely, because you don't want to end your race in exchange for saving someone else's. So
absolutely not, but
driver training for the day.
What I was going to say though, look, the experienced drivers are going to obviously help anyone new, any community, like the community we're in as well. We actually do like we're called Evolution Racing Academy, so we just progress new drivers that come in, and it's the same with the likes of SimSport and everyone else out there. You bring in the new talent, but you help them, you nurture them. If you don't do that, you're going to scare them away after one race, and they'll be afraid to race. So anyone who's coming across this stream, whether you're watching through Twitch, YouTube, wherever it is, if you're looking to get into sim racing, there's loads of great communities out there, and it's a matter of going into one, and you'll get advice. You will end up being slower, you're going to spin, you're going to have an accident until you learn the car. My biggest advice, and from what I've learned, is pick a car, stick to it, learn it. And I've learned that now from dealing with the guys that I do in our leagues. But what I will say is this as well: if someone does come behind you and is faster, by all means race them, but just don't do silly things. Obviously, you're going to gain that experience, and it's good to feel that pressure as well, because that's going to pay dividend to you in the likes of these endurance races, where you're going to have people coming at you all the time. And even in an hour race, while it doesn't seem like a long time an hour, when you're behind the wheel for an hour, and especially around a track like Suzuka, it's very physical, it's very technical. So all these drivers will be feeling a bit of fatigue later on in the evening as they're racing around here. So look, relish the moment, relish racing. The main thing is to keep it fun. Make sure you enjoy it, because if you get too competitive and take the fun out of it, you're going to lose the love for it. So just remember fun.
Yeah, and I completely agree with everything you've just said. It's really, really important to find a supportive community that can help you develop as a driver. When we've all been there, that when we've had a couple of bad races and you start to fall out of love with racing, don't be afraid to take a break away from your rig for a while, and watch some great racing, just chat to other racers and learn about what your potential mistakes were, but don't force it if you're not feeling it, because that's when you're gonna make those mistakes, make things worse for yourself. There's nothing wrong with taking a break. I've taken a break for pretty much on all of the spring and summer season, just to fall back in love with racing again. But finding a community that's supportive. Really, really, really
It's
important.
been there for Nate, sorry, as well, while we're looking at that in the Honda NSX, trying to get back going there. I can't see what happened. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that now in a minute from the guys in the broadcast team. Back to the action track, there's a drive-through there for Crawford, by the way. 15-second penalty for Cross. I'm sure we'll see in a while pop up whether that was down to live shooting or not. Looking there as well. So Crawford is in the pit serving the drive-through penalty at the minute. Just looking on the delta that we have up there on screen there, guys. Quite spread out. A few guys have had a tough one. So S. Allen's minus 10 laps. Mortadani down 4 laps. Obviously might have had heavy damage, and obviously brake pedal issues and stuff like that have affected a lot of these drivers. But then again, endurance racing, anything can happen. How you doing? Replay. So here we go on the NSX. So going around, coming out of the S's up to date. Oh, that car, that always happens. You're one way there, you're dead.
Yeah, and just catching then the back wheel there, just then a little bit too far, but doing then the right thing, even though he's in quite a dangerous place on track, and held his brakes. Means that you're going to be predictable. You're not moving around and people trying to guess what on earth you're going to try and do. So yeah, good job from Narda there. Keeping his brakes held, and just biding his time to find a safe place to rejoin. As I'm just looking down at Alex Crawford in P18, that drive-through penalty, he's now got a stop-go 30, so I'm wondering if, when serving that drive-through, he ended up speeding in the pit lane and has gotten a game-issued stop-go 30. I'll wait until I hear confirmation as to if that's exactly what has happened, but
I'm getting flashbacks that happened to me.
Yeah, it's painful. So and unfortunately, Alex having a bit of a trying stint in there, that car there.
So the Engelhardt though is having a great one here with Vanderlyn as well. These two guys are really at that Porsche, though. Still has not found a way, but he was quite close here to the Aston. I don't know, he's not going to be able to drag race. He's going to have to stay in that tow. Look at the Aston pulling away there. That's the difference with V8 Grunt versus the flat 6. Well, the Porsche is the better chassis by the looks of it. Just doesn't have the gun to go with it. And he's definitely better brakes than the Porsche as well, but with the Aston ahead, he has to get back on then, and it's putting him off position and kind of holding him back a little bit. So these two are going to keep fighting. I can't see the move being done, because at the minute Vanderlyn seems quite comfortable in the Aston. He's not overdriving it by the look of the lines that he's taking, racing his own race, placing the car where he needs to be. So it's Engelhardt really has to find a creative way to get by and force an error if he can.
Yeah, I mean, then this I think is the sign of a very, very good, competent racing driver in Van der Linden, that he's comfortable enough to just maintain his lines, knowing that by taking the proper racing line, he's making it difficult for Engelhardt to make then the pass. But it just takes such fortitude to be able to just concentrate on your own race, and not reacting to what the car behind is doing, as we see Alex Crawford serve his stop-go 30, and thankfully has navigated pit lane with no further penalties, and is now back out, unfortunately down in P23, but still got 20 hours left, and no doubt the rest of that team are going to be looking at ways to try and get some of those positions back.
Absolutely, looking there as well. So the K's are having a great little ding dong getting in the way now. I think getting involved with the guys that are trying to get through by the looks of it, as he's not fighting that Lexus. Looking though as well, Milan Duma is getting quite close to El Guerra, I think it is, up ahead as well for P9 and P10. They're getting quite close together, and that could be a nice little battle developing soon enough there as well. And even this battle here, as we're actually on with that now, thankfully, we get to see Duma and Guerra go for here. Is Duma going to get the job done, though? Oh, very close there.
Yeah, that situation with the back marker, we're working out in Duma's favour, is able to catch El Guerri quite quickly going into that hairpin. Just going to have to keep close coming out of Spoon, try and get the nice slipstream, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move into 130R. But as long as he stays nice and close, then he may have an opportunity coming into Sector 1.
Beamer's a lot better on the brakes there.
Yeah, I know from experience, and I drive then the BMW. It tends to really like minimal brake bias, so that does help in pulling up that big old beast quite quickly. Does mean that you can be quite brave and quite late on the brakes if you do run the really low bias compared to the Aston, but yeah. Milan Duma definitely got his work cut out for him to try and get past that Aston.
Yeah, he's definitely a lot faster through this sector. He's literally pushing the Aston along. If he keeps doing what he's doing like that and staying that close, he will cause an error eventually.
Yeah, and sometimes that's the best way to get a position is not go for the dives, but just keep the constant pressure. And the driver in front then quite often will end up making a mistake just from the strain of being constantly under pressure. So we come back to this battle with Ben McConnell and Ben Smith. You know, these two have been fighting quite a lot in this race, and they come back together again. And yeah, Smith having his work to cut out for him all over again with Ben McConnell. I don't know if Ben's going to be quite so generous this time round, but we'll see.
He definitely seems to be quite pacey. The Porsche, it's definitely a car that's suited to this track. Doesn't have the top end grunt, but because this track is so technical, it does seem to be slightly faster overall in lap time. At the minute though as well, you know, that McLaren though in this sector 3 here will be so much faster because it can carry much better speed through the corners. It's a chassis that's not suited to slow twisty corners, it's more suited to the mid to fast corners, so it's definitely doing a great job there. Ideally where it can do. We will see the Porsche getting quite close to him again though into sector 1, as it looks like we have El Guerra in the pits. That's after freeing up Johansson there and Duma. It's a bit of a train here now. So is that's for position ahead as well, so this is becoming quite an interesting chain while Smith is looking to get by McConnell. He's now seen Kroll and Johansson there as well. And these two guys are obviously, at this stage of the race, quite faster. So after coming right on top of these guys. They're back markers, are they?
I was just thinking.
Time delta is off.
I do think that these two cars in front are battling for position, but I don't think they're battling with McConnell and Smith for position. So they may be in their own little battle further down than the grid, but that is going to make things quite challenging for McConnell and Smith.
They are fighting for position. This is all for position and track. Because it looks like McConnell's only now a second off Kroll, if that's correct. Wow. So it was, I think, the car, that Mercedes, was a back marker, but Kroll was just ahead. But with that back marker there, it does look like then Kroll has lost a bit of time to Johansson as well, and Kroll's coming back into McConnell and Smith's lurches slowly but surely.
Yeah, And then I've just seen an El Guerri, after serving in his pit stop, has also gotten a stop go 30, potentially for speeding in the pit lane. So I'm wondering if possibly the pit lane brake board, I'm wondering if that has been taken out, which is why when we're starting to see a lot of pit lane stop go 30s for speeding, if that board has been taken out, quite possible that that pit lane speed limit coming up a lot quicker than drivers anticipate. I'm wondering if that's what's happened.
Maybe so, but Landry there running slightly wide now, and it's definitely compromised him in his little battle here with I can't say that name, Venhoven.
Yep, I would go with that.
Should we give it a go, Dennis? Good man, Dennis the Menace, I'll call you.
Yeah, then a little bit of fun of flashing the lights from Landry there, just to try and put Van Hoven off. I think, from me personally, it takes a little bit more than just flashing of the lights. A lot of drivers do find it a bit annoying, but
why do we go away from that? These guys are absolutely having a ding-dong battle. Get back to that. Look at this. Literally, these three are racing for position now. This is 10th, 11th and 12th, and there's about a second and maybe a little bit more than a second between them. This is great stuff here. That Lexus is going to be feeling that pressure from that McLaren now in this part of the track, but the Porsche is sticking there to McConnell as well. So Smith is definitely feeling. Look at just how quick they're pulling on the Lexus there. That Lexus is a sitting duck.
I'm wondering if that Lexus is possibly carrying damage.
I don't know, but McConnell has ideally... the Lexus is pulling back ahead. But McConnell will have to get him under braking here. The McConnell's after being compromised.
Yeah, but McConnell's got to be careful because Smith is right on the back of him as well, and it's... McConnell's found himself in this position a number of times in this race. Was that the Lexus peeled off into the pits? It has, so that has freed up McConnell. But obviously he still has Smith right hot on his heels.
I think he done the right thing by pitting there now, because he was going to just lose too much time battling these guys. And actually, speaking of pits, so McConnell is out 18 minutes, Ben Smith's out 40 minutes, so Smith has slightly fresher tyres for a few laps. That's going to play dividend, but Simone Robetti, who was in the lead, has pitted, by the way, just, up front. They'll keep an eye on all that, as well as looks like Verhoeven's in the pits as well. Interesting stuff. So it looks like now Cox is after getting by. How far more will Robetti? I don't know how it's a Robetti, I'm going to assume it is. How far more will they drop down the field? Looks like they're re-entering there now in 5th place. That's not too bad.
Yeah, so then that's been a good stop for Robetti. You are keeping an eye on the stint times. How much time does Leslie have before he has to come in for his pit stop?
So he's on 1 hour and 9 minutes now, so I would assume it has to be next lap or the lap after max. I'd say there's not much fuel left in that car at this stage. I see, it depends. Some of these cars have nice big tanks there. And he's in a BMW, so there's probably, 120 litres in that?
Yep, 120 is then the max tank in the BMW. So probably not that much.
He's in the pits as we say it.
Yeah, so not too many laps between Robetti pitting and Leslie, so probably not enough for the undercut, but it'd be interesting to see how that gap between the two of them pans out when everyone gets back onto track and all of the pit stops shake out.
Absolutely. Looking at Nelson here is literally pushing Perdomo along. Some of these names are mad. I'm a country lad from Ireland. I'm not used to these luxurious names.
Yeah, I tried to do a little bit of name pronunciation practice before I jumped on, but so some of them are quite quite challenging.
Very challenging.
But hey, it keeps us on our toes. It gives
Absolutely.
us something to work at.
Absolutely. Ben Smith is only 0.1 of a second and gets the job done on McConnell by the looks of it. So we've missed that. Can we get a replay of that on screen, guys? And also with that then, Thomas Jackno up into third, Cox is into second, and Reese Spence, or Rob, is in fourth place at the minute.
Yeah, so just looking down then the order, Rabati has kept that first place, but Zampridi only 0.2 of a second behind. So no doubt that battle is going to continue for quite a while yet. So I fully expect that stint after stint, Racing Point and the 62 car are going to be quite close throughout this race.
So yeah, I was thinking Zambridi was quite a bit more than a bit of a second off. He's 8 seconds off there. That's what I was looking at, the deltas being updated there.
Right, okay.
That's just the joys of a set of course and their time, and it's not fully live. It's delta to delta, I think it is.
Yeah, so it's as cars cross over each sector sector marker, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. And Nelson's gone into the pits there now. So Nelson's given up on that stint. Well, not given up on that stint, but gets the stint done and dusted with. So the leader, Reece Spence, now has gone into the pits as well. So it's definitely evolving more and more as the race keeps continuing. There's like little minute overtakes that I didn't foresee happening out the minute, to be quite honest about it. Looking here though, everyone's just jumping in. It's quite a busy pit lane at present.
It is, yes, and I'm wondering if it's because people might have had a look at the weather. Those of you who've been doing a rain dance, it's paid off. We have rain scheduled for 30 minutes and very heavy rain as well. So this could be quite interesting. Could throw a cat amongst the pigeons in the next half hour or so.
Absolutely, and for everyone who's rain danced, which we love you for, don't forget, drop on now into Against Cancer's link. If you can afford to give anything, no matter what you can give, please do. It goes to a great cause. And don't forget, we still have those auctions still going along there. A GT3 Mercedes steering wheel, there's a Porsche Cup tyre, there's the 3D tracks to be printed, there's loads of stuff up there. Get involved and you might get yourself not only a really cool piece of motorsport memorabilia or the tracks as well, you're also doing it for a great cause. So don't forget, that's what we're doing this for as well, guys. Enjoy the race and enjoy the madness and enjoy Sam schooling me in commentary here as well. And that's all part of it. It's all fun of it. So don't forget to drop a little donation if you can afford it, guys.
Yeah, I've had my eye on those 3D printed tracks.
Same. I'm literally waiting to the last minute. I put
in. Oh, what's the bid sitting at the minute for those? €40. Oh, that's a bargain, absolute bargain. Because I think you get a set of 5 of them, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, that's brilliant. I mean, you can quite easily spend €40 just getting one. So that is an absolute bargain.
Yeah, I've heard that. Now, there's a random Ferrari badge, so I'm hoping there's no Ferrari somewhere without a badge. That'd be hilarious. But the racing gloves, there's quite nice racing gloves there as well. The Porsche Cup tyre, the Uncharted game there as well. Look, there's loads of great stuff. Pop on. I'm sure the links there will be there. I'm going to share them obviously in the Twitch stream as well. And get on, support it, guys. At the end of the day, the money goes to a great cause, and that's really what it's all about. And that's the great thing about sim racing. While it's a virtual thing and everyone's mad sitting at home sweating away in this virtual world, it is really great physics here, but it means something to the drivers. It's competition. While it mightn't be a real race car on a real circuit, it is, as close as most normal people will ever get to it. No one's going to afford these cars at a normal wage. And like the sim race community, we're all brought together by the mad passion which is motorsport. Yeah. And it's great to see it, and that's why, especially in a set of course, you know, you see all the different communities coming together for a great cause like this, and you know, it shows that the teamwork that goes into it, the commitment. But it's, you know, it's pride of their leagues, it's pride of their teams, and it's pride of taking part in something that's doing such a life-changing thing for someone who's going through such a tough time, to be getting the help and the days out and stuff that, you know, Against Cancer does.
Yeah, I mean, and I've got to, 100% mirror what you've just said. The sim racing community at large, it's a fantastic community. I don't know of, many other online spaces in, any of the other types of gaming platforms that has the level of community that sim racing seems to do, that we're able to not only experience and have fun with cars that we just never would in real life, but also being able to come together as a community, regardless of what league you originally raced from, no matter what your skill level is, or anything like that, being able to come together to support such a fantastic cause as the Against Cancer charity. I don't know of very many families that haven't been touched by cancer in some form or another, and charities like this in some cases are the only ways that some of these families can get through what's a very, very challenging and just such a tough time. I think it's amazing that we're able to support charities like this by being able to do something so enjoyable at the same time. It's fantastic.
Absolutely, I can't resonate that as well enough. Looking here though on track at the minute, we're on with third place. He's not feeling too charitable here with the car ahead. He's wanting to Aston to get out of the way and keep going.
Yep, and that Aston has done exactly that very, very nicely, getting out of the way just before coming into then the SS section. Timed that perfectly. Very, very difficult to let cars overtake through this section, so really, really nicely done.
That's absolutely brilliant. Looking here, is Dimitri here as well, or is he just...
Yes, I am.
He's been looking for a while. I've been kind of hoping that he would come in, because I'm in desperate need for a comfort break.
Oh yeah, I'm here, so I can take over. That's no problem. I was just listening to you to go talk about how this community helps each other and is looking out for each other. And at that moment, Bas van Melis, he just posted that his elastomer on the pedal broke. He already mentioned Mode 11 with some pedal issues. So he's actually going to drive the night shifts with what he calls Max Verstappen elastomer. So that's going to be a really, really hard workout for him. But if anybody near the Utrecht area in the Netherlands who has an elastomer about 26 millimeters diameter, he is hoping that somebody can jump in the car, drive to him, and help him out. So if that happens, that would be the ultimate example of what you two were just talking about.
Well, hopefully it does, and fingers crossed. Unfortunately, I'm in Ireland, so it'll take a little while to drive over there.
That's going to be a tough one, yeah.
But no, honestly, great racing so far, mate. And as you're looking on screen here, it's Sven Mackenberg just tipping along there in that Porsche under a bit of pressure from Landry behind. I was calling him, sorry. But honestly, there's been some phenomenal racing so far, and it's getting close to rain again. So there's been 2 damp stints so far, but it looks like there's going to be heavy rain coming in about 30 minutes or so. So at the minute, I think they need to make total use of this optimum track on these dry tyres, because it might be maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours of rain or more.
Yeah, and this could be an opportunity for a couple of teams as well who ran out of sync due to issues, whether on track or in real life. This might be an opportunity to gain some valuable time back. If you're out of sync and you just get lucky that you're going into the pit window in about 20-30 minutes, that could be your opportunity to gain some places back.
Absolutely. But honestly, some of the racecraft here has been phenomenal. The placement of the cars, the imagination of some of them kind of taking different lines to try and put the pressure on has just been absolutely brilliant to see. At the minute, it's calmed down a bit. I have to say, Smith was giving us a great little show with McConnell as well. That seems to have kind of spaced out now to nearly 2 seconds. But it does look like, looking there now, there was a gap there a second ago, but it's obviously gone that I was looking at, so never mind what I'm saying.
That's always, you see something and then you look away for a tiny bit, and you come back, and it's like, where did that go? I was looking at Peter Vanier, P17, but also at Landry. They are both in the fight. Is Peter Vanier now in Klaas Wester right in front of him? Klaas is one of the typical Ferrari drivers. He always drives a Ferrari, so that's one of the reasons they, I guess they went for a Ferrari livery, even though they're driving a Porsche.
Well, the Porsche seems to be very well suited to this track, so it's not been a bad choice so far. It does seem to be quite pacey, and as I'm saying that though, that Aston Martin though in the straight line seems to have some grunt in it.
Yeah, it was a great exit from Spoon by Peter Vanier, and
he keeps it on though.
He keeps it on, and that should be the move done.
But we know how fast this Porsche is though through Sector 1 and Sector 2. It does seem to be quite weak in Sector 3 and the start of Sector 1 though, with the long straights, and that's where that flat 6 engine, I don't know whether there's a massive difference in the power ratings of these cars in the game or not, but you can definitely see there's a difference in torque anyway.
Yeah, definitely. And now it's up to Peter. He has quite a big gap to Landry of 18 seconds, but he's getting close to that top 15.
It's an endurance race. If you can niggle out of that over the hour and the next teammate jumps in and does the same, you know, we still have 20 hours to go. We're only literally essentially 4 hours in, but with the restart 3 hours into this part of the race. 20 hours to go. You can niggle away at kind of anyone who's like 20-30 seconds ahead. You have a few stints to get it done.
Yeah, exactly, and they're also not on the same stint schedule. It's Peter Vanier Day. He has just done 4 laps to save a Klaas Wester. He has stopped 5 laps ago. Looking at Landry, he has done 20 laps already. So yeah, they're not in the same sync.
No, not at all. And we're actually on lap 81 now with the top 2, so it's crazy so far. So that's shown there in about 2 hours and 50 minutes. It's 81 laps, so you can imagine by the end of this race we're going to be on quite a few hundred laps.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah. I don't know how they're going to do the night stint when it comes to like 1, 2, 3, 4 a.m. You're going to definitely see fatigue, because it's a very physical track when you're driving, like especially in the first 2 sectors around those S's. You're putting so much steering input as well as you're balancing the throttle and braking and not being too reactive. Like it'll take a lot out of the drivers for the hour or 2 stints that they're doing at a time.
Yeah, exactly. And also the race so far, it has been raining and drying up, and then raining again and drying up again. So if that continues for the next 20 hours, that's going to be tough. And especially in the night, a lot of people, a lot of teams, that there will be 1 or 2 drivers awake, so that you just have to make all the decisions by yourself.
Yeah, I think what's important, if any of the drivers do have somebody that can even just stay in and talk to them and give them information, it kind of helps them. Because if you're by yourself at that lateness, you can kind of get into like a weird kind of a daze, and you mightn't actually be driving optimal, while you have to have someone in your ear every few minutes giving you just a small bit of information. It keeps that concentration there. I think you do lack a bit of concentration in the longer you're racing, especially in the late hours of a night for somebody in the early morning.
Yeah, of course, there's that, and also, you do want to have a backup in case something real life breaks down. You do want someone in voice chat that you can shout at and give them instruction that they should take over. So yeah, I think most people will have a spare driver in voice chat for information, and also just to be sure. It would be a shame if something happens and you would have to just give up because there's no driver available.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking here, at the minute, it's kind of spread out now in the whole field. There's no shorter gap. I think the smallest gap on track is about 1.2 seconds. And then I'm just going to look then at the stints. So I think there's no one really due a pit stop other than Wargers is about an hour and 4 minutes out on track. It depends on how big the fuel tank is. They might get another 5 minutes or so out of it. Another thing which was quite interesting now, I'm going to have a quick look at it again. So it does seem to be the biggest loser is the car number 77, down 27 positions. They started in 7th, down in 27th. I won't go through everyone again because that would take me forever. And the biggest winner by the looks of it so far, there's actually two. You've got car number 33 up 9 positions, as well as car number 169 up by McConnell up 9 positions as well. So it's great to see the differences there of where they started and where they are, and obviously that's going to change a million more times between now and tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it's kind of anything can happen, and we're looking at car number 34 right now. It's the Greek freaks. They were so dominant in the first part of the race. You know, they were really getting out there, creating a gap to P2. And then, you know, I caught it on the stream when you were commentating, and then there was a small spin by somebody else, and you know, before you know it, you have a slight tap, and you are standing still in the pit for like minutes.
Oh, they had that was a huge impact.
Yeah, the impact was huge. It was, in the end, the tap wasn't that big, but it was high speed, and the damage was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, because how are you doing?
I think they also ended up getting either a drive-through or a stop-go 30 as well on top of that. So that's why then they dropped down quite a long way. So
yeah, it was a stop-and-go 30, and it might have been because they already were crossing the line and then decided to enter the pit lane, or it was, as you said, you know, they were just having such a difficult time to control the car and actually get it into the pit lane.
Yeah, when we've been speculating as to whether or not the pit lane brake board is potentially being taken out, because we had quite a flurry of a number of stop-go 30s come all in at once in the last round of pit stops. You know, so cars not quite getting slowed up quick enough for that the pit lane speed limiter. So just wondering if potentially that brake board has accidentally been taken out by one of these cars that is, you know, kind of coming into the pits damaged and trying their best to keep a wounded car under control.
Maybe that's something that one of the drivers who have just done a stint, if they're available, maybe they can join us and we can have a little interview and see if that's indeed what has happened.
But yeah, the roulette of the weather continues. Rain starting in 10 minutes, but looking at that 30-minute forecast, this rain is going to get very, very heavy. So I'm wondering if this is going to be a slightly more extended wet period than we've had previously through the race. So this it could all get shaken up in the next 10-15 minutes or so.
Absolutely. Look, guys, I'm going to let you to go for the next hour. I'll jump back in then at 5 if it is the case you're by yourself, Dimitri. If not, I'll see you at 6. I'll let you get back into this, and I'm going to be watching you as well. So keep us all entertained, guys.
Yeah, that's fine. Come, I will be. I have to drive somewhere tonight between 8 and 9, I think. But I'll let you know. That's all right. Yeah.
No bother at all, bro. Talk to you in about an hour or so, guys.
Yeah, then Dimitri, and I think that is just amazing that you're not only driving in this race but also commentating the race as well. That's commitment.
Yeah, well, I was here for the commentating, and then our team they had like 2 stints where they had some trouble to get it filled up because one of our team members ironically had some brake pedal issues.
There seems to be a lot of that going around.
Yeah, exactly. So he couldn't make it. So I have 2 stints I have to do to make up for that. And well, let's hope it remains with 2 stints, and then Bassamelis, he can do his stints normally, regularly, but just with a bit of a stiffer elastomer, and hopefully his legs will hold up.
Yeah. So do we actually know what happened to Bass's pedal?
Yeah, it was just one of the elastomers in the brake cylinder that broke. He posted a picture on Discord. It's just it's in half basically. So luckily he made it back to the pit. I could hand the car over to Nick. So yeah, just a real life issue that affected him.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame when you're putting in loads of practice for a race like this, only to be brought up short by a technical issue. And I've had it before coming into a race for SSRi GT3's last season. Actually, came into the race at Snetterton. At the end of lap 1, my screen just went completely black because my video cable decided to give up on that particular at that particular point in time. So here I am racing along in what is a very, very tight, twisty track at Snetterton, and I've got no idea where I am, what cars are around me, or anything like that. So thankfully I didn't take anyone out in the process of finding the escape button and just trying to get it get the car off track so that it wasn't a detriment to anyone else. But yeah, these real life technical issues, they can come literally out of nowhere. I was commentating a race a couple of weeks ago for more female racers, and someone's wheelbase, the mount for their wheelbase just cracked in half, and they were just left holding a steering wheel in their hands mid-race.
Yeah. Ouch! Yeah. I've had it once. It was on Imola where we just decided to switch to the desktop, and the game was still running, and I could hear myself. I was entering the first what is it? After you have the start finish line, you have the fast left right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was entering the first part to the left, and then it just went to desktop. So I know keep the steering wheel straight. Don't slightly press the brake pedal for a bit, and then full brake. And I was just hoping that I would just stop the car off track, but before I hit the wall, and I could hear everything, so I could hear the car stop, and then you hear bang, like that's the wall. No. When I switched back to the game, I was stuck in the wall, but luckily everybody managed to avoid me.
Yeah, I mean you just can't predict when any sort of technical failures are going to happen. Unlike the predictability of the weather for this race, this rain looking to get worse. So 10 minutes is when the rain is scheduled to start, and it is scheduled to start at full pelt, and then increasingly getting heavier. So this could be a very, very interesting stint through this race. If people don't have hybrid or wet setups in the cars, it's going to be very, very challenging.
Yeah, I was just messaging Mode 11 team where I have to do the 2 stints as well. That there is rainfall coming. They already noticed it, of course, but because we were just, due to the issue that Buzz had, we were out of sync. So we have just done our pit stop 1 lap ago. Another. So I'm sort of hoping that they noticed it in time, and I'm not sure if it's too early for the wets, but if they're on the wets or on the dry. If it's indeed gonna stay dry for another 10 minutes before it just pours down, it might be a bit too long to go for the wets already.
Yeah, and I think if they did swap to wets now, those wets are going to be bright orange by the time then that rain hits. question of whether they, potentially take out too much. But it's the gamble that you take in endurance racing. And obviously we do get these weather predictions for the next 30 minutes. But if you've only just finished a pit stop, then you're left with that decision for the rest of that stint, or you take the pain and think, okay, maybe doing an extra pit stop within that stint is the lesser of two evils. It's a very, very difficult position to be in, to decide what's the best thing to do in terms of strategy. I guess it's the reason why pro teams just have dozens and dozens of people who do absolutely nothing but calculate strategies.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And I think a couple of weeks ago I did a 2.4 hour, what is it, sprint endurance now, a 2.4 hour race together with Wesley, and it was dry starting, it was wet starting to dry up, and we stuck it on, we just kept it on the wet tires, and all the others went to the dry tires. And it was just a case of, we are also curious what is going to happen with the tires. So they were bright red, they were 39 psi, I believe.
Oh.
But the times were actually pretty okay. They were like 1 or 2 seconds slower than the people who switched to the dry tires at the end.
Yeah.
But for quite a long time, the time difference was minimal, was a couple of tenths.
Yeah.
So that was just a gamble, and it worked out for us. But with 20 hours left, such a gamble is a bit,
Yeah, possibly too much of a gamble to take. But and it really all depends on where your pit stop has happened, based on when then the weather changes. So Yannick Pench looks like he's timed this absolutely perfectly. Comes into the pits as the rain starts. So maybe some frantic changing of settings as he's coming down the pit lane, but that couldn't be any better for them.
That is perfect timing indeed, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of how long dry wet tires can last without being in wet conditions, I do remember seeing a stream from one of the big streamers. I can't remember who it was, whether it was Jardier or Nils Niox, but it was somebody of that level that made a decision to stay out on wets in drying conditions, and they just pushed it just a little bit too far, and they did actually have a tire failure. It's the first time I had ever seen it. They were saying it's the first time that they've ever seen it happen. It kind of took everybody by surprise, but it potentially does happen. So kind of interesting thing to note that you can push these cars too far.
Yeah, meanwhile, I see a great move by Sapodri. I'm looking at, is this for precision? Yeah, it's for the lead, isn't it?
It is, yes. Yeah. So really, really great move. I mean, then this fight has been brewing all race, and an excellent move there. And as we see a sudden flurry of cars coming into then the pit lane to change tires, obviously seeing that this rain is going to be sticking around for a while now. Track's already swapped to greasy, so I think those that are pitting now, definitely the right decision. Definitely,
it's going to increase as well, so it is of no use to stay out for another lap. It's already raining, so you're only going to lose some time. And I'm looking at it, and it's, there are lots of cars coming in right now. Also, the P2 is coming in. And some Pedri being first, he just continued. I'm wondering if that's the correct decision. I'm gonna have a look at it. Their stint, if they just made a swap and already went to the... No, their stint is 14 laps out, so they do have to come in for wet tires as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to sit and think that even if you have just done a pit stop and are only just on your stint, it's just too much of a risk to stay out in in dry tires, as we see Landry coming unstuck and spinning. Probably going to see quite a lot of that as then this rain is coming down quite heavily now. The track has now moved to damp. So yeah, and I think even if you have just pitted and have only just started your stint, it's going to be shorter in the long run to do the extra pit stop, go on to wet tires, or else you're just going to lose too much time trying to eke out a stint on dry tires in these conditions. It's just suicide.
Yeah, absolutely. I noticed the drive-through as well for car number 11, which is the Mode 11, which is also a bit ironic because Dennis Werkman, who is currently driving the car, we call him Dennis Drive-Through Werkman. So yeah,
of course, said with all the love in the world, of course.
Of course, no. It's always something with a bit of a positive joke. But I think you are correct, because I could not see the pit marker board anymore in the pit lane, so that might have caught Dennis out as well.
Yeah. So yeah, without that pit limit marker, you've got to rely on the paint on the road, and depending on how you go about your practice and learning new tracks, you may not even really be aware of exactly where it is. So something that I've learned and from bitter experience, if there's really important break points that you need for really key corners, pit lane entries, things like that, if the marker that you're using is indestructible, find something else as a backup.
Yeah, definitely, because if it is destructible, a good chance it will be gone at some point during the race.
Yeah, definitely. As I'm just seeing Denise Pope, head of Wild Things Racing team, has also got a stop go 30, so that could very well be that poor Denise has inherited a pit lane speeding infringement from whoever she's just taken over the car from. So I think Denise has only just gotten in the car, but sadly it means that she's going to have to serve that stop go 30, and that's just painful.
Yeah, it is indeed. I'm having a look at the battle for the first position indeed, and it was Sam Pedri who did his pit stop one lap later, and he just came out right in front of Rabiti. So they're basically stuck together like they were before the pit stop commenced.
Yeah, it was a bit of a gamble for Sam Pedri to stay out an extra lap, but yeah, it's I think then this is going to be a battle that is going to continue for quite some time. It's been close for a number of stints now, and yeah, the rain combined with it looking like that pit limit board is gone. We're seeing a flurry of stop go 30s happening now that everyone is doing their pit stops. So Simon Wilkes, stop go 30. Mackenberg also has a stop go 30, and Denise Pope yet to serve her stop go 30 as well. So, and I think, and all of these teams have now got to be letting all of their drivers know that that board is missing, and that it's better to be safe than sorry and slow down too soon than too late, because it's quite a painful penalty to take.
Yeah, it is. Which does make me wonder that probably the drive-through for Dennis Werkman, it must have been something with track limits. I know they were on 3 track limits already, so that might have been the track limits. I've been having a look at the YouTube chat as well, and coming back to the broken rubber elastomer of Basmaedis. Mike is advising everybody, don't use lithium grease for lubrication. Use the PTFE dry lubrication, because lithium grease on those elastomers, they will just tear them down basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you very much for the tip, Tim. And Tim's saying that he's running the CSL Elite pedals, so that's where he's learned.
Ooh, what happens? It's car number 34. It is very slow. It looks like he just had a moment in, where is it?
It's just coming
Degner?
out of the hairpin.
Yeah.
And yes, Salvatore Schiatti, this is the other Racing Point car, so obviously he doesn't want to get too involved in getting in the way of that battle for P1, P2 that I think has just passed him.
I'm always coming into the pit, surfing his stop and go 30. And that's gonna hurt him quite a bit by the looks of it.
It is, yeah. I mean, Denise Pope has just finished serving hers, and it's brought her down into P24. So, you know, one of the good things is that, you know, with you know, the part of the race that we're in, there are, you know, quite large gaps forming between the various positions. So these stop-go 30 penalties, painful as they are, they could be worse if cars were bunched together a lot more than they are. So, but it's still, there's still, you know, not an easy pill to swallow. It's still a long time. I believe that pit lane end to end here is a minute, I believe. So, you know, throwing a standstill for 30 seconds in there as well, it's a long time to be out of the race.
Yeah, it is, and even though, you know, if it's spread out a bit, it doesn't hurt your position that much. You're looking at quite a gap right in front of you then that you probably have to make up somewhere. So it can be a bit demotivating. You're standing still, you know, you don't want to let your team down. But also, you know, you lose contact with the car in front of you if you're unlucky. Hopefully, you find yourself another fun battle, so you can still have, you know, this that motivation going to close that gap up a little bit.
Yeah, there's also the impact on tire pressure and tire temperature as well. You're sat in the pits, you're not able to change tires or doing anything with your tires, so then the heat and the pressure is just bleeding out of them while you're sat there. So when you come back onto track, your tires are stone cold.
Yeah. We're looking at quite a nice battle by Hugard and Van der Kraan. That name Hugard, it seems familiar. I think that's the Danish team. Yeah, Casper Hugard. It's a Danish team of 3. They had quite some nice info put on the Discord about how the team was made to be, and how they're actually in 2 places with 3 drivers swapping positions within one sim rig every now and then. So that's a fun way, I think, to do such endurance race and something that, you know, sounds like a plan to organize once with your own team or with a couple of friends. You know, let's see how it is to do an endurance race from one sim rig and have like proper driver swaps, getting out of the sim rig and somebody else getting in.
Yeah, it's got to make it a lot more realistic. You know, having the physical driver changes as well as just then the virtual one. But you know, just looking at the information that that team put up, they were a highly experienced team. Apparently, then these guys have been racing together for 15 years. That's a long time for any sim team to be together. So yeah, very, very, very impressive. And Hogard, who put the team together, has been sim racing for over 15 years. So a highly experienced sim racer behind the wheel of that Aston Martin.
Yeah, he is, and it's showing as well because he was actually quite a bit faster than Matt van der Kraan, but actually the last lap he got held up a bit, so he was doing the same time as the 33 car, the Lexus by Matt van der Kraan.
Yeah, and that level of experience, just showing in that he's not, pushing his position too hard and knowing when to, to just, let then the car in front dictate then the pace and wait for the opportunities to come as opposed to trying to force it and potentially getting into trouble, especially in these conditions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I almost got fooled there because we were looking at car number 118 driven by Cox, and I was thinking, what is he doing in P29? Because he was right on top of that. But I think it's I'm not sure if it's family member, but it's a different Cox. It's Kieran instead of Nard.
Yeah, so we're just riding on board with Denise Pope from Wild Things Racing, trying to make up some of those positions that she lost with her drive-through on the back of Patrick Vance in the 999 Audi.
And it was Patrick Vance going slightly too much to the outside of the corner, but luckily he held it, but it can catch you out over there, and then suddenly the back end steps out. But if you do keep it on track, you can actually get quite a decent acceleration onto the straight.
Yeah, I don't manage that very often. Whenever I end up going too wide there, you invariably end up finding the inside wall on Spoon. That Spoon is a very, very painful corner for me, and that wall can come up very, very quickly. As you can see, it narrows down into the track quite rapidly after the second apex.
It does, yeah. And exiting Spoon, I always get caught out by there's a bit of extra. Well, it's not tarmac; it's that green stuff. So it looks like you can run out quite a bit, but if you do, there's quite a big bump over there. So that's something that I always have to remind myself. Don't drift out too much, because then you will hit that bump and that will unsettle the car like crazy.
Yeah, and it's amazing just how much detail that has gone into the development of this game. Kunos has spent unbelievable amounts of time mapping all of these tracks and every single bump and undulation and drain cover and the different types of curbs that are here, the stepped and serrated and smooth and everything like that. They all behave just like they do in real life. I think it's absolutely amazing the programming work that's gone into developing this game. Just phenomenal.
Yeah, it is. I'm also just noticing that we had a bit of time, 10-15 minutes, where the whole field was spread out a bit, and you were searching for some fights. There were some cars that were close together, and then 10 minutes later we have 3 fights. They're all within a couple of tenths from each other, and then Tom has to make a decision, which one are we going to show.
yeah, good problems to have. In endurance racing, there is very much, going to be periods where, then there's not a lot happening, and now all of a sudden, as you said, we've got multiple battles up and down the field. We're just on board with Peter Vanier at the minute, coming up onto, or just defending from Carpenter behind. Great job by Carpenter. These guys are in an AM team. And taking the fight to a pro car, so absolutely love seeing that different classes can still battle with each other. So really great to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carpenter himself was being pressured by Takura, which is also within a second. And of course, Takura has a 10-second penalty, but that penalty only gets applied when you have your next pit stop. So it's still a proper fight and a battle that's been going on track. We're looking at it's the Wilkes in the Honda. I'm not sure car 74. It's not been in my view for so much. Let's see what they are doing.
No, and I do think that Honda is carrying quite a bit of front end damage just in that last shot. Seeing the headlights kind of flickering a little bit, always an indication of some heavy front end damage. It's going to be affecting downforce and top speed. Definitely something that you don't want in these super wet conditions.
Nah, definitely, yeah. Conceptor is putting the pressure on Hayes Jr. Within 0.2 of a second. And that CBSR car has been doing great from the start, from the get-go. They have been in the top 10 pretty much all the time, and that's good to see. That team is as many really fast drivers, but they have been unlucky quite a lot. So it's good to see that they have a really good streak together right now for the past few hours, and they're P7 battling for P6.
Yeah, and just as looking at Hayes Jr. From R&E ACC Racing, he is probably, I believe, one of the youngest drivers that we have in the field tonight. 14 years old. And this is his first ever endurance race. So, absolutely fantastic to see that when we've got such young drivers coming up into the sport, trying out endurance for the first time. And, looks like he's doing very well, holding his own against a much more experienced driver.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm amazed, how sim racing has really caught up, and there are quite a lot of young drivers who are becoming very fast, or they just jump in and they have this instinct and this feeling for the car, which is really great to see. And
it is, and then, and almost sickening sometimes that you see some of these really quick young drivers. They're not allowed to drive in real life, yet lo and behold, they're leaps and bounds faster than and other people on track that have probably been driving 5, 10, 15 years. So yeah, it's really great to see then these this new breed of sim car racers coming into the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. It just goes to show that you don't need a lot of experience to compete in races like this. And sure, many people have expensive equipment and all the latest and the greatest, because that's always fun to have. And but you don't need it. I was driving with Dimitri de Knuit, who is on our team and who can't drive due to the brake pedal issues. He went back to an old set, which is the most basic that you can get without any load cell or anything. And he's still just as fast as I am with all my fancy equipment. So you don't need really expensive or fancy equipment to be fast. But sure, it adds to immersion. But if it comes, when it comes down to the lap time, it's more about the driver than the equipment.
Yeah, definitely. I remember reading something earlier in one of the other teams. I'm just looking for. Yeah, Team Rocket Scuderia. Dan Lenson has been having problems with his wheel. Apparently it died a few weeks ago, and he's gone back to his original Driving Force GT wheel. So it's like the absolute basic of wheels. And as we've seen when Lenson's been in the car earlier in this race, certainly has not affected his ability whatsoever. So, and even if you don't have a big budget to get into sim racing, it's 9 times out of 10 it's not down to the equipment and how expensive your rig is. It's all down to you and learning with what you've got and just enjoying being out there.
Yeah, exactly. It is. I'm looking at the YouTube chat and I see a mention by Sam that Simon Wilkes apparently had quite a big crash with over a minute of damage. So that's gonna hurt their gonna hurt their spirit and certainly lose them some places as well.
Yeah, just looking, they're now down in P21. So yeah, that has been a painful incident for them, and now showing as being 3 laps down. But it's still 19 and a half hours left to go. Anything can happen in that period of time. Anything can happen in 5 minutes in ACC. So it's something that I always say whenever I'm talking to people thinking about getting into sim racing, and even experienced drivers. No matter what happens, just keep racing, just keep driving. You have no idea what the next 5-10 minutes, 2 hours, 19 hours is going to bring. So have a crash, fine, fix it, shake it off, get back out and just keep lapping.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you heard her, Sam. Just shake it off and keep going. So
Yeah.
Sam was complaining that P4 to P21 is not some places.
No, it isn't. But it could quite easily turn the other way. I've seen it happen before. There was a race I was commentating a couple of weeks ago where somebody had a disconnect on the formation lap, started in pit lane, and ended up winning their class. By continuing to race, not getting discouraged and think, oh, well, sod it, I've had a disconnect, there's no point, throw their toys out and, just not participate.
Absolutely.
You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you have to keep going, and especially in a charity race. And while we've been chatting all along, there have been some great battles on screen as well. So people can enjoy our chat and have some great battles on track. And that's also just keep going, because even if you're at the back of the field, you will still have some great fights in the remaining time. And you'll see where you end up in the end. But just have fun in the meantime. That's the most important thing, and looks like at least down from Dennis Verhoeven and is having fun. He's right on top of the other car, lap after lap.
Yeah, and then the fact that this is a charity race, it is great to see that we still have all 35 cars still circulating. So absolutely fantastic that people are just enjoying the racing, however it comes, wherever you are in the field.
And you can see what pressure can do, because Tucker has been pressuring Carpenter for a couple of laps now, and suddenly Carpenter has to drive through. So in his his urge to keep Tucker behind him, he has pushed it a little bit too far, caught another track limit, and that was just one too many.
Yeah. For those that maybe not familiar with Assetto Corsa, 3 track limits, and you infringe again, and it's an automatic DT, and that is issued by the game. So it's instant, and you have I believe it's 3 laps where you must serve that drive-through. So it's not a case of waiting till your pit stop, like Takur's 10-second penalty that is for an actual incident that he's been involved in. Carpenter will have to serve that drive-through within a certain amount of time, or else he will get very, very severe penalties added on top.
Yeah, exactly. The 10-second penalty is probably a penalty that is applied by the live stewards, and then that one you can just with your next pit stop you will have to stay stationary for a 10-second extra. Drive-throughs, they're by the game, and you have to do them within 3 laps. You're correct. We're looking at Lennox Brown at the moment. I did see another Brown earlier, and Lennox Brown was chasing Dennis Werkman.
And we just jumped back on board with Hayes Jr. Scepter has managed to get that position from Hayes, and I believe we just saw that before we clicked away to the other battle. But Hayes now going to have to try and stay on the back end of Scepter, trying to make sure that gap doesn't expand too much, and just try and keep the pressure on him to try and force Scepter maybe into making a mistake and getting that position back. But close battle there for P6 and 7.
Yes, indeed. Have a look at Dennis Werkman in the I don't know what it's called, but it reminds me of a Safari car.
Zebra print, love it.
Zebra print, that's it. Yeah, and it's such a great design again by DMA. Have a look at what they produce as well.
Yeah, the DMA, they produce some absolutely fantastic liveries. Really, really great work that they do. They've done my ambassador livery. I believe they do all of the SSRi team liveries and as well. So definitely check them out. I believe they're definitely one of the sponsors for this race. So you'll see their name coming up in the sponsor logos down in the bottom corner. And definitely go and check out their work.
I'm not sure if this one is one of DMA as well, but Glassbuster is driving the Porsche Ferrari. He's being chased by Castañeda, 1.4 seconds. They're on P15. I'm gonna have a look where they started, because I believe they started about that position as well, so they're having quite some stable race then, if that's correct. Let me check.
Yeah, I mean, when I was reading through the entry list then this morning when I was doing my commentary prep, I definitely took a second glance and at this, the fact that they, Team Rocket Scuderia, anyone who knows anything about racing knows that Scuderia is Italian, and lo and behold, they're driving a German car. And just the fact that they've given that car Ferrari branding as well, I just think is absolutely hilarious. Absolutely love the tongue-in-cheek that they do. Apparently they did the same thing last season, taking a McLaren, sending it out in BMW M Sport branding. Again, absolutely hilarious. And just love what they do with their team and just not taking themselves too seriously. It's just great.
Yeah, that's always fun to see. Yeah, I want to give a shout out as well to if there's anybody who is able to join us for a small interview. We're always looking for some driver interviews. There was some network issues going on over there.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, it was Muller suddenly having a spin, and then it glitched all over the place for me. And it did look like the other car had some contact, because he suddenly started sliding as well, but it looked very weird.
I'm not sure if it was contact or the driver just getting freaked out behind the wheel of suddenly seeing a car appear, disappear, ghost, go completely through them. It's so easy to get spooked when you get netcode glitches like that. It does sometimes happen. Then these servers take quite a beating. You think of the resolution of the graphics that the server is putting out. They are putting this out to 35 different cars on all over the world. So it's a lot for servers to take, and you do occasionally get these glitches, but it can quite easily spook you when
it does
right in front of you.
I think you're correct that there was probably a reaction to what happened around him, because he just suddenly had a slide, and the driver caught it quite nicely. But if it would have been contact, it would probably have ended up quite a bit worse than that.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that would have been very, very painful. But just looking at the driver listings, that is Chris Vickers, but behind the wheel of that Tars Racing car. So Chris did very, very well to keep that car in a straight line, despite the little flick of an oversteer there. But yeah, great job keeping it on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, true. I was having a look at the car number 4, because that was the car that hit the barrier, then had that glitchy moment. It can always be on the client side as well, so on the side of the driver, that they suddenly have some weird spike, and that's very difficult for a game to deal with. And but unfortunately, it looks like everything went relatively well. It's still on track, so not in the pits. So I hope the damage is okay for that. And that just happened when I was asking the teams that if you have a driver who's currently not driving and wants to join us on the live stream for a quick interview, it's always great to have the driver's point of view, see how it went, how they coped with the weather, how's it going for your team. So if you're available, please drop by the Discord. We have waiting for the chat channel, and if you pop in there, we will make sure that you will get on the broadcast as well.
Yeah, and just looking up at that weather prediction, rain looking to lessen in 10 minutes and then dry up within 30. So very, very well timed for people to be starting to come to the end of their stints. It's completely randomly generated by the game, but looks like has panned out, very, very well for a lot of drivers, if it does actually stay to that prediction.
If it does, indeed, yeah. The most of the drivers who are in sync, that would be a nice timing of another weather change. I have to say, it is quite variable, the weather at the moment, and I'm wondering if that will slow down a bit during the night, or if it's gonna stay variable like this. That will be tough for the drivers if you have to do it for another 19 hours. But I have to say, it does make the racing a lot of fun when the weather conditions are changing. It's fun to drive. You always have something different to take into account, and the grip that you have on track is changing all the time. Personally, I'm a big fan of that. I like it.
Yeah, that it definitely makes it makes it very, very challenging. But then, as you said, it keeps things different, and you don't end up just getting into a rhythm, and potentially ending up with a bit of that tunnel vision of just lap after lap after lap being the same and identical situations time and again, and you end up getting numb to the racing, at least with the variable conditions, whether you like driving in the rain or not. I personally don't like driving in the rain, but I can definitely see that it keeps the race interesting, and it possibly keeps you a little bit more focused than you might be, but it could potentially add to the stress levels, and potentially overworking some of these drivers, especially if they're doing multiple stints back to back.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have Joao Castanheira really put the pressure on Klaus Wester. I'm not sure about the Audi, to be honest. I've driven the Audi GT4, but not the GT3 much. So I'm not sure if this is a track that is suited to the Audi or not. But it looks like he can keep up with the Porsche quite well in twisty bit. Knowing that the Porsche is a bit vulnerable on straight, there should be some opportunities there.
I believe that the Audi and and anyone in YouTube chat could do correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Audi got quite a bit of a buff during the last update, and certainly has become much more of a car of choice, certainly for sprint racing. Don't know what it's like for endurance, and I think it might, similar to the BMW, be a little bit rough on its tires. And I'm also not sure about its fuel capacity, but certainly in sprint racing, it's definitely gotten a lot quicker since the last big update a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I was really curious what if the Audi could catch up to the Porsche at the end of the straight, but we have switched to Renault right now, closing. I'm not sure. I think he's battling a back marker right now, passing a back marker on his way to car number 18, Curtin. No, it was actually for position. Yeah, it was for position with Curtin. Just passed him.
Yeah, it can sometimes be a little challenging to keep up with the positions when the timing board only updates each sector. Especially in a track like this, a lot can happen between sectors with quite an intense track. There's especially in that sector one, you've got a lot of corners all crammed into one sector. A lot can happen, so it can sometimes be a little bit difficult for us commentators to keep up with where everything is when those timing boards don't update as frequently as we would like.
Yeah, it was that, and basically with the other eye, I was looking at the times that Juan Castañeda was doing compared to Class Wester still. so it's both of those things that you want to keep an eye on what's happening on track, but at the same time you're looking at some timing boards. I'm using Pitwall Live at the moment to see how are the lap times comparing lap after lap after lap. So that sometimes catches me out as well.
Mm. Yeah, and just looking at then the overall timing, we are almost 3 hours into this race, and only 5 cars are still on the lead laps. So there has been quite a lot of gaps starting to form, but there are still some close battles, even though there are people laps down and only 5 cars on that lead lap. Still some really great battling happening all the way down the grid, as we're staying with this battle with Castañeda, and is just coming up onto then the back of Vester as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because Castañeda, if you're looking at the lap times, is often faster than Class Wester, but then you suddenly see this one lap where Class is pulling away again, and that's probably due to the Audi catching up to the Porsche, but not able to pass, and then you have a bit of a slower lap again, and you have a bit of a gap to the Porsche in front, because you need a bit of a gap to be able to run up to the car and actually pass him in the end. Mm-hmm. So you see a bit of yo-yoing going on over there, where the Porsche of Castañeda is a bit faster, can't pass him, and then you see this one lap where he's dropping off a little bit again and try again.
Yeah, and I do think a lot of that is down to then the strengths and weaknesses of the various cars. Obviously, then the Porsche been very good in then the tight, twisty technical sections, but not as quick on then the straights. So the Audi able to make that ground back up on the main front straight and the back straight leading into 130R. So it does mean that over the course of a lap, it does kind of balance out. So it does make it very difficult to get a pass done without a driver making a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. And the straight seems to be a tiny bit too short for the Audi to really make that pass. And of course, the back straight ends up into 130R, and that's really not a place where you want to be side by side. So it's always tough.
It is, as we're just on board with Chris Vickers, looking for a way past Hayes Jr. With the RNE endurance car from Raggy Nation. And, Chris Vickers, very, very experienced driver, and then as we've touched on already, Hayes Jr., quite a youngster and a newbie to endurance racing. I think Hayes Jr. doing a fantastic job of keeping Vickers behind, but I think it's just going to be a matter of time now, as Hayes goes to then the inside to protect that line. But I think Chris. Oh no, Chris doing the sensible thing and backing out, so as not to cause a collision. As Vickers showing his experience there in knowing when it's just not worth the risk.
Could be Sam. I'm actually having a little chat with my teammates to see if I have to step in or if Nick is going to drive once again, because he had to step in for Bus as well. so we're organizing a little bit, who's going to do what stint. So I sort of missed what you just said.
I've got no doubt that there's quite a bit of juggling going on behind the scenes there in Mod 11 headquarters. So yeah. Well, while you get that sort of, we're staying on board with Chris Vickers, trying to put Hayes Jr. under some pressure, just having a little bit of a look up then the inside of the hairpin, but still not quite close enough to make it stick. And I think Spoon might be a little bit too much of a dangerous point to try. He does stick his nose in, showing then those lights and hoping to put Hayes off. But Hayes doing very, very well for his tender age, keeping Chris Vickers behind, but Chris trying to take advantage of the slipstream coming up to 130R, and there must have been just a hair's breadth between then those two cars coming out of 130R. That's a very, very brave move from Chris Vickers there, but has managed to keep it sorted and has kept the position. So that is Chris Vickers now up into P7 as we cross over the start-finish line to start lap 108 as we're just clicking down to the 19-hour mark.
So we have missed the 100 lap. I wasn't paying attention.
Yes, we missed the 100 lap by a considerable amount, and it's now
exactly. Yeah. By like half an hour, but still, I always find it annoying when you're driving the car and you have this mileage and it goes to 0.1 and they're like, oh no, I missed it. We're still on board with Chris Vickers. I see. I really like those onboards. It gives you such a good idea of how tough it is to drive. You can see the steering wheel corrections all the time.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to see from the outside just how much finessing a lot of these cars need to be able to keep them in a straight line in these conditions. But these conditions are now starting to change again. We've got the track has now progressed to damp. It's still raining a little bit out there, but only very, very finely. So we're gonna start seeing that rain start to taper off soon in the next few minutes, and the track starting to dry out a little bit is predicted to remain dry for the next half hour. But that track temperature has dropped considerably since our last swap over from wet to dry. Track temperature now 24 degrees as we come up to 6 p.m. in the evening race time. So going to start taking a little bit longer for the track to dry out and for that dry line to start to develop once this rain does finally stop.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea by the organizers to have the in-game time, match the real life time. At least it does for me. It's an hour ahead for you, I think.
Yep.
But that's very handy because that makes it easier to keep an eye on, what time is it, and when you have to do stints and people are watching the YouTube as well, you have a reference point right on your screen. We have Simon Wilkes in the Honda. Coming up to it's quite a funny first corner. It's actually turn 1 and 2 combined, and then turn 1 is basically just a braking point. It's a pretty straight braking, so you can actually have a nice entry into turn 2. That's one of those things about Suzuka which is really lovely. It's not just a bunch of regular corners put after each other. There are some very nice sections in it. The SSR are special. Turn 1 is special for me as well, and then of course 130R is such a great corner as well.
Yeah, and I do find Suzuka quite a challenge, and to be honest, the only corner that I really do like around here is 130R, mainly because it's the one that I can actually manage by most laps. This is a very, very challenging circuit. You've got to have your wits about you, and because all of the corners, as you mentioned, are very, very different from each other. It does present its own challenges in that when you're in a particular part of the track that maybe doesn't necessarily suit your driving style, just wait a few corners and no doubt you'll come into a section that does. So it's one of the reasons why I think that this track is loved by quite a number of people, regardless of how well they drive here or not.
Yeah, it does. We have a question on YouTube, Sam. I know part of the answer, but the question is there a penalty when a driver goes over the max driving time? Mike already said, yeah, there is a penalty if you go over the driving time. I'm not sure what the penalty is actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I do know that yes, there is a penalty. I've got a feeling that it's time added to pit stop. I'm not sure. Possibly have a bit of an investigation into that.
It's quite interesting. Luckily, it's not that common that we know it by heart, that we just know what the penalty for that is, because usually the teams are very aware of the max driving time, and you really don't want to go over that because I believe it's also a penalty handed out by the game itself, so it's not something that we as organizers or as the stewards stewards apply to a car, so it has to be it will be dealt out by the game, and you have to apply it within 3 laps, so that's quite rough.
And then it is very difficult to go over your stint time when you're driving and in the cockpit. There are quite a number of notifications that you get up on screen to say that your stint is coming to an end. So you've got to be going some to either intentionally ignore it or for whatever reason, if you're in a really, really close battle and you're not paying as much attention to your instruments as you may be concentrating on the cars around you, it's rare to miss it and to actually go over your stint time.
Yeah, it is, but I just noted that earlier today I mentioned that the QR code which leads to the PayPal link for a donation if people want to that is not visible for us as commentators, but it actually is. So, you know, I'm someone who can miss obvious stuff pretty easily.
Yeah. I just wanted to check, is Course back in the stream, because I'm going to have to sign off soon. I've just noticed the time. Do you know if he's back yet?
I have no idea, but I'm here. So if you have to go, that's possible. And I would like to thank you for your commentating, which has been lovely as usual.
Oh, thank you very much, and it's been my pleasure. No doubt, we're probably going to keep the stream up, playing in the background. But yeah, I'm gonna have to shoot off. Thank you very much for having me, and yeah, definitely make sure that you contribute to the charity that we're racing for, and I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of the race, and good luck on your stints, Dimitri, when you do jump in the car.
Thank you very much. I'm very curious about it, because GT3 is not something I drive often, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be
yeah,
fine.
Of course.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck, and see everyone later. Bye for now.
I was having a look at the YouTube chat as well, and I see that Damien, and he is one of the stewards, so he is probably right. He's mentioning that the penalty for exceeding drive time is a drive-through. He does say, I think, so not a guarantee, but you know, I wouldn't recommend teams to try it out. I did notice some pit stops going on. Denise Pope, she made a pit stop, so it might be that time for a couple of teams where they are nearing the end of their stint time, and they will go into the pit. It's drying up again. It's remaining dry for at least the next 30 minutes. So that's nice. If you want to, if you have to make your pit stop right now, you know what you can expect for the next 30 minutes. Chris Vickers, he's on P7, driving the 333 car, which is Team Abbey Racing. He's on the hunt for Conceptor in P6. Having a quick look where they started. Team Abbey Racing, where are you? They started on P12, so they have gained quite a couple of positions, and so has the 69, I believe, with Conceptor behind you at the moment. And I believe they were P18, P14, yeah. So both Conceptor and Chris Vickers, those two have gained a couple of positions, are still very close to each other. And it looks like Chris is just a tad faster this lap. Let's have a look. And once again, if there are any teams with drivers who can join us to have a look at, you know, how did it go the past hours, that would be lovely. Alright, Conceptor, Chris Vickers, they are both on 22 laps in the stint time, so they still have about 20 minutes left in the stint. Doing pretty similar times, going back and forth a little bit. It's actually car 333 being about a second faster each lap. With one exception, the last lap. So it looks like Chris Vickers, he's on the hunt for a Conceptor. Go through the Dunlop corner right now. Onto Dagner 1 and Dagner 2. Dagner 1 is a very fast one, and then for number 2, it's a bit slower. Exit is very important, so brake a bit earlier than you think, so you can really focus on the exit. Problem for Chris is that there is a back marker in between, So he has to navigate the back market before he can really go on the attack to Conceptor in the CBSR car. Have a look at Dennis Bergman. He's about half a second behind the 41 car of Duik, the Aston Martin. It's a battle between the Astons. Let's see. And I believe Lennox Brown, that's not the car right behind him. Maybe blue flag is waved, so they have to make way for some faster cars behind him. While Chris Fix is still trying to navigate the back marker, but it looks like I'm not sure if it's a back marker or a faster car. But that car, it's the number 23, I think. He has some decent pace. It's doing the same times as SSRi, so that is a bit of a complication for Chris Vickers because it's not easy to navigate that car. Of course, it's the number 323 car. I just can't see which car is in between. And we see the 169 of Hayes Jr. He just went into the pit. Is that end of the stint time? I'm wondering. It's a bit early on the stint time. 53 minutes done on the stint, so I'm not sure if they had damage or what the reason is for the pit stop. It looks like it's not maximizing the pit, the stint time. We want to see Wilkes going for the move. And it looks like he passed Dennis Kroll. Really nicely done. Going into Dayton 1. Exiting the Dunlop car, the Dunlop corner into Dayton 1. Wilkes made the move stick. Lovely racing. Oh, we have a stop and go 30 seconds for the 169 car. That was the car which just went into the pit. So once again, we see the pit lane entry probably overspeeding. That's something that the team should really be aware of. We had a Mode 11 car in the pit as well, but they are out of sync, so that might be a stint time related. Let's have a check. 24 laps as well. We see Patrick once in the pit lane, Dennis Verhoeven also in the pit lane. So there is some pit action as well going on right now. Number 33 car with a really nice blue livery, log driving, driven by Dennis Kroll at the moment, with Tim Kroll, Alexander Delore, and Maat van der Kraan as the team members.
It's a nice livery, but not as nice as your commentating.
Thank you for that. It's always nice to have someone else with me. So glad to have you.
Yeah, I literally, because I didn't know whether that stand was staying on after 5 or not, because that's what I was saying. I'd be about an hour or so. So that's when I checked the stream and I seen she wasn't there. I ran up.
Yeah.
But no, I won't leave you on your own, and I see you're on the later stint as well, so I'm going to stay on after you leave. I'll stay on then till 12 o'clock with you then, because I see you're by yourself, so I have no bother staying on and talking away anyway. But so what have I missed now in the last hour or so?
There has been some really nice action. It was funny because when you were last on, we had a bit of a slump. Everybody was spread out a bit, and then right after that, there was just too much going on. You had to pick your battles. There were like four battles going on, all on different places. So that was really nice to see. As you can see, we still have the pit lane entry, which is a bit of a problem for cars. We have the 169 with the stop and go 30 at the moment. And we are about 10 minutes away for a lot of cars to have their another pit stops there.
Let me have a look here. Yeah, so looking at the predictions screen, I can see the stint time of a lot of these guys in the late 57, 58 minute long. No one over an hour really yet. There's a few obviously only after pitting there as well, so this is going to be quite fun. It looks like Simon Winks might have had a bit of a spin there as well. Let's see, he's after dropping down a position or two.
Oh, we do see quite a lot of cars. They are pitting without completely maximizing the stint times. Clyde Barney has done 59 minutes at the moment. He's in the pit lane. Conceptor's in the pit lane. I think he's also on 57. So I'm wondering if there's a certain logic behind that.
I think for me, I don't normally stick to the full. I have to do, say, an hour and 10 minutes. You got to race the race. If you're losing time behind the guy and you're close to about an hour, you can kind of extend one other stint and shorten one stint and kind of vary it that way. You race kind of, sometimes you have to adjust to what's on the track ahead of you. And if you're finding it impossible for 10, 12 laps to be overtaking someone, you're close to that pit window, jump in and either get fresh tyres and go for your other stint, or else swap over. At least that way then, you're not losing as much time than you are stuck behind, extend an extra 10, 12 minutes, losing seconds a lap or, half a second a lap.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You have to be smart and adapt to what's going on track.
Absolutely, and now that it's coming into that, you're seeing a little bit of mistakes happening there as the Aston goes off there. Looked like a back marker out of this race, so maybe he's just getting out of the way possibly, but you're going to see a lot of people now. Fatigue is going to be a thing coming in. What are we now? So what was it, nearly 5 hours in? 5 and a bit hours in really from everyone, because there was people that started at the 24-hour mark, and unfortunately with the pit stop or the restart as well would have maybe caused a bit more mental stress in a few of these drivers, because yourself, the physical stress is going to come in as the night goes on and we push into the early hours of the morning. But even now with the track conditions changing, with the light conditions changing, it's about adapting your eyes now and your feel, because we all know that racing the game, once it comes to dark, your brake markers are not the same as they are in daytime. So you might have different kind of visuals to be looking at while braking in the daytime, and the night time you really have to adjust yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I also have in real life, when I get home from work right now, it's so dark, and I really have to get used to it. The first 5 minutes, it's completely in the forest as well, so I really have to take it slow there because my eyes are still adapting, and actually it's the same for me in game. Brake markers, of course, now you're really relying on brake markers, and you're trying to push it to the edge, and that's something you don't do in real life, but you want to do it as fast as possible, but it's more difficult in the dark.
Absolutely, and it looks like that Hoga get the move done on Van Fanieri did. That was a nice little move there.
Certainly. It's on the outside of Dunlop, I think. Was it Dunlop?
Was it? Yeah, I think it was. It was quite a nice move there going around Spoon. He's pulled quite a bit ahead already.
Haugaard is a really fast rifle. We have noticed that before as well, and like Sam said, it's a Danish team, 3 guys. They've been driving for 15 years together, so there's quite a lot of experience in there as well.
Wow, that's crazy. That's really cool though. It's nice to see that, it's sim racing, like as I was kind of touched on earlier on, you're a mad bunch of people all have an interest in virtual cars online, but it is real racing, it is took serious, and you do develop these bonds, so it's great to see this team, as you're saying, 10-15 years together and still going, because it's sim racing, and for anyone who gets to see this stream, is going to, I think the biggest thing you learn from this is it's a massive community, but also you develop such close bonds with people. A lot of people, I suppose, through COVID would have realised a bit of that, because they would have only jumped in during COVID, but it's something that you can get your kids involved in. I do know in other leagues and in our own league as well, aside from this tonight, that there's fathers and sons and brothers that race each other, and that continues. It's sim racing, it's open for everybody, and it's it's not just about the racing, it's about the community. Like obviously with SimSport Racing International, like you're holding this massive event for charity, you know. Like you wouldn't be able to do that in real life. You wouldn't be able to organise such an event in real life when you're generating so much money, having an online auction, a link for people to donate and help. Like it's phenomenal. So like the racing itself is 50% of it, but it's all the extra stuff. It's organising the events, organising social things, and then a lot of the work for the admin team in the background for yourselves to organise the event, to get the staff in place, you know, to get the broadcast right, all that kind of stuff as well. Like there's so many dimensions to sim racing. So if you don't want to race, if you're more into the commentating side of it, if you're more into doing a video production or running leagues or recruitment or something like that, there's something really there for everybody. If you're analytical, you could be looking at the data, getting ready then for the likes of doing a team manager, or I suppose a live race engineer. You could be either by looking at all the streams and getting all the information from all the apps. So I think with league racing and stuff like this, there's something for everybody, no matter what walk of life you come from.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I know people who hardly drive themselves, but they do a lot of commentating, or they really enjoy being a spotter for somebody. The thing about the sim racing community is that it's such a positive vibe. It's such a positive community. You know, there are so many people. When I started sim racing a couple of years ago, they gave me advice. They gave me tips. They said, oh, you know, if you want to, I can have a look and give you some tips. You know, everybody is willing to help you and willing to and even still, you know, I think you get to a certain level and you're quite happy with yourself, but others are still much faster, and you know, they're still. You can easily go up to somebody and say, you know, how do you do that? Can you have a look at my replay, or can you have a look at me driving live? And almost everybody is willing to do that. You know, so that's such a wonderful thing to see.
Absolutely. I know in our community that's one thing we focus on is with a development thing, like an academy there for people. I think it's the biggest thing you can do is help the new people come in to enjoy it and develop it. And like, but from what I see, like I know Chris Vickers is actually who got me to do the comments here tonight. Like he's a very good dude as well, and he's all about helping everyone out as well. He's quite a good lad. So I know he's in your admin team now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's the top lad. So obviously, from what I know of Chris and what I'm learning of you guys here, I'm sure you're that community as well, that you develop talent, whether it's drivers or people to become admins or do other roles. You nurse what they're passionate about.
Yeah, absolutely. We're watching John Baton right now. He is actually one of the drivers who auctioned, of course, because it's for charity. He actually auctioned his knowledge and had a driving session with someone. But you know, he's very good in teaching, and I have learned quite a lot from him, and could apply it. Hopefully, can apply it in my stint as well. And we see Hogard, he just has spun. He is wiggling his steering wheel, checking if there's damage, and if so, how much.
That's never nice when that happens. Spence there with a stop go for 30 seconds in the pit, so obviously carrying, doing that stop go now.
There have been a lot of stop and go 30s, so much that even Jan Bart is wondering why are there so many stop and go 30s, and it is the pit entry. Many people are missing the pit entry line and receiving stop and go 30.
Yeah, because the pit entry line is still kind of on the turn into it, isn't it, if I remember right with this track? So it's very easy to miss the marker even by a few kilometers an hour.
Yeah, that's something that, you know, before I go into my stint, because I'm a very late entry, standing in for somebody, and I have not driven GT3 for, well, actually last month, but before that, you know, it was a year ago. So I haven't practiced the pit entry yet, so I'm gonna do that right before my stint and make sure that I'm not gonna be one of those stop and go 30s that I mention so often right now. It would be foolish if I'm telling everybody, you know, there's only one pit entry line, and by now you should know it, and then have myself on stream receiving a stop and go 30.
These things happen, and especially now as it gets darker as well. You know, the visibility mightn't be there as much, because obviously in daylight in a game you can pretty much see everything around you. Well, in the dark you only really have what your headlights really shines on, unless there's a bit of lighting at the track. So I think you're going to have your workout tonight, but I think you know yourself, just keep a level head and focus. If you make an error, you have to leave the error behind you and focus on what's happening ahead of you.
Just having a look at that Mercedes that is right in front of this battle. Is it? No, it's not Oosthuizen, but it has some really nice purple headlights.
Oh, some of the liveries here tonight, I tell you, they're just beautiful. They're just absolutely stunning. And that's what I love about ACC, the creativity of mods. So as I was touching a point on earlier on, you can be artistic as well here. You don't need to be a racer. You can set up like a mini business and be doing custom like liveries for people and stuff like that if you have that artistic gift.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially the last couple of years, the sim racing community has grown so much with COVID, and there are a lot of people, just having a fun race every now and then, but also a lot of people who take it very seriously, and the commentating. There's a lot of very professional commentators. There's a lot of very professional livery artists. And there's a lot of professional camera work going on. It's really becoming something that you can make a living of as well if you really want to.
Absolutely.
While we see a very, very nice move on the inside.
It was very well driven by both drivers there. Nothing was overfought and nothing was even. That was just beautiful. It was just a natural, nice move, that was.
Absolutely. That's really, really nice to watch as well.
That's the kind of racing I love seeing, that it's fair, it's not overly aggressive. Now, don't get me wrong, I do like when people squeeze each other a bit. It gets that bit of excitement, but it was very respectful. What kind of a driver are you? What will I be expecting out of you now when you're on track?
Well, like I said, I usually in ACC I drive the GT4s. So I had a couple of laps, about 15 now in the Aston Martin, which I had never driven before, and GT3. So for me, I think my main goal is have a steady pace, not run into any damage, not run into a stop and go 30, and just hand over the car safely to the driver to me, behind me. For me, if I'm doing 202s, 203s, or 204s, that's not going to make the biggest difference in the long run. Without my experience in the GT3s, just keep it safe, keep it steady. That's the main goal.
As I say, it's always about having fun. Obviously, consistency and fun to me is the biggest thing here in endurance, because every team is going to have one super hot driver, and then like some teams might have 2 or 3 super hot drivers, but also are they adaptable? Are they faster? Is the Mercedes off there of Cox? That was that 130R as well, so that must have been a heavy enough hit, but not major damage on it.
It looks all right, actually, indeed. And in the 130R is one of the fastest points of the track, so one would expect quite a big hit.
He done all right, though. I love that livery there on Mother's car, I have to say. That Beamer with the kind of camo yellow and black, it looks really well, pops well together.
Yeah, really. It really does, and especially I think in nighttime it has that nice pink bar as well at the front.
Yeah,
it should really pop out in nighttime as well.
Yeah, you can see it actually coming into the view there. It's to make all you boys wink. That's all it is. Pink is. But no, look, I think it's quite steady what's happening here. Now, unfortunately, my commentating style isn't as professional. I will make terrible jokes like that, just so you are aware. But no, the racing has been very entertaining for me so far. Now, it's looking like it's going to be quite dry for a while. How long was the last wet stint for? Because just as I was leaving, that rain was a-coming.
Well, it has been up and down. So it was, what was it? Time flies when you're watching this. So I think it was about 15-20 minutes, and then it started to dry up again. So it wasn't that long, and it's looking like it's gonna stay dry at the moment. Well, we see GT, which is it? It's Nicolas Reuter. The Greenless rookies. He missed. I think it was might have outbroke himself just at the chicane.
Slightly done it. And good to see as well, so the fastest lap so far is a 2:01.2, so they've pulled over 1.2 seconds since I was last looking.
Yeah, it has been dry for quite a bit at the moment. So that's
Back
really
is down
nice.
to 24 degrees as well. So, do you know what? Very sustainable for drivers out there to keep their tyres within the window and not overwork them as well now.
Yeah, true. That's the benefit, if it's getting later. You have the darkness, which compromises you a bit, but the track temperature is a bit cooler, so graining of the front tires is going to be a bit less of an issue, I think.
Yeah, I only I only really commentate. I don't really race, but I done an off-season race in Nuremberg there 2 days ago. Track temperature reached 59 degrees in the race, which was ridiculous. It was like modest. So I'm so happy for these guys here with lower temperatures. They can enjoy what they're doing out there.
Yeah, exactly. I was telling Denise, I had one race about a month ago, a 2.4-hour race, and it was wet. And we see a great exit by the Porsche, but it might be a drag race right now, and that's not the biggest strength of the Porsche.
Well, the McLaren here is the best around mid-speed corners, so that's going to fly around here and pull on that Porsche.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for Yannick Valdeduc, who had a great exit out of Spoon, but it wasn't enough to pull ahead. I was having a 2.4-hour race, and it was wet for quite a long time. And then the last 20 minutes or half an hour, it really dried up quickly, and we decided to stay out on the wets. And they got up to really, really, really high pressures, and that was a fun experience. It wasn't fun to drive, but it was a fun experience, and we were actually, wondering, are we going to blow up a tire at some point? And luckily, it didn't happen. But apparently, it can happen in ACC when you have too high pressures, and especially when it's getting really really hot, or you're switching from wet to dry.
Yeah, I don't race that much. I've been unfortunate that I've had loads of punctures. I just pulled them to me. So how you didn't get punctures with wet tyres on a dry track, I'll never know. So well done. These must be good drivers.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
As the Porsche gets back by there, that was a lovely move around the inside there, coming out of the S's, and got the move done there perfectly, and has actually pulled quite a bit away from the McLaren.
He did, yeah. And there was Yannick is a very, very fast driver, and you could really see how he it was decisive. It was a decisive move, and that made it very, very clean and fair as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, he took that decision, but also he has absolute utmost respect as well for the competitor there, because that McLaren definitely gave the room and didn't overdrive either, which is the good thing to see, with the trust in the drivers with each other.
Absolutely, that's the benefit of having these community races, and a lot of people they know each other, and also with these charity events and endurance events, you see a lot of known faces, from different communities, but there are a lot of people who enjoy endurance racing, so you will see the familiar names from time to time, and you get to bond in the end. You know each other's driving style. You trust each other in the driving style, and that makes it all easier. You can make those moves because you know how you behave, and you know that you can trust the other guy as well to leave some room. And I'm saying guy, but we have a lot of females as well driving the sim racing, and also in this race. So
it's great to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's about time the ladies come in and teach the boys a lesson. And more power to them. At the end of the day, sim racing is open to everyone, no matter the age or gender.
Absolutely, yeah.
Interesting enough, the Aston Martin's decided not to drive with headlights on. I think I'd be having them on now just for that little bit of extra visibility more than anything else.
I would so as well, and I know there are a couple of I've been driving R-Factor 2 for a bit lately with the LFM integration, and that game will give you just a disqualification if you don't turn on your headlights within one lap. So
really,
yeah, it is really strict on the headlights.
Oh no, I wouldn't like that. Like, it's your choice if you want to use them or not, but.
Yeah, no, you will just receive a disqualification immediately. It's
that's crazy. Well, that was a nice move there with the Aston as well. He's driving it. He's obviously a lot of pace, so maybe the lights off, saving a bit of power and giving him more horsepower. Who knows?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a 34 car, which is driven by the Greek freaks. They were very, very quick as well. So it doesn't look like they're going to give up that easily and try to stick to the Aston, and hold on, maybe make a move later on.
Absolutely. Look, come here. There's still 18 and a half hours to go. It's not just over 1 or 2 laps. They need to really think about the long game. And a lot of these are looking at the racing. But there's a huge gap out in front there now at the minute. But Alasso, I can't say that name, the Totoro. And then Lorenzo Rappa in second place. It looks like about 87.5 seconds of a gap.
Yeah, that's quite a big gap. I'm looking at the stint time. They have just swapped since 8 laps.
So I'm wondering the last pit stop time. So even the last pit stop time was only 31.8. So they're actually 0.2 faster than Totoro. So that's a game changer for me. The last time I was looking, the gap was like about 10 seconds or so when I leaving.
It was.
So there must have been a huge bit of racing that happened. That rain obviously playing havoc, which we love.
Yeah, it's been quite an eventful race with the weather for the first couple of hours. So it has thrown quite a few curveballs, and I'm really wondering how it's gonna be for the remaining 18 hours. Is it gonna be like wet and dry like we have seen before, or is there gonna be a bigger patch of wet weather, or maybe dry, so the drives can really settle in?
It's looking like the weather's been quite bipolar so far, but it definitely seems to be taming down a bit now, because obviously I've been gone for an hour and a bit, and there hasn't been any more rain since that last 20-minute stint, so probably about an hour or so then in the dry. So at the minute it's looking like it's going to be dry for the foreseeable, looking at the weather as well ahead with optimal conditions. So all the guys can just be focused on a good race for now. I'm hoping when your stint is, that's when the rain comes, just to help you.
Just for fun.
It'll keep you awake.
I see a great move from Engelhardt on the outside.
Beautiful move.
It looks like it's almost like the same color scheme as if it's a sister team over there.
That's great. And a nice little battle going on here with Barla has a car right in his tail, but it doesn't look like it's a 4th position though. Just looking at all the little gaps going through here. And do you remember I was saying the lap time was a 2-minute one for the best lap? It's now a 2-minute dead .520.
That's some great times, because when you're reaching that 2-minute marker, then you're really doing some fast times.
Absolutely. And looking at the number of laps, 126 laps, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I didn't do the maths, but it's going to be quite a lot of laps at the end of the event.
Absolutely. So you think about a race, so I'm going to look at it when we are at 18 hours to go, so then we're essentially a quarter way through, if you include the first hour as well. Now obviously the laps, we'd have to add on maybe 20 or so laps, 30 laps to whatever we get, and I'm going to I'll do the maths then, and I'll hope to see how close we get to it. Would be the best thing to do there. But yeah, at the minute, the fastest pit stop we've seen was actually with 992. 29.4 was the fastest pit, and to me that makes a big difference as well, because they're saving down a few seconds in the pits compared to their rivals.
Yeah, definitely. That's only been a top up and a driver swap then. Yeah. Because I think if you switch tires as well, it's going to be 30 seconds minimum.
That's very interesting. Positions gained. Has anyone really jumped up? Okay. Milan Doom is up 10 spots now, so that's the most position gains. They started 18th and they're up at 8. Biggest losers is still the Mordini, the number 77, but they're down to now 26 positions lost instead of 27, so they're slowly coming back into it. Obviously it's going to take time after the issues that they've had, but they will get back up there, all going well.
Yeah, there's so much time left, and you might have to adjust your goal a little bit, but there's so much time left, so much that can happen still.
Absolutely, it just takes one incident.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what you saw with the Greek Freaks. It's that one really stuck by me. That's has to be heartbreak for them. But right now they're back to P12, so they're still very much in the race for a top 10 finishing position, and might even be in the race for a top 5.
Come here, I've seen Joe Rodriguez asking where can they find the pit wall link?
Yeah, we have it somewhere. I'll try to find it. I have it over here.
On the track here, we're back. Oh, there's a spinner, and that's Wilkes is after having a bit of a spin. That looks like at Spoon. Oh no, is it Spoon? No, it's not.
No, it's turn 1, turn 2, I think.
Oh yeah, just the angle at first I thought it was Spoon, but for some reason I was wrong. So wonder what happened there. If we can get a replay, and that'd be interesting to see. I do love watching these replays.
Yeah, it's easy if you go into hot into turn 1 a little bit too hot and you run out of track, then it's very easy to spin the car over there.
Absolutely. Looking at the gaps, everyone who's racing each other seems to be out of position. People racing each other. Because the gaps are quite big in between at the minute. But
well, we've seen it before that everything was spread out a bit, and then like 10 minutes later we had multiple battles going on.
Yeah, it's all down to who's preserving tyres, who's going to make their stint last that bit longer. Because you will have guys that might be running in a different map as well and saving a small bit of fuel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm gonna have a look at Yannick Valenduk and Mackenberg. Let's see how those times compare. Yeah, it's Valenduk. He's quite a bit faster, so he's probably gonna catch up that 2.2 seconds for P14. So there should be a battle in there in a couple of laps.
Nice. Just looking at all the other bits that's happening on track. Looking at the speed. Predictions here. I'm just looking at everything there that's going on, looking at any bit of data. There's that more interesting to tell the guys who are watching that can't see. But at the minute, everyone has kind of pitted. Now it's varying. Some people are only like 10 minutes pitted, some people are 30 minutes pitted, but you know, it's at least a minimum of half an hour before we see really any more pits at the minute. We won't expect any more pit windows.
There we have Casper who just went into the pit, as you explained that we're gonna have to wait for a bit.
31 minutes and he's in the pits.
Yeah, he is. So I'm not sure if something happened, if he ran into some trouble, but he is in the pit. And like Valenduk, he is closing up onto the Audi very quickly.
See that now? Yeah, he's flying along. And number 70 car has had the most pits so far, 9 pit stops.
That's quite a bit, yeah.
It must have been in the wars. Porsche is trying to go under the brakes. He's definitely stronger, but... And that was fair room that was left as well, in fairness. But I think the Audi is going to beat him though in a straight line though. Them Audis are quite fast top end wise. Yeah. The Porsche just doesn't have the top end at all.
That's really the weakness of the car.
Yeah. Because it's quite strong everywhere else, but yeah, I think that's what it is. That flat 6 engine just doesn't have the grunt. Does not have the grunt. And I think that's what really has been affecting anyone in the Porsche. While they might get them on top of people, unless the people make a mistake, they're finding it nigh on impossible to get by because of that, because they can close up as we're looking at here right now and being super close. But the minute a straight comes into it, the Audi can just pull out again.
Yeah, and the thing is, then it looks like Van Dijk is still able, to make the pass, but you have to do it and at a place where it's a bit more risky, it's a bit more trickier, and you really have to go for the move, and you can't rely on the straight line speed. So it all gets a bit more difficult to make the passes, but very well done by Van Dijk there.
That was an amazing job done.
And looks like the Barlet is trying. No, that's not Barlet. That's
Mammoth, is it?
Yeah, I think that's CBS R car from who's driving it right now? Danny Deswart, who is in the background over there, about to pass Mackenberg.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. That which Sam said. I think we have only the top 5 in the same lap.
Well, Reese Robb is after being in the pits, so the top 5 mightn't be for much longer.
It's the top 3.
That was only 21 minutes of a stint, and he's in the pits. That must have been damage.
Probably.
Car number 5. Yeah, that's crazy. So that's the back marker getting out of the way there, and the McLaren fair play. We're not holding up the guys. I'd say some of the liveries with the lighting on them look so much more nicer now. With getting that bit more darker and the lights really starting to pop on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's something that this game does so very well. You know, it's graphics-wise, it's one of the best.
100%. I love the game. Like, I originally done commentating in Formula 1 for years, and I've been enjoying doing the Assetto Corsa Comfort Zone so much more, because the racing is way more diverse, because you really are, it's track dependent on some cars, but then you have some guys that are really fast putting the car along, while in most F1 leagues it's everything's unequal, so the guys who are super fast just always have the advantage then, and you know, the racing is very dull, while in GT racing at all, you don't know race by race who's going to be where. You really don't.
No, that's correct. Yeah, and you know, the lovely thing about the sim racing community is that you have ACC, which is really focused on the GT cars, and then you know, if you enjoy the GT cars, then that's great. That's wonderful. If you enjoy some other types of cars, then you have other sim that you can just join, and that's something that is really nice. And I have to say, I was really focused on ACC for quite a bit, and now I'm popping into some other sims as well, which is also, you know, other people within the community are joining up, and we have a race room races as well going on right now. There are some people who do truck driving, so you know, all big slide by the 74 car, but the thing is, the basics are all the same for these sims, you know. I mean, car physics is car physics, so it is pretty easy to hop in from one sim to another sim, and of course, you know, if you really want to get out all the last bits of possibilities and be the fastest that you can be, then you really have to put in the effort and put in the hours. But it is easy to hop in from one sim to another sim, and you know, go from a GT car to something completely else, into an open wheeler or whatever you want.
So you just have to understand the handling model and, you know, the setups of the cars. Once you master that in any sim racing, but I think you are fair in saying that generically they're all fairly similar, but there will be handling characteristics that are different and setup characteristics that are different. Like Formula 1 is classed as like a sim, but it's more of an arcade sim in my opinion, while ACC is way more in depth. The likes of iRacing, that it's really focused on proper setup and understanding of a car. You know, while in like the likes of even Assetto Corsa, you can kind of get away a little bit by not knowing too much about setups and relying just on overall pace. While I think with these games, the finesse and the detail of the fastest drivers is down to really their setup as well, because they're all so close on times and lap time. That's those fine little kind of things that make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and especially when you're trying to fine tune, you know, and get the last couple of tenths out, and then it's really set up, and it's really understanding the specific engine and physics engine and all the calculations that go on behind the scenes of that particular game. But in the end, you know, the if you go from race room to R Factor to ACC or AC Assetto Corsa itself, most of the times you at least I find that, you know, the car fixes are generally the same. So you have to apply the basic rules that apply to driving the car in real life, and that should count for all the sims.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the fun part of sim racing, that once you get that basic understanding, it opens up so much possibilities.
Absolutely.
I see a comment by Melbankus in the YouTube chat that there's rain predicted in 30 minutes.
Yeah, just looking up at the screen, I was looking at that there as you were talking, and the track's after dropping another degree as well.
I'm gonna have a look when my stand is planned to see if I can if I have to prepare myself for rain.
I'd like that if you are. I can watch your pain on track. But yeah, at the minute there's a nice little battle. Brian Clancy's getting close to. Is it right, Reece Spence? If we can get that on screen. They're 1.2 seconds, and then obviously Michelle Pedromo was actually only 0.7 off Dorma as well. So there's actually quite a few tight battles starting to develop in the top 10.
I'm not 100% sure if we are running a camera operator at the moment.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find out.
Yeah, Michelle Pedromo was like 0.4 off now, you can see that. Just looking at the Lexus going round here anyway, nice and steady.
It's really starting to get very dark in game. So nighttime.
I just say that I was noticing it as well. I was like, wow, that looks so much darker.
I was busy browsing through Discord, see if we have a camera operator or if it's on auto at the moment, because of course people have to have dinner as well. And then I went back to the stream and like, whoa, that's dark.
Yeah, because I was literally, as you were like starting to say it, I was like looking at the lights going, that car looks so much darker right now. Lexus is going quite well, in fairness to it.
It is, yeah.
But unfortunately, there's battles happening elsewhere, and unfortunately, we can't show them live at present. But we will try and get some more action on the closer running battles soon enough. Well, this is going to be a thing now. It's adjusting. The drivers need to adjust their eyes because there's no choice for them. It's getting very dark very quick by the looks of it.
It is. And he was flashing his headlights. I'm not sure if he's watching the stream at the same time, but that would be quite a feature. I'm thinking about it, Aston Martin as well, which refused to put on his headlights when we were watching it. He must have his headlights on at the moment, because otherwise, you can't see a thing.
Absolutely. Joe, I'm loving about this though as well. The flames coming out of the exhaust, and the exhaust glow is getting more and more prevalent now as well, which is nice.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's always very fun seeing that. How are you doing?
So I can scratch that from my bingo card. We have the reaction to the camera operator, who all the viewers cannot hear. We have that one in the pocket.
It just sounds like I'm literally talking to myself there. Well, I probably am, guys. Who knows? But yeah, so this is quite a tight battle here that's been developing with Perjumo there and Doma.
And I have a small charity donation update for you, which is quite interesting. We have team donations, finished auctions, so we are currently at €5,571, so very well done there. We still have some running auctions going on as well, so we are at the moment at €6,431.69.
Wow, that's absolutely brilliant. And guys, everyone who's watching there on YouTube or anywhere else, don't forget to donate what you can on the direct donation link as well. And whatever you can afford to do, every single cent will go to a great cause. And it's worth every single cent watching these people putting themselves through torture tonight, and especially one of the commentators going out as well into most likely a very, very wet and dark track for you.
Oh yeah, I'm very looking forward to it. No, it's going to be fun, and at the same time, we are trying to arrange an interview with one of the main people from the charity as well. Probably you will probably be able to join us tomorrow for a small interview, and so that's looking very promising. That's looking very nice, and always good to see. And do remember, it is a small charity run by volunteers. So they're putting some free time in it as well, and that's great to hear.
Look, isn't that what it's all about? You give what you get out of life. So it's great that the guys are doing that. So at least all the proceeds then actually go to the cause and not to people's pockets, which is great. Now, for any drivers who are watching on YouTube or anywhere else, don't be afraid to jump into that waiting for the shed and jumping in for a live interview while the race is going on. We want to hear your feedback of how the track has been feeling, how it progressed from wet to dry. We want to get any bit of feedback whatsoever. So jump in and get ready to have a chat with us, please.
And if anybody is feeling to join Calm with the comms for the coming, let's say, 1 to 2 hours, please do. I will have to leave in about 5 minutes. I have to get some food. I have to at least do the pit entry once. So I get that right. And prepare for my stint. I might jump back into it for a minute or two. But I do have some preparations to do as well.
That's absolutely fine. Look, I'm so used to I've done a 6-hour stream by myself, so I'm not afraid to be by myself, but I would also love for anyone to join in and have a chat, and especially the drivers. I'm very interested in understanding the progression of the track, the progression of the race, and how their individual teams are doing, if there's damage to the car, or, any insider gossip I can get, the better.
Insider gossip, that sounds great as well. Looking at the team info that we received on Discord, there must be some quite some nice stories to tell.
Absolutely. What I want to hear the heartbreaks as well as the hero stories, because there's definitely a few heartbreak stories that happened there, especially with the leader hitting into the back marker that time. Remember with the crash at 130 there was loads of random incidents as well, and it's even hearing about the restart as well. How did the drivers who were started at the 24-hour mark, how did they readjust to then doing the restart again? What was their thought train? What was their process to kind of get their head back into it and get that concentration back up to 100%? Because you're so pumped up when it comes to the start of a race that when you're it was about 25-30 minutes in, then it had to be stopped. So for them, with the adrenaline going, with 25 minutes in, the concentration, getting through that first phase, which is always tough as well. I'd love to hear how they felt and how they kind of got their head back into that game.
Yeah, definitely. It's we are seeing some battles coming up as well with Perdomo now and Milan Dauma. Milan Dauma, he's doing such a great job. One of the top gainers in the field, but he's feeling the pressure by Perdomo right now. So that's gonna be very, very interesting to watch. I'm gonna watch it with my plate of food on my lap. I might be back for a little bit before I enter my stint, and if not, I'll see you later this evening.
No problem. Look, enjoy your stint. And in my head, everyone from Netherlands either smokes weed or drinks orange juice.
For me, it's orange juice.
Honestly, enjoy me. I'll talk to you in a bit. Absolutely brilliant, guys. So unfortunately you're stuck with me now talking away, but I'll do my very best to keep everything up to date and with everything going on with action. As I say, that curtain is in the pits there now at present. Let me see what else is going on here now. So at the minute, still 9 pit stops is the highest pit stop. Fast lap is a 2-minute .770 by Del Dottero. And we are... Well, they're actually only after pitting. So they're only on a 6-minute stint, and everyone behind is on between a 37 to 41 minute stint. So yeah, guys, there's still going to be an awful lot of racing happening, but Perdomo is now getting very, very close, but ran a bit wide there now, and is going to have to be much more enthusiastic coming up into Spoon to see can he get a dive down going towards 130R. So let's see this develop. It's been developing for quite a few laps now, and there's also the back markers getting involved with this while it looks like it's close racing between 4 cars there. it is only 2 cars racing for position, and there is back markers in the way. I was right, there was a 5th car, but slightly ahead there at the minute. So Perdomo is about 6.2 seconds then off Clancy, but Perdomo from Domo is literally 1.4 seconds at present. And as it's getting darker, we're going to see mistakes happening as well. Overshooting braking zones, getting a bit too optimistic. And especially drivers wanting to get a position done because, you know, you can be stuck behind a driver and, you know, frustration of not getting the move done, of being stuck there, of feeling you're faster but being held up. It can get to you, and you might make a move or rash move that you mightn't normally make. Sometimes it'll come good for you, but other times you'll end up having a hard luck story with that one there. So, like, there is going to be more development, especially with back markers in the way of it as well. And Reece Spence now is 1.2 seconds off the Swart as well. So look, the battles are starting to come back into each other, especially with the pit windows opening up a bit as well. So total amount of donations so far, guys, €6,431.69. Hats off to every single person who's donated so far. And don't be afraid, there's always time to do so. There's still auctions live on our links there, as well as you can just directly donate what you can afford, and it will all go 100% to that great cause there with Against Cancer, as it's run by absolutely fully volunteers. No one pockets a cent from it, and that's exactly what a charity should be, not paying a big CEO or none of that stuff as well. So that's absolutely brilliant stuff, guys, and well done to everyone. And that's including everyone on the track as well, for that matter. They're the ones out there helping raise that money. They're the ones putting on the spectacle. So hats off to every single driver, every teammate, to SimSport Racing International, to everyone who has been involved, and to all the other commentators as well. I'll doff my hat off to as well. I'm not Nicky Loud, I'm not as cool as them, but I will tip my hat, guys. Fair play to everyone. So we're still... Oh, Danny the Swart, though, if we can get the camera onto them, if you're still there, 0.2, 0.3 of a second off. This is getting very, very close, and this is for 4th and 5th position there. Oh, sorry, 5th and 6th position, I do apologise. But he has got the job done. So, and then there's after being a bit of a spin with 3rd place as well. They're quite a bit off. Whether it's going to come back to them, I don't think it will. But this is great stuff here. This is for 5th and 6th. So the Swart needs to find a way, because Rob was getting the job done. But it looks like he's not fully pulling out, but it's about 1.2 seconds-ish. From what I'm looking on the screen there, but it is starting to pull out. So I think Reece Spence there, or Rob as it's called there, is definitely pulling away now. I think he got the move done, and that's it. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, on to the next one. We know how much that BMW loves to eat those curbs, so sector 1 and 2 should be quite good. The Mercedes might come back though, because the Mercedes is quite stable. Perdomo here though is still doing a great job, but still sitting 1.2 seconds off. Hasn't found an answer as of yet. You know, he could be just developing, could be taking a bit of time to get his head back into it and go again for another attack. He might give that false sense of security there to Doma as well. He might think to himself, look, I have him covered. Well, you know, Perdomo might have just literally set back for a second. But as I say that, it looks like Perdomo is starting to put on a bit more of attack and does look a bit closer. Much better eggs out of that corner there now. And he's going to go for that move. He's gone by, but will he get to keep it? Because he's not going to have the inside line. Oh, that beam was going on the ground. Oh, wow. And then he's understeered off. But Perdomo still holds position, so that was not for position. Everyone else going by. So Perdomo and Doma had a little touch. And look, that's the nature of that corner too. Doesn't really go around there, because it's a very, very fast right kink, but then it's hard onto the brakes as well. So to try and keep the weight balance and keep that car stable on your own, never mind with a car beside you, it's quite tough in the best of times there. But look, it is what it is. I think that's a racing incident. I don't think it's a major... There was no foul play from either party there. That was just quite unlucky with the nature of that corner and the speed that they were taking at. You know, but it is what it is. I wouldn't be worrying too much if I was either of them now. But that was exciting. And looking back then to Joe Cosera, who was literally only 0.2 of a second off Max Muller for 16th and 17th spot here as well. That'd be quite cool to be getting a look at now, because look at that, as we say it there, we're getting the move done on screen at Spoon as Max Muller runs wide. Then Joe Cosena is after getting the inside line and flying straight here. That's absolutely phenomenal, and a much better run then in the Audi. The only thing is, though, will the Beamer come back under braking, as the Beamer does seem to have quite strong brakes, but quite a bit of a distance there. But we'll see now under braking how much the Beamer comes back into it. It does look like going down the main straight, though, that Audi's going to have a much better drive, though. That V10 in a straight line is just such a quick car. I don't think the Beamer will have an answer for that one there. But even back down further again, we've got Patrick Wants versus Schubert, about a second away from each other as well. So like there's just races developing everywhere. It's absolutely phenomenal. This is great. Absolutely brilliant, as they're so close there, and then with the back marker as well behind them. This is brilliant. 0.8 of a second off each other. They are attacking this track. Doesn't matter whether you're fighting for first or for 24th there. These guys will keep pushing it there. 23rd sounds better than 24th. That's exactly what Patrick is saying to himself. And see, the McLaren is quite strong around here, as is the Audi. Audi running quite wide, trying to carry as much speed off the exit of Spoon, trying to set themselves up. But then again, the back marker in that M4 as well might cause him havoc now, because going around into the braking zone, if the M4 stays with him, I think the M4 might be slightly stronger on braking, and they might try a little move up the inside. Is that a light flash to see from the Audi? And the M4 gets a much better drive through. The Audi's going to try to come back, but the M4 now has flew through there, so that's now in the way. So that's about 1.3 of a second gap now at least, as the McLaren gets by. But that M4 is absolutely flying through. M4 getting the tow. I find it quite interesting that the M4 is able to fight with the Macca on the straights there, as we're after jumping on now with Juice Fairman and Patrick Wants. We're back on, sorry, with him now. Great stuff, as he's 0.4 of a second off. And looking back up the grid, there's no one that close. This is the closest battle on track at the minute. So it's jumped down to 0.3 of a second now. As you can see, it's achingly close here, going around the S section there. And I have to say, this part of the S's, I always feel a bit sad and think about Jules Bianchi there back in 2015 or 2014. Or 2014. Yeah, so always having that thought in the mind there as well, and that's why this track is so much history. It's an amazing track, figure of 8 circuit. These guys are pushing it, and as you see here, this might be sim racing, but they are taking this thing so serious. Sim racing is in itself a sport now. You need to be fit to do these kinds of races, because it's physically demanding driving these rigs. Force feedback as well would drain you. Boys will be sweating after an hour, never mind the stints that they're doing at the minute. So this is still a good battle there, as it looks like Casper Hookart after getting by Dave Bartlett. So Dave might have had a moment there. I don't know what's happened there. I just seen that they're after flying by. So it does look like he had left the track and has come back on, and unfortunately for him, come back on down a position. That was tough going. So now I'm with Crowell at the minute. So this is a great little ding dong here as well. So Crowell is what, about 0.4 of a second off, looking for a way through. That Lexus is very, very fast. The motor in that BMW looking quite stable. And like, the worst thing about these guys is if they're not racing the cars ahead, you know, the cars ahead are entitled to race each other and entitled to battle. So they might be slowing him up and pulling him back into Crowell's grasps. So it's not like Formula 1 or other things where you get a blue flag, you have to move out of the way. You can, but you don't have to. You don't physically have to slow down and let people by. They will have to do it at their own leisure. But the only thing is, you're not going to fight to overtake. That's really the big key difference there with that. But at the minute, they're just absolutely all over each other. And it shows the perseverance of some of these drivers, not falling to that pressure as well. And the heart and the guts that just keeps them going, keeps them fighting, not letting these kind of things get to them. I see how dark it's getting. That Beamer looks so evil with them angel eyes in the kind of yellow colour that's on the front of that car. Crowell, a much cleaner line through there, has pulled in a bit of time, but you know, has nowhere to go in that Lexus. This is not a typical place for trying overtaking. It's a matter of following through and trying to set yourself up then further down the road. But great stuff here out of these two. They're absolutely tooting nail at it. And it looks like then up further, Michel Perdomo is about 0.4 of a second in, not as close as this battle here. And also behind Wance is about 0.5 of a second off. So we are live on with the closest battle with Kroll. Although Michel Perdomo is about 0.4 of a second off as well for 7 and 8 versus Clancy. And Dome is only literally a 1 and a bit seconds behind. So this is getting lively here for 7th, 8th and 9th position. Absolutely phenomenal. So Perdomo were on board with their through the S as they go. Half a second, but under braking, it looks like they're losing a bit of time there now. So that probably wasn't their strongest bit of a sector, but they pulled back in a little bit of time there now. So down this straight, they might get a nice toe and pull in a bit of time, and then maybe under braking, they might give it a little bit of rally, but they're in equal cars, so you know, fairly equal machinery. That's just down to the driver. Oh my god, he brakes so much later, carries way more speed. He's hardly going to go for the move there. It's looking like he's going to try it. They're going to be side by side coming to the S's. Does he get through? He does. What a move. What a move. That was absolutely beautifully done, and I have to say very respectful for Clancy as well. That was just brilliant setup there. The speed he took into turn 1 made all the difference. Was able to go wide and pull back in for the tighter line and then go on the exit around. So that was absolutely great. Very well set up. Whether he fully meant that or not, we'll never know. I'm sure if he comes in after the stint and lets us know, it'll be very, very cool to hear, because that was a beautifully set up move there. So back on here now with Wance versus Schubert. They are still achingly close. It's ridiculous. Half a second or so in it there, coming up towards Spoon. It's all about patience here. That McLaren does seems to be very, very good in the straight line as well. But this should be McLaren's forte here with these kind of mid to high speed corners. Should be fairly pushing along. The Audi was tending to understeer a bit more here, and the same again. So he definitely takes a bit more of a wider line, just obviously getting on the power a bit earlier and trying to carry that through. But for whatever reason, that McLaren then just seems to pull away, which is great. And then looking at Muller now as well. So Muller is very, very close here to Dennis Kroll. BMW versus Lexus, and Lexus looks like it's keeping them at bay. Great stuff here, absolutely great stuff. And two different kinds of cars. Back on with Wance here because he's 0.4 of a second off, so he is the closest battle on this track. So Schubert's still keeping him ahead, or keeping him behind. Lights flashing as well. Back marker's trying to get involved into this, but not going to happen. So the back marker is looking, well, it could be someone out further than not back marker, but yeah, doesn't have to get by and it doesn't have to give it up. That's Duma now we are on with now, which is after getting by Brian Clancy. So that is a nice move there, to be fair about it. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Duma now is about 1.2 seconds as we're jumping back on with Wance, because Wance now is getting very, very close. So this is just, it's fast actions coming hard and taking, that's it. As I must say, oh, as the Aston Martin had to take evasive action there. Wasn't expecting the rejoin of the Audi after letting the mark pretty much through, so he thought the door was open for himself. Realised fairly quick that door shut straight away. And that's not really helping Wance now that he's 1.3 seconds off Schubert, so that has not helped at all. I think the next closest battle looking there is still between that and then Max Muller and Dennis Kroll, and there doesn't seem to be any kind of a battle. I'll go jump on with Muller, so he is kind of in around the 1.2 seconds as well. This BMW and Lexus. The Lexus definitely seems to have the advantage, but then again the Beamer on some of these sectors as well. Seems to be pulling back in, but I don't think it's close enough. I think they're only going to get further and further away. I think that Lexus, once he kind of gets into a bit of clean air now, will just keep going on. And looking now, so Leclerc 10 pit stops we're up to now, and we are currently at lap 144 as well, so which is quite crazy. We will be expecting the top two to pit soon enough. They're both on about near between 53 to 57 minutes. We are also looking there an hour and 6 for Duma. We'll be pitting quite soon. Padromo and Clancy could probably put out a little bit more. The number 34 car should be pitting soon as well. So look, we're coming to that kind of crossover section again of more pits. So let's see what happens. So we're on with the race leader at the minute, currently 145 laps now. Absolutely great stuff. And we are at 17 hours and 52 minutes to go, which is absolutely crazy to think we've 10 minutes. Oh yes, yeah. Do you know what? I was focusing so much on the race and I wasn't even looking. So sorry, guys. I'm not talking to myself. I promised. So rain in 10 minutes. That's just. I was so concentrating on the action there, and great camera work, by the way. Hats off to all you guys doing all that in the background as well. Yeah. So rain in 10 minutes, and it looks like it's going to be staying for a while. So the bipolar weather is back again. That rain dance, and viewers, thank you so much. You know, without your hard work doing the rain dance, we wouldn't be having all this rain now. So well done. I'm sure a lot of the guys won't be too happy with that. So look, this could be a thing where you might extend the stint when you know the rain's going to be coming for quite a while. Anyone who can put that car into a low fuel mode and just drive around and pull a little bit more out of it, you might lose a few seconds a lap now, but you can just pit then directly onto wet tyres, because it looks like it's going to be for quite a while. Looking along there now, so we're on with Enghart here at the minute, getting closer, very closer by the looks of it. Just not close enough. Although he's getting very, very close there. It's Porsche versus Mercedes. I would expect in a straight line the Mercedes will out-drag that thing. But you can see just how much more comfortable the Mercedes or the Porsche is on braking and on turning there. Great front end on it. As we have Doma going into the pits now. Wow, wow, wow. Do they go onto wets or do they stay in dry? If I was them, I'd probably go onto wets and take that gamble. As you see, there must be a bit of rain there now because there's wipers on the Porsche. I just can't see any rain here with being so dark. There's definitely a bit of rain there, so this is it. Anyone pitting now should absolutely go onto the wets and take the risk of a few laps of pain with hotter tyres. Bed them in as easy as you can, because at the end of the day, this rain looks like it's going to be down for a little bit. So everyone is coming in now. And there's a stop go there for Reg as well of 30 seconds. Not what you like to see there. As Enghart is still trying to fight his way, and we're on with Anderson here. So Enghart's gone into pits, so a load of people are going into pits. So this is it. Do we get everyone onto wets now? That pit lane is getting quite active. Everyone that's watching this in the YouTube or Twitch chat, let us know if you have any information of what tyres people are going on. Just for myself, because it'd be good to see then the crossover difference if the rain tyres then do start overtaking. As Van Oor, I think it was looking like they had a bit of a struggle there, but that could have been coming out of the pits. That is now Spence in as well. This is crazy, they're all just jumping in. That's the most active I think I've seen the pits myself tonight. Although Dave is still out in the lead. Rappa's in the pits. Oh, who's in? I can't say that name. Jorgens, I'll call him, is in the pits. Mourinho's still out there. Literally everyone is in the pits half the field. And there's a stop go for Reteg, so maybe Reteg's in covering that stop go now. I did forget about that. But the great news is 35 cars started. There's still 35 cars in this as well. So hats off to the drivers as well. 146 laps in, and it's raining for the third time. That's absolutely crazy, but it looks like the rain this time might stay for quite a bit. Let's see. Looking quite nice out there, in fairness to him. I do like that livery as well, quite a cool looking livery. So it's staying damp out there now. Track temperature is still 21 degrees, so still not too bad. Starting to get a little bit on the cold side, but nothing too bad yet. The tyres will still be alright there. I don't know with the dampness how much temps they are losing in there. Unfortunately, I don't have that information. But looking quite okay though. As we're hitting about 7:30 in the evening, nearly over in Suzuka in the time itself. So it's hard to know the gaps at the minute with everyone pitting, so we'll have to wait for the pits to kind of settle down before we see the actual gaps that's happening there on the track. As we still have more people coming into the pits, and Van Hoon there as well, doing a little nice job in his Aston. Okay, so looking at cars coming out of the pits there now as well. We're on with Gray. That's good to showcase all these guys. That's a lovely looking livery there. Great to showcase all these drivers. As we have then the SWAT in the pits. So it's still staying on damp. It hasn't gone to wet as of yet, but you can definitely see this starting to get wetter and wetter out there now as well, to be fair about it. Stop go for Clancy still. They need to get in there fairly quick to get that done. No major gaps as of yet, still due to the pit stops happening. But it's crazy to think there 10 pit stops is the highest amount, and the least amount is 5 pit stops, which will surely be 6 soon, as the Swart is coming out of the pits, would make it 6 then. Vickers is back out there. Good lad, Vickers. Does Vickers still have a drive-through or stop-go? That's crazy if he does. The name was changed, sorry, because that was a different name. That is crazy. We'll keep an eye on that one there, whether it's just a bug after the stop-go down, but normally the stop-go does fly off afterwards, so be interesting to see that one, guys. A bit of flashing lights in the pits. It's a lovely looking livery there, and you can see that it's starting to get much more wet now, as it does say wet on the track, and that rain is now prominent for at least 30 minutes. So now, how can the guys adjust to completely different conditions again? So it's not too bad yet, so it's not massively heavy where there's a massive overspray or anything just yet. Let's see if that changes. It is Japan after all, and they are known for quite heavy downpours. So let's see what happens. But it's mad, even though all these cars together are all racing for different positions on the track while sharing the same piece of track. And looking at the gaps there, they're all so close together. And this is Jack for third place here, trying to get by, and has got by, so at least then that's not losing any more time, because he's 25 and a little bit seconds off second place. The second place is 92 seconds off David Perdle, but David Perdle has to pit yet, if I remember right, so he's doing a great job. No, he's not, he's only pitted, so 5 minutes ago. So interesting. So Chris Vickers in the pit, so he did have a stop-go penalty. That is disgusting for Chris. But at least he's back out now in 10th spot and can get on with the race. Luckily enough, they had quite a bit of a gap. And what can he do now? Now, Chris Vickers is a driver that I am used to seeing, and he was racing in our endurance series, the winter series that we're running at the minute. He qualified in Monza on pole, and then unfortunately his steering wheel actually disconnected while in the race. and then Mike, his teammate, actually Michael Rosa, who's racing tonight as well. Yeah, the two of them done a phenomenal job. Ended up finishing second in that endurance. It was a 4 hours of Monza. He was quite unlucky there. So five time penalty there for number 62, unsafe rejoin, with car 5 on lap 131. So it's grand having these live stewarding. So a 5-second penalty has now been applied, and that'll be served at his next pit stop, or the driver changeover, whenever that is. So Gallen's only 0.4 of a second off the lower. Absolutely crazy. So he's pushing along, getting very, very close now. Gallen there in the Honda NSX. How fast is that going to be in the wet here? Because he's after pulling in quite considerably quickly on the lower. Yeah, oh yeah, I'll do that now, sorry. Now I'm going to get in Reese Spence. And Reese, how are you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm not too bad.
Mate, that was some stint for you. Do you want to talk us through what you were feeling? Because like, that is the most bipolar weather I've come across in my life.
Yeah, a bit of a wave of emotions there, really. We're still investigating what happened with in the driver swap. For some reason, the pit limiter switched itself off. I mean, my hands were nowhere near the pit limiter when I was in the pit, so it's really, really frustrating. But yeah, to go from that, and then unfortunately we, coming off the wet tyres, we selected scrub tyres that had already been run on another stint. So I was down in the 203s for most of that first stint, which was, again, just so frustrating, because especially after that you just want to get on the front foot again and start lapping well. But we got it together, and yeah, we're back in P5.
Absolutely brilliant. Jay, he's doing a great job out there, your teammate. But for yourself, how has it been with the change of conditions, then the change from daytime into nighttime? How did you adjust as a driver? And then did you take part in the very original start before it got restarted as well? I didn't get time to look at the original starting grid. So did you start on hour 24?
No, it wasn't me starting. It was my teammate Simon Bauer who did the initial first stint. We did get involved in the first lap contact. It was just a case of we hit the puddles on dry tyres, and unfortunately the car just didn't turn. So we recovered back up, and we were looking good. But obviously, yeah, with the server reset, it was actually a bit more of a gain than anything for us. So we were quite lucky.
Right. Okay, but we pretend we didn't talk about that so well. But yeah, but honestly, how has it been for you, like the stints? And like, there was some close racing with yourself as well, and some nice battling going on out there. How mentally drained do you feel right now, and physically drained after being driving?
To be honest, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling quite pumped. I didn't really want to get out of the car then, to be honest, because I quite like the wet conditions, and both of all three of my stints have been in the dry. So yeah, I find that better when the track is more changeable. Always have been in the past, and yeah, I just want to drive. I've had a year out, and this is my first race back, so I just want to get back into the swing of things. And
I want to come back into a 24-hour race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, unfortunately, I had a bit of trouble with job and stuff. Took up a lot of time over the summer, so I wasn't able to compete in the endurances. But I'm so pumped and happy to be back, and all the guys have been really welcoming to have me back in the team. So yeah, I'm just trying to keep up with everyone. I'm still probably the slowest on paper in our team, but I'm just trying to keep the car on the track, put the laps in, and hopefully we can try and make some damage limitation now and get back up to P3.
Absolutely, but you've done a phenomenal job. You can only hold your head up high, to be quite honest about it, mate. You've done some great stints, some nice moves as well for you to watch back over as well through your stints as well. And are you going to be racing? Are you going to have a break now for a few hours? When's your next stint due? Or
I think I'm going to have a few hours break now. Fortunately, Clayt wasn't feeling too well earlier, so that's why I was originally not planning to be in the car until about 4:30, and I was only supposed to finish the stints about now. So we had to sort of take over and just do a single and 4 sets of single stints to make sure that he was feeling okay. But I'm probably not back in the car till about 2 o'clock in the morning now, so got to go get some food and hit the energy drinks, I think.
Oh, that's brutal. But look, at the end of the day, it's part of the fun, isn't it? Like, because for anyone who doesn't do sim racing, and as you say, you've had a year and you're coming back into it, I think it's more about, as much about teamwork. It's about the camaraderie as well as just the racing itself, and then the tactics, because I'm assuming that you'll be there keeping an ear in with your team as well and giving them kind of feedback of what's happening elsewhere.
Yeah, our team chat is something else at the moment. Just trying to calculate the numbers and figure out where we can go and if we're going to stay out, if we're going to pit with the rain. And it seems to be hitting every couple of, well, at least every hour and a half at the moment. So it's making
crazy.
the strategy quite difficult. But you know, I love this kind of racing. This is just you don't get to do this every day. So I'm more than happy just to be in it and just to be taking part.
It's going to keep you definitely on your toes and keep you awake, which is great. What's your predicted? Obviously, now there's still a long time to go. But predictions? Would you hope for a top 3 by the end of the race?
I'm feeling pretty confident. If we don't have any more hiccups, we've got a good driver lineup.
Just an NSX decided to go crazy off at Spoon. Sorry. So
they're not the best through there, especially in this kind of weather.
No, definitely not. But so you're expecting for top 3. What's your worst case scenario then if there was any more issues? Because obviously, look, there's 17 and a half hours to go. This is all obviously talking that the race goes exactly to plan. We all know racing doesn't normally do that.
We hope we've had our fair share of hiccups now. We hope that was just the only thing that went wrong. But I mean, we'd be happy with the top 10. I think realistically, if we do have a good race from here on out with no mistakes, we can maybe get up to P2. I think is on the cards. We did pass the 62, and we managed to get by them, even though they were the lap ahead, and we managed to unlap ourselves. And then I think I pulled out about a 16 something second gap by the end of the stint. So I was super happy with that. So fingers crossed that they might be our main targets.
Fair play to you. Absolutely brilliant. To be honest with you, I don't know how you're doing it out there, because with that rain, it looks like it's ever getting a lot heavier this time than it has been in the other stints. To be fair about it there, looking at the track, it looks like it's actually getting quite saturated now. How hard is it to follow with the spray as well?
It is difficult. I mean, it's difficult to follow cars around here anyway. It's such a technical track that even when you're running by yourself, it still keeps you on your toes. It just takes one wrong move and you're off into the grass here. So it is a tough track even if you're just running by yourself. So to run behind someone else takes real skill, especially in these conditions, the spray and the darkness as well. I think that people were reporting a bug with the game. I couldn't see anything about half an hour into that stint, the last stint I've just done, so I was basically driving blind.
Oh, really?
It's quite scary, yeah. The lights didn't really seem to light up anything, so I could barely see the apexes, so I was just driving off memory and trying to do it with my eyes shut, basically. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, this track.
Absolutely. Come here, I'm going to ask for an inside secret here. Nobody can hear us, right?
Okay.
I forget that this is being streamed. Have you gone for more of a dry or a wet setup?
The good thing about the BMW is it's good everywhere. So we do have a bit of an adaptable setup, but we seem to be really good even when it comes to wet driving, and it's good even on a wet track with dry tyres, it seems. So we're really lucky in the fact that we've set the setup mainly to dry conditions, but it does work really well in the wet, and as you've probably seen, we can still hold the pace when it does turn wet as well.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's the key when you have it. You know that it's going to be strong and dry, but also because of the car being such a neutral car, you know you can still hold that pace in the wet, which is great.
Yeah, it definitely gives you a little bit of an advantage, and it's just more safe than anything. So we can still push it when we do get, through some of the standing water. We can still afford to push the car a little bit. So that side of it is great, and it's safe and quick in the wet. So couldn't ask for more, really.
It's absolutely brilliant. What's your energy drink of choice, should I say?
I go for Monster usually. I'm more of a Monster boy. I always have been. Back when I was in school, just personal preference, really.
Right, now this is going to make or break me talking to ever again. What kind of Monster is it?
I just usually go for the original. I find the original's best. Just don't change it. I have tried no sugar ones, but
we can't be friends anymore.
Gonna get booted out the shed.
That's it. I'm sorry, this shed is only for people who like the sugar-free stuff. But honestly, try the gold one. The pineapple one is so good.
Oh, I think I have actually. That's not too bad, that one. I can drink that one.
We won't judge you too much, so you've redeemed yourself a little bit. So no hate mail to this guy. He's redeemed himself. You could be cancelled nowadays, but we're after having a spin there with an idea. So that NSX is obviously becoming quite troublesome for them. They're hard to out on dry tyres.
Yeah, I don't drive the NSX a lot. I can't say I've ever really driven it at all, to be honest. I used to drive the Bentley before I came back, so the Bentley, and we did last season at Odyssey, and the Ferrari. So they're the two cars I did the Aston as well. So they're the three kind of cars that I feel most comfortable in. But coming back to the BMW, I'm just amazed by it. It's really good. Even if it's not the quickest everywhere, it seems safe. And
you need to try the Jag.
Oh, I love the Jag. You gotta love the Jag.
Do you know what? Now we're best friends.
I was honestly tempted to say, do we want to do the 24-hour in the Jag and give it a go?
It would have been so much fun. You would have been so slow, but
I would have done
so much fun. For me, though, the best car sounding is the M6.
Yes, yeah. I have to say, I mean, I'm Bentley through and through, to be honest. If you were going to say any car, that I mean, from the last couple of seasons I've done in various leagues, I've always seemed to use the Bentley. So that's my car of choice. I know people have been saying it's not the quickest now after the update, but it used to be absolutely bonkers everywhere. So
I drove that around Watkins Glen. That thing revs out literally so high. I love it. That Bentley is
like
so
a
much
fire
fun.
when it's coming past the pit straight. It sounds epic.
Oh, look, it feels like you are on a boat, but it's a quite stable car. You can chew on those curbs.
Well, my nickname in our team is Boatley, so that was given to me after the season.
Makes sense. To be fair about it. Who do you expect to win the race? So
I think
can't be you.
The 138 have been fantastic, and as much as they are rivals, I mean, they're 5 points ahead of us in the championship, and that was the main pressure coming into this race because I haven't raced with the team for the whole year. I was just so scared to do anything wrong, but as I said, we're all here for fun, we're all here for charity. There's no money involved, so we're just trying to enjoy it. But I think the 138 team are really, really quick, and barring anything happening to them, I think they've got this.
Yeah, they're definitely pulling out a nice advantage. They're 103 seconds clear of second.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult to make up, but you never know. We've still got 17 and a half hours of racing left, so anything can happen, and it's already happened to us, so who says it can't happen to someone else?
There's a great man that said that about Formula 1, Murray Walker, and I think that's the same for whatever racing it is. Anything can happen, and it will happen.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm going to remain hopeful and positive, and at the end of the day, I'm just really enjoying just being out there with these guys. It's a privilege to come and race.
It's absolutely great to hear it, and it's great that after the year out, just you can hear it in your voice how hyped you are after it. And that's why I love talking to people after they do the stint, because you can feel the passion coming back. No matter whether you've raced all the time or as you done took the year out, you can just hear the adrenaline, the fun, the excitement. It's great.
Yeah, it may be virtual on the screen, but the racing's still real and the adrenaline's still there, and my heart was really pumping following that 62 before. Even though it wasn't even for the same lap, it just it gets your adrenaline going, and
absolutely
you can't press the replay button now and restart it.
And is there any driver we should watch out for on your team that might be a bit fond of a spinner or anything like that?
I think we've got quite a well-rounded team. I know Clay Bainey has been the quickest out of us, and he's the guy who does the majority of our setups. He's an absolute wizard. I don't know the first thing when it comes to setting up a car. I just tell him what's wrong and he fixes it. But he's just been absolutely fantastic and has really helped me through getting back into it and getting back into a rhythm, especially at this track, because this is my slowest by far.
Well, you're for a slow track, you're doing amazing around it, and that's the truth. Like, well, I have to say, are you finding that on track? Do you find that the track is a little bit narrow compared to other tracks, with it being an old school kind of layout?
Yeah, it's difficult when you're in traffic and there's not much room to get past, and you've just got to try and make the most of the track here, and it requires the driver to be really, really smooth on their inputs, and I think that's where I've, over the last couple of weeks, is coming back into it. I'm only on a G29, so to try and get smoothness out of it, as some people say, it's really kind of difficult lap to lap to get that consistency, but I've been trying my best.
You've done absolutely amazing, and you've done better than I do anyway, so fair play to you, to be honest about it. But no, look, it's great to see that you're coming back. And will you be back then racing full time, do you reckon, from now on, or has it reignited that far?
Fingers crossed. Yeah, I go back to my job in the summer, so I go flying with an airline, so it does take up a lot of my time. And
who do you fly for?
I'm allowed to say I'll fly for the big guys in blue, TUI.
Who?
TUI, the holiday company.
Oh, I've never even heard of them. I have a friend who flies at Ryanair, that's why I was asking.
No, so I go back to them in the summer, and yeah, so that'll be good. So I'm going to try and keep it up as much as I can, but it does take up a lot of my time. If I'm here for one-off events, then yeah, I'll try and get in as many as I can.
So you're actually a pilot then, or like, are you?
No, I'm only crew. I only go in the back with the trolleys.
Oh, fair play. there's still nothing wrong with that. It's better than my job anyway.
Only for now, but yeah, next summer I go back to it. So
nice man. Would you ever be interested in becoming a pilot?
maybe one day. Yeah, if I wasn't to be a racing driver, which yeah, it's gone out the window now. That's probably the other thing to do. So.
Or GT3s wouldn't be going out your window. You're still only a young gossoon, a baby.
Oh, you never know. You never know.
I hear SimSport Race International might sponsor the race. To get you a nice Bentley there.
Oh, that'd be lovely.
Put you in a Jag. But I'm going to put in, if you want to stay in, you're more than welcome. I'm going to pull Pierre in as well. Pierre's been sitting there for a few minutes. Yeah, maybe you can taunt him a little bit as well.
I'll probably get back to the team, but I'll pop up. I need to go get some food as well. I'm starving, so yeah, the chippy tea is one for tonight. But nice. Yeah, I'll definitely jump up later on and give you guys an update.
Yeah, definitely, please do, and tell your teammates as well. Don't be shy and get into that room as well. We won't buy too much, but you know, it's good to get the feedback from you guys. So thanks very much, and best of luck in your next stint, Abo too.
Oh, brilliant! Well, thanks very much for having me, and I'm sure I'll speak to you again soon.
Oh, we'll talk to you later on, and see you later on Horsebox.
Take it easy.
Take it handy. Now I'm going to put in Pierre Moreno. So Pierre, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Well, how has that been for you so far?
It's been great, to be honest. Obviously the start was a bit challenging for us because we were one of the cars on the drives. So we watched a lot of cars pass us and there was quite a bit of contact. I think we had 12 seconds total. But we kept our head down. I've done 4 hours and a few of the guys have done 2 hours. I've put in some monster stints and we haven't had any major catastrophes yet. Except for a drive-through for track cuts. So yeah, I think we're still in 5th right now. Doing all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, doing not too bad at all.
Yeah, it's been all right. Yeah, the guys are doing really good. We're being consistent, especially with the different conditions. We were scared that our primarily dry setup would not work in the rain. And it turns out that it's doing all right actually. So it's just quite tricky to drive as the Porsche usually is.
Sure, look, the Porsche is you're actually up in 4th place. Sorry.
Oh, great.
Yeah. In the Porsche, but I have to say I do like your livery as well. It's very noticeable.
Yeah, I was supposed that was on purpose. That's John Doe's. Thanks to John Doe for that one actually. He was the one who produced that livery, which I believe is a reference to Manta Racing Porsche livery, which happened a couple of years ago or something along those lines.
Nice one. And then for yourself, how have you find it like adapting to the weather conditions? Because it has been quite erratic in the way it's been wet, dry, and back to quite heavy rain now, and that's staying consistent now for the next while. So that looks like the rain is down for the foreseeable for now. How has it been for you, and how has it been with the crossover of day into night racing?
Yeah, so for us, I mean the conditions changing, we're timing pretty well with our pit stops. So I think for now we haven't lost a pit stop. You know, we're not adding an extra pit stop at the end of strategy from what we have right now at least. So it's worked pretty well. I think the guys who started with wets, for example, have had an extra pit stop, but they kind of made it up with the pace anyway, so it's about the same now. So no, it's pretty good. I mean, as I was saying, the car earlier feels definitely probably best in sort of damp conditions, whether in dry or wet tires actually. As soon as you get very wet like it is now, it's definitely tricky to drive. The car obviously likes to, you know, pitch quite a lot, so it's quite challenging on some corners.
And you're finding that the mechanical grip though on exit out of the corners, even in the rain, should be still quite nice. Like it's a little bit more rear focused the weight, isn't it, in that car still?
Yeah, so actually our setup obviously uses the rear quite a bit, so we've had in our notes to try and use the fronts as much as possible.
Okay.
And we're just trying to basically manage the rears throughout the stint. Obviously, in the wet, with wet tires, it's not as important because they just tend to last quite well.
Yeah.
And you can play with the traction control throughout, but yeah, it's definitely dodgy in some areas.
Just looking there, your teammates having a nice little battle out there with the car behind at the minute as well, even though it's not for overall position.
Yeah, I mean, Paul said to us, my objective is to not bin it. So I'm glad that he's keeping to that and he's staying in the group ahead. So we had a shot of a podium there. I think he'll be quite ambitious to reach for it, but you never know.
Well, at the minute you're about 50-ish seconds off third place at the minute, and like over 17 and a bit hours. It's not a massive amount of time to grab.
Yeah, I mean that's easily lost with a stop and go or a drive-through, or that's probably about the time for a drive-through. Actually, 50 seconds, maybe a bit, maybe a bit more. But yeah, shout out to the car number 13 actually, Tom, Jack, and the guys, and Jurgens and Victor. They're actually friend of ours. We're from the same community called Racing Pals.
Okay.
So Tom is a very quick guy. So is Robin. So is everybody in that team really. So. Glad to see that they've picked up a fairly new car for all of them actually, the Mercedes. They don't usually drive that and they're smashing it.
Nice one. It's a nice looking livery on that Mercedes as well. And that's what I love, as I was saying earlier on, it's great to see different communities coming together and competing against each other. Even though it's a charity event, you kind of have that pride of community as well, don't you? That kind of does play a bit of a factor as well, thinking, we want to beat the other guys out ahead.
Yeah, it's quite fun actually. I didn't know that these guys were taking part of this 24 hours race. So when I learned about it, I learned about it by practicing basically and seeing that they were in the same race. So yeah, it's great news, and it proves that this race is reaching out quite a few people. So yeah, well done to you guys.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely loving it now. I'm an admin in a league called Evolution Racing Academy. So next time round, I will try and get us to get a team into this as well. Because there's nothing better than having a bit of crack with other communities, but also it's for a great cause as well.
Yeah, and actually I've been sharing that link to a few of my friends outside of sim racing, so it's good to see that there's been some reach. But I have to say, this race has been, obviously, some hiccups aside, has been really well organized compared to some others that have been participating, so yeah, good job for you guys.
Yeah, they've done a great job, in fairness to them. It's absolutely, other than the hiccup at the start. But I like that about it as well, because it adds that character of the drivers who started originally at 24 hours, they were kind of nearly halfway through their stint, and then to fully reset and get their mind back focused. So I like that dynamic of it as well. And then obviously for one or two teams it maybe helped out that they were involved in the first lap incident. Looking back there now.
Yeah, that was tricky actually for us because I had the best start ever. I started also that first start. And I think I was P2, but then I started with the wets. So then after I pitted, I was P9. So I think the restart did not really change the situation much. If anything, maybe it helped us ever so slightly.
Okay.
So it came back all right.
So that's absolutely brilliant. And what's your expectations then on finishing? What position?
Yeah, our goal was to finish top 10.
Okay. Well, you're doing great.
Yeah, we're well able to do that, but we have 17 hours left.
Absolutely.
So
anything can happen.
Yeah, so I think we'll still be happy with top 10. Maybe top 5 would be the cherry on top of the cake.
Well, it's looking quite good because you're 40 seconds ahead of 5th place anyway. So
yeah,
quite a bit of a gap.
And you can see near the top there's a lot of Beamers. I see 2 Mercs as well, and then it's the Aston. So we're definitely the first Porsche by quite a bit.
Yeah,
so
the next Porsche is 10th place today. Yeah, that's very positive.
Yeah, I think I know Engelhardt from somewhere as well, and he's no slouch. I don't know about the teammates, so yeah, if we keep it like this, it would be great. Obviously, if something happens at the front and we get the podium, that would be great. But keep expectations low and hope for the best.
Absolutely. Well, no, put the expectations up and push yourselves. I think that's part of it. the harder you push and the harder you keep it going throughout the night, because it's going to be more demanding come 3 or 4 hours time when you're kind of getting close to halfway through this. Because we're only actually 5 hours off being halfway through, really, from the true start of the race. So I think that's when it's going to be affecting a lot of you drivers, unless a few of you are having sneaky little naps in between or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, some people, I mean, I know our teammates, you know, they were up this morning, and obviously they're having naps before doing the late night drive. So yeah, props to them. That takes a special kind of fortitude and endurance to be able to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I hope everything will go well, and anyway, we'll know tomorrow morning when I get back up. I see that Paul is still doing all right, which is cool.
That was still very good there. He is 59 seconds off now, third place, but 68-ish. Well, it's dropping up between 50 to 60 seconds away from Tim.
Yes. So in that team, I know Tom is probably one of the quickest drivers. So is Robin.
Right.
Jürgen's also excellent. He's just extremely consistent. I've won a race with him before as well, an endurance race. So all these guys are really good, but I do think, you know, putting the fastest drivers like they're doing right now at the beginning, it might mean that we might be able to catch up later. But once again, that team is stacked, so we'll see.
Okay. Well, I think that's part of the strategy as well. It's how you play your little ace cards every now and then, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're quite happy with having the consistent drivers right now during the night, because I certainly hate driving at night.
Oh, really?
I can't seem to see crap, and I lose time even in the drive. So I'm happy to leave that to them. I don't mind the rain at all. In fact, I quite like the rain, but it's just night is not great for me. So this is working out pretty well.
Nice one. The night racing I find quite fun, but sure, yeah, it's going to be quite easy enough for you then if that's the case, if you're not in, and then you're taking back over in the morning then, are you?
Yeah, I will actually be finishing the race.
Nice.
Let me check actually. John will be picking up the car next.
Okay.
And then Ben will be picking up next. So yeah, it'll be between Paul and John throughout the night.
Nice.
And yeah, up until I get back up just before the end tomorrow.
Excellent. It's absolutely brilliant. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do, because in fairness, Smith was doing great in that car earlier on in the race as well, pushing it as well.
Yeah, Ben is he's super impressive. He's quite young. I don't know how old he is exactly, but I think he's between 18 and 20, and he's quite new to, well, he's not quite new to ACC. He's driven to ACC quite a lot before, but he means iRacing. And he just got back on the game like a few days ago. He started practicing.
Wow.
And suddenly he was within a second, and I was like, well, this is not fair.
Some people are naturally talented, aren't they?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Exactly. And the younger you start, the better it is, right? So
Absolutely.
yeah,
They put us all to shame. I'm an old fart compared to him now, but the young lads definitely would put you to shame. They'd humble you fairly quickly, wouldn't they?
yeah, exactly. And the rate of learning is very high, especially now with sim racing becoming so popular. There's a lot of young guys who are just really good, and they're, you know, they barely have hair.
Yeah. Well, as you get older, you start to lose that hair too. So it works both ways, I suppose.
Yeah, but that's more aerodynamic, so that's fine.
Sure, look, it has to be done. The joys of it.
Yeah.
I'm looking on the race at the minute. There's no one that's majorly close together at the minute, so the gaps have kind of spread out, because you can really see that some people are really enjoying the wet and some people are struggling quite a bit.
Yeah, what cars do you think are doing the best in the wet so far?
But in the wet, like, to be honest with you, there's quite a few doing very well, but I have to say Thomas in third place is actually going very well in the wet, and is actually pulling in slightly second place. They're down to 29 seconds off them now. Other than that, Chris Vickers is doing phenomenal out there as well. He's pulling in Quizas, I think it is, ahead. So there's a few guys kind of sticking out there, and even further back you have the likes of Alexander Delors, who's starting to pull in, and who else? There was someone else that caught my eye that was down further again. Where are they now? Oliver Anderson as well. Mm-hmm. Doing quite well out there. Look, as you say, you suit daytime racing over nighttime racing. There's some people that suit kind of mixed conditions, that some people that suit dry racing. But, you know, this is endurance racing. You can't choose the weather. You got to just race to it, and that's it.
Yeah, and I guess in a way, with the conditions that are happening right now, it kind of averages out
Yeah.
throughout the whole race. You know, you can't have a car that just is really good at the rain or just really good at the dry. I think if you want to win, you need to have a bit of both.
Absolutely, and in 10 minutes, looks like the rain is going to ease off.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that might mean I might need to get back in a pit lane and race engineer the pit stop for Paul soon.
Yeah, because it looks like that change is going to happen sooner than we think, I'd say. Now, obviously, track temperatures are going to keep going down. It's down to 19 degrees at the minute as well. Have you done like different temperatures in your own pre-race testing to figure out what pressures and all that would suit, so that you're not over-pressuring them either where they're starting to overheat? Because obviously, as it gets colder, you do need to kind of close the ducts a bit and maybe raise the tyre pressures.
Yeah, so we're tracking everything with a good old Google Sheets. So we have a few different setups, and I think we have a wet setup, and we're just constantly giving it clicks down in such a way that we can do wet conditions, and that's working pretty well so far. I think we expect it to go down to 16 degrees tonight.
Wow. Well, that would be interesting. Not too cold, to be fair, but interesting enough that it's going to make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, the times, if it dries up, are definitely going to be quick.
Yeah.
I think the leaders are probably going to definitely be in at 59s.
Well, the closest to it so far, I think, was a 2-minute point 3 or 4 it was.
Yeah.
So they were getting close to it there. I'd say early morning is when you probably get the fastest laps, with the tyre well rubbered in as well.
You're right, because since the last patch, I actually think that too cold is not the quickest anymore. It used to be maybe a patch ago or 2 patches ago where you could do, hot laps on 15 degrees, and that was by far the quickest. You could do, 15s at Spa and that kind of thing. But now it feels like when you go under certain thresholds, sure, the engine is quicker, but the track is not as grippy.
Yes.
So, which is good. I think it's good that he fixed that with ACC. So, I think you're right. I think in the morning, if it dries up and we get an optimum track, we're going to see some flying times.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. I'm looking forward to seeing what you could do. I'm going to jump on and close out the commentary with, I can't remember who's on. I'm pretty sure it is Dimitri who's going to be closing off the commentary as well. I think Dimitri's out there. Is he out actually in the car now? So no, he went off to get ready for it. Let's have a quick look. I don't think he is out there. Okay. So looking here now, there is starting to become some quite battles. Weaver, 0.4 of a second off Delore, who's after getting by there, as you've seen on the stream. Vickers now a second off Crisis as well. So if looking at this race here, is there any other drivers that you know here that I should keep an eye out for that might impress me as they're kind of going through the pack?
I don't know the drivers. I know there was somebody in P20 at some point. I think he was in a Beamer.
Okay.
Who overtook me, and I thought, this guy's, if they catch up, they're going to be quick. I forgot the name. I think it was a Duh something, maybe Duh Sour or something like that. Okay. I think he overtook me in the second or third stint. But otherwise, I don't know anybody else from before the race. So yeah, best of luck to everyone.
And it's going to be interesting to see what they can do, and I'm definitely interested to see what you guys do. I'll be keeping a close eye on you there. It's very hard not to in that very bright coloured Porsche.
That was the goal, I think. I think John tried to make something that was unmissable, and he's definitely succeeded.
100% has succeeded with that. The cars ahead of you both have done, so in first and second have done 7 pit stops. You and Thomas Jack have done 6. But the most pit stops, it's still only 10 at the minute, to be fair. But we're starting to see people are starting to, we're coming to kind of near pit stop territory again. And as the track is coming back into the dry soon enough, although it's still saturated out there at the minute, but as it's coming back then into the kind of dry stage now, it should be the end of kind of the stints pretty much anyway, before it's kind of at that crossover, I would reckon. It'll be at least another 20 minutes before it'll be dry enough.
Yeah, I think I mean, it's surprising that these guys have got one more pit stop, but at the same time, they've had the pace throughout. So I think they either started with the wets, that's probably what happened, and then they kept the pace throughout because they probably didn't deal with as much midfield as we did, and they probably had a second over us, right, every lap. So obviously that adds up. So I think the P1 already lapped us, if I'm not wrong.
I think he's lapped everybody.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy. Like, that's just amazingly either amazing talent or amazing luck, one or the other.
Yeah. I would probably pay for a little slip of the pit limiter button at this stage.
Well, if you offer one of them 50 quid, it might happen.
It's for charity, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you donate 50 quid, they might do it. They might think about doing that. But speaking of that, guys, anyone who is watching this stream, or if you haven't already donated anything and you can afford to do so, please do. The links are pretty much everywhere now, and there's also live auctions going on as well. And not only is it doing a like, I suppose, a great thing for a lot of people who need it against for cancer as well. You're also for the likes of Pierre here, who's literally sacrificing their mental health out there with the mad racing that's going on with these conditions as well. So you're paying to watch these guys torture themselves as well for 24 hours. But I have to say, they're doing a great thing, and but I think, is this the second time this is being done? Because obviously I'm only new to all you guys here, so I think, as far as I'm aware, this is the second race against cancer, basically. Did you participate last year?
No, this is the very first one. Actually, I think it's the first charity race I'm doing, and I would love to do more, especially if it's you guys organizing it. I don't know if you do more than one a year, but I would definitely come back. This has been a blast so far.
It's been absolutely brilliant, and it's great to see that everyone has got involved, like yourselves, and you know, you're racing for the love of racing, but you're also doing it now for something that's actually making a change to somebody. Like, the last time I looked, there was about €6,500 raised already.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I think a few days ago it was already like $2,500, and then in the frame of just a few days, it's now over $6,000. So that's really cool.
Absolutely phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And that $6,500 go a long way to making people feel a bit more comfortable or happy or whatever they will decide to do with the money. And the fact that everyone who helps with that charity as well, it does it for free. It's all voluntary. I think that's what makes the difference. It's a genuine charity, as we're looking at Chris going off the track. But yeah, no, it's nice that it makes a massive difference. And what's your biggest tip then for anyone who's looking at this who may be new to sim racing? What would be the 3 things you'd say to them? This is why you should come and do it yourself.
It's a cliche, right? But the sim racing might not be real, but the racing is real. The competition is real, and I think out of all the sort of video games that you can play, sim racing is probably the closest to the real thing.
Absolutely.
So and that's why, you know, so many real life drivers are obviously using it to train. And I don't know if you've seen recently Lando Norris training people actually on ACC, which I thought was pretty funny when I saw that. So yeah, that's what you should try, because really all you're missing or all you're gaining is you don't have to pay for the car when you crash it.
Well, that's a quite nice gain to get there as well. It wouldn't be that cheap now, to be fair about it. Yeah,
I think crashing a GT3 car, how much are they? Like $250,000, something like that?
Oh, probably more by the time you've the spares and everything. And Chris Hill has just let me know there. So they did run this charity race last year, so I was right about that. But guess how much they raised last year?
Yeah, I wasn't there the one last year, but if there's another one next year, I would definitely love to take part.
Absolutely. Last year they raised just over 12,000.
Oh wow! Still plenty more to go.
Absolutely. Well, sure. Look, I'm looking forward to the next update to see, because the last time I was updated was kind of near the start of the race, and that was 4,500. So it jumped up 2,000 in a few hours. So yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see how this develops.
Yeah, hopefully 10k before the end. That would be great. I definitely wish the best on you guys.
Well, sure, look, at the end of the day, it's down to people like you that have giving your time. So I think it's absolutely amazing. So massive thanks to you, because without you guys out there racing and putting on the show, there wouldn't be this much hype about it. There wouldn't be as many people coming in and giving in the money and donating money. And so you got to pat yourselves on the back, even though you're only doing it for the team side of it as well. You're genuinely making a difference to all of you drivers.
Yeah, I mean, I think more races should be, sponsored by charity, because it literally doesn't cost anything. I mean, obviously it's time to organize things and just synchronize with charities and everything, but it's just win-win for everyone. So I do hope that these things keep on going.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, it's a win for the charity, it's a win for everyone that wants to race, and it's a win for people who want to watch great racing. There's nothing but positives with this.
Yeah, exactly.
Are helping out people that are going through a tougher time than any of us. We're all very lucky, obviously, that are doing the races. Obviously people have roofs over their head, they have sim rigs, because sim rigs aren't cheap. Being able to race online, to be able to afford internet to do it and all that, there is people struggling out there, and the biggest fight is definitely the likes of cancer. And cancer has affected everyone in the world, whether directly or not, whether it's family members or friends or someone everyone has been touched at some stage by either someone with cancer or someone going through that fight. So I think it's a charity that's so close to home for literally everybody, and I think that's what makes it quite an easy thing for all you guys to jump in and push behind as well. And for everyone that's donating as well, it's a real thing, because everyone is being touched by it at some stage now, at this stage.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that you don't know you need it until you do.
Yeah, exactly.
So it is important, I think, for people to be proactive for this kind of thing. So it's just great to see such a good turnout. And I don't think, have we lost any cars already? Are we still
Not
35?
one single car, still 35 cars.
I mean, for an endurance race, that is already, on ACC, that is already a small miracle. So yeah,
Exactly.
I do hope everybody can finish.
Normally in a 3-hour race you'd have a few teams gone by now, but here we are, literally now 8 hours in, 7 or 8 hours in now, and already everyone's out there still racing hard, regardless of if they've had a bad start or had an incident or drive-throughs, whatever, and still fighting. And we're on here even now with Pete Christos, who's racing there with Sharkerman as well. There's still hard racing going on with 17 hours to go. It's beyond me how this keeps happening. It looks like then that there's like a gap with nobody, and then next of all, boom, you have two people really going tooth and nail at it.
Yeah, and I guess that's the perk of a 24-hour race as well, is the fact that, even if you have some kind of mishap at some point in the race, you think, well, we've got 24 hours, or we got 10 hours left, or we got, you always have so much time left, unless, you absolutely wreck the car, 5 laps before the end. And even so, you still want to finish, right? Because
you're never
put
going
in
to
all the time. Otherwise, your teammates wake up and they're like, "What?
I decided to quit there, lad. Sorry."
Yeah, that wouldn't go well. So
no, definitely not.
So yeah, I think that's the perk. I think the whole 24-hour race. There's always some kind of aura, and it's always something that you remember for a long time. I think I remember all of my 24-hour races quite fondly.
This is the very first one I've ever been associated with at all in 24 hours now. I've like in my league we run like 3 and 4 hour endurances, and we're running a 6-hour one in a month's time as well. But this is the first time I've kind of gone this far into it, and I've only actually been commentating on a set of course at Comfort Zone for like 2.5 months.
Oh,
it's
wow.
been quite enjoyable, yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are rotating the commentary, right? Between now and tomorrow?
Yeah, so we're rotating through. So we already had Sam in. She done the first stint with Dimitri, and then I joined in early on. I had an hour break, and now I'm back in pretty much till 12 o'clock tonight now, with Dimitri rejoining after his stint.
Right, cool. Oh, he's driving and then doing commentary.
Absolutely, he's torturing himself. So I can't wait for him to come back in, because then I can actually go through how his race went from, and whether it's heartbreak or not. Because I was only messing with him saying I'll be doing the rain dance for when his stint comes, but the rain came. But unfortunately now, it hasn't gone back to dry yet. It's still saying that's 10 minutes of rain. And that was at least 10 minutes ago now at this stage that I've seen that change.
Which car are they in?
Actually, that's one thing I didn't even check with Dimitri, to be honest about it. Number 11.
Oh, yeah, he's 23rd right now.
Oh, Darren Speckman, yeah, he's in 23rd, yeah.
Aston Martin. Aston Martin are really scary quick on the straights. I mean, compared to the Porsches.
Oh yeah,
Obviously.
them Porsches were really struggling. Yeah, that's the one thing with them. The Porsche is so fast in the first two sectors. That third sector is just painful for you. With the straights, the third sector, it's just a struggle for you. But then again, when it comes to the low speed corner, even at the R130 or 130R, sorry, you're able to carry just a bit more speed through the corner than the likes of the faster guys.
Yeah, so lap time wise, it's good for us, right? It's good for Porsche.
Absolutely.
It's just as soon as you get in a queue with other cars, that's when you lose time.
Yeah.
Everywhere, because obviously you have a car in front of you in the corners where you are quicker, and then in the straights usually they're quick enough to even get out of the slipstream, or you stay in the slipstream but you've lost so much time in the turns that it just kind of makes it less worse, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, racing in a Porsche can be quite frustrating. I've had an obscene amount of hours in the Porsche, so I definitely know about it. But in an endurance race like this, you can definitely make it count.
Absolutely.
By just keeping it clean air.
Yeah, no, it looks good. I'm just looking here at car number 3. Was it flashing there on the mark?
I don't have pit link up, but car number 3 is probably top 10.
Sorry, third place. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Your team. Sorry. Third
Wait, we're
team.
P3 or you mean?
No,
Tom.
Thomas Jack.
Yeah.
No, you're still down in fourth, but you're now only about 60-something seconds off him.
Yeah, I'm just happy that we're keeping it safe and catastrophe free, because I definitely would have crushed the car probably 1,000 times over at this stage.
Yeah. I know you're doing well, but Retting here is having a nice little battle for 18th and 19th with Hayes Jr. as well. So that's a BMW versus McLaren battle. That McLaren is so fast in the mid-speed corners, but the BMW seems to love this first sector with the S's.
Yeah, the Beamer was pretty good in the first sector, and also the chicane. That's where it impressed me the most.
So it's great under braking, that car. Obviously, it's as being a neutral car.
Yeah, I guess we don't notice in a Porsche any car that's good on braking, but I just remember seeing the traction outside the chicane. We tend to bounce quite a bit because of the engine at the back.
Yeah.
Especially in the first part of the final chicane, where you land the wheel and you get this like double bounce because you're getting off the curb. And the BMW just seems splendid throughout the whole complex, and also on the exit just before the straight. So it's quite good because it sets you up for an overtake if you're the BMW.
Absolutely. Well, I have to say, I have our in-running joke in our leagues as well with a racer called Matthew Gamble. He drives a BMW, and because it's like so neutral, I just pretend it's born, and every time he's on stream I just snore and pretend I'm asleep when the BMW pops on. It's just one of those kind of cars that...
Yeah, I mean not to frown upon it, but I definitely couldn't drive it like that, because I think I would also find it boring. I think that is the reason why I've been driving Porsche for so long, is the car feels so alive. It's you can recover it quite a lot of the time. It's obviously edgy.
Yeah.
But if you know setups a little bit, you can definitely make it to your taste, and we're really happy with the setup for this race. It feels really planted. It's a bit maybe on the safer side, which you want for this kind of race, mixed conditions. We have to use trail braking a little bit, which you don't always need to in the Porsche. Sometimes you just lift off and you get as much oversteer as you want. But for this time, it's working surprisingly well, especially in damp conditions, and obviously in the dry.
And would you ever consider driving the Jag? I'm just asking everyone because I love the Jag and I love the M6, so I'm asking everyone that comes in.
I think I drove it a few times in Monza races with the Racing Pals, actually. So as a community, we sometimes have casual races, which we used to call Racing Chill. and I think one of them was definitely Jag. So an army of 20 angry Jag drivers at Monza is always fun.
I love it.
You wouldn't pay me to drive anywhere else though.
I have our league doing the off-season event. It's just a Jag only event, and I think it's Misano we chose for it.
That sounds fun with all the curves, yeah.
Should be fun, but yeah, no, it's good to see the diversity of cars in here, because I find with an awful lot of people, they jump at either the M4 or else at the McLaren as well. They seem to be two very popular cars with people.
Well, especially for endurance racing, where people go for things that kind of stay even throughout the whole stint.
Yeah.
Me and the guys, I don't think we're okay with that. I think we want spice in our lives. And we're definitely getting it.
Would you not try the NSX though for a bit more spice, because that eats its own tyres?
I have tried it, and that's quite the fun car. I've tried the Audi as well. I like that quite a bit. But for endurance, I think the Audi is maybe not as enjoyable.
Okay.
And especially wet conditions, it's not as fun, I think, as well. So yeah, I think for an endurance race, we definitely made a great choice.
Yeah.
But the NSX is also so strong right now as well, right? It's so many.
That's so fast.
Really fast drivers, and it's got that straight line speed, which is better for racing. It makes getting past back markers easy. It makes just setting up an exit to overtake somebody something that you can actually do, which is not something you can actually do in a Porsche.
True.
No matter how well you've exited.
Getting by there as well. Sorry, just after getting by Weaver there. But look, you're dead right. And the Lambo seems to be quite fast in a straight line, but I don't know what it's like around corners or anything like that. I've never drove it.
Yeah, I don't know why the Lambo is so unpopular. I've heard that it was also not great on tires.
Okay.
And I imagine it's quite dicey as well to drive. That's what I've heard. But it's a shame, because obviously in real life it's a fairly popular car, and it's one that wins races.
Yeah, there's a guy, Christian Fengler, who actually is in our thing. He's actually one of he actually owns the community, but he had a great time in the Lambo. He actually ended up turning it into a helicopter. The car went up in the air and spun about 360 I'd say at least 5 or 10 times. It was crazy. So he turned the Lambo into a helicopter. It was hilarious.
I mean, there were tractors before, so
well, that's true.
Who's there to stop them?
The sky's the limit now for them. Literally. But no, I have to say there's some great tight races going on here with Hayes as well. It's not really dropped off too much. Potts Weaver though on 19th as well.
Yeah, and actually I'm probably going to be checking in with my team to see everything is going all right. But it was an absolute pleasure catching up with you guys. Wish you best of luck for the rest of the race and the commentary, and crossing fingers for no server crashes.
Well, look, I'll be hopefully leading you to say that you got a podium, and don't be afraid to tell all your teammates as well. They're finished stint to jump in and say hello, because it's great for the viewers that are watching this as well to get you drivers' feedbacks and understand what's happening, how the cars were feeling and stuff like that as well. So by all means, if any of your teammates fancy a bit of a random talk, we'll be more than happy then to get them in.
For sure, I'll let them know. Thanks.
Excellent. You're an absolute gentleman. Thanks so much, Pierre.
Cheers, guys. Have a good evening.
Take care. So there you have it, guys. That was a great conversation, Pierre there. Nice dude, and luckily enough stayed with me for quite a little bit there. So on with his teammate there live at the minute, sitting in 4th place, and he is a little bit off what's in 3rd, but he's keeping 5th place behind and at a reasonable gap as well, which is always good. Looking on the actual track as well, at the minute it is quite spread out, but this is the joys of it. But we are close enough now to pit territory. It looks like the track will dry up. On the pit stops, will they start going onto hards? On the hards onto the dry tyres, and actually going to taking the risk of the track, I suppose, drying up that little bit faster. But I don't know, in the colder conditions it might take a little bit longer for the track to evolve into a dry race again. But then again, there's an hour stint. It probably is worth the risk, but then again, I don't know. It's down to the drivers. It's easy me saying it this side, sitting in a looking at it, but everybody is out there for quite a bit. There's no one with a shorter stint. Although Casper Hugard is the only person on a short stint, as well as who's Zigana. I can't say the name properly. They're both only fresh out of the pits. But it depends really on what tyres they went on. I would assume at the minute for them, they would have been on wets, because you can see that Porsche going absolutely sideways there, and a great catch to keep that car going. Looking through, is Dimitri out there? Yeah. Where are we? No, Dennis is still out there. So Dimitri should be out there soon enough. So there's no one that's really that close together, which is quite shocking. But it's still raining anyway. You can still see. Oh, and there is a Jay Hayes Jr. off the track and has to wait a minute. After this car, he should have the gap to go, and he needs to get going now. I wonder, was there any damage there? Doesn't look like it from where you can see. It just looks like he just lost it under braking. That car looks quite nice still, no damage. Lucky enough, lost a few positions, but didn't lose the pride of having to pit and get the car fixed while he's coming to the end of a stint. At least he can drive that stint out, which is quite good. And anyone who's watching this, if you're in a team, by all means jump into the Waiting for the Shed and jump in and have a chat with myself. Let me know how your race is going, how your team is handling these mixed conditions here tonight. For me, it's quite exciting watching it. Might be hard for the teams, but it's great for all of us because it throws so many variables into it. Oh, Vandermatt there, and it's that Schubert behind. What has happened here? It's like they're waving at each other there instead of just getting out of the way and clearing up. But now out of the way and rejoining, not a bother. Oh, big sideways there. Quite a peculiar looking spin what happened anyway, but going again, and that's the main thing. I'm sure we'll have to get the head into it. You know, it looks like Andreas Gallaghan was about 1.7 seconds off, was dropped off. Don't know what happened there. He looked like he was getting close and then ended up going a bit too far back. So I'm expecting people to start. You're going to replay here now of what happened with these guys. Oh, hot. That was just very... Oh, what parking though. Yeah, so that actually wasn't his fault at all, that spin. That was 100% the Mercedes. And quite a bit of time lost with that one there. But look, that's racing in the rain, especially going around that corner. You could brake 5 meters too late and it's going to cause havoc. And that was just unfortunate. Wrong place, wrong time. That's what that was there. On with the race leader now, who is 100 seconds clear of second place. Isn't that just crazy? He's out 1 hour and 3 minutes of his stint. Soon enough will be coming to an end. I'm expecting second place to pit before first place. And as I said, that's last place, who's 16 laps off, still going into the pits now for a pit stop. We also have the number 70 going in for pit also. But no one else up front has bit yet. Chris Vickers doing a good job up in 11th spot. Average lap times at the minute, 2:11s, 2:12s. Kind of seems to be 2:11 is the fastest of them really. A little bit of a battle coming out of the pits there. The Beamer going back to the cutback. That's a lovely... It seems to be such a natural thing. You take a tight and a wide entry into the second phase of that corner and you just have a much better drive out and away you go. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, on to the next one. Looking around here, so Gallaghan now is only about a second off Weaver. So if we can get onto that, that's looking like it's going to get quite tasty fairly soon. He's been pulling in that car for quite a while. Number 74 is doing a great job there in 19th position as we're on with Weaver there now. And oh. Gallaghan in the NSX is begging for a way by the McLaren, obviously not enjoying these conditions here. So Weaver is possibly struggling a little bit out there at the minute. And looking even at the stint times, so Gallagher has the move done. And he keeps it moved on. That's the main thing there. So he's actually... Gallagher is out only 35 minutes. Weaver's out 1 minute or 1 hour and 5 minutes. That makes sense. Massive difference in tyres. And maybe fatigue there as well coming into play with that. Because it's not easy. It's really not easy out there when you're racing like that, as Retting goes into the pits there now. So there's no one else up in the front. I'm expecting these front runners to start pitting soon. Then again, driving in the wet, you can probably extend your stint by a little bit as well. You're using less fuel out there. So Weaver is in the pits now as well. Absolutely great stuff. How are the guys out front still going as well? That's crazy. Oh, a little bit of an off there for the Audi of Westmark. But keeps it going, that's the main thing. Number 11 is still out there, so Westmark's still out there doing this. Or Workmark, sorry. I don't get terrible with names, guys. No offence to anyone. As that's Weaver out of the pits now in 19th position. I'm surprised Weaver stayed in, so he's doing a double stint. Fair play. At least that wasn't a driver change. So the track is still very, very wet, even though there's no more rain. I'm looking around here to see what else is happening on the track, guys. At the minute, there's no majorly close battles. Everyone's doing what they need to do. And I'm waiting for the front runners to pit. That's what I'm just really waiting on. 1 hour and 8 minutes for the race leader. 1 hour and 6 minutes for second and third. 1 hour and 5 for fourth. 1 hour and 7 for fifth. Some of these guys are pushing quite good long stints there. Blue flag being waved there as well. So as you can see, once you're not behind the car, those wipers aren't on anymore, so it's definitely drying up. So it's still a full wet track at minute, but it's starting to look like it's going to progress to damp quite soon now, the changeover. As no more rain has been falling, that race line is starting to get... Well, see, it's probably very, very misleading here when we're only looking at the car lights in it. We're not getting the full look of the track. Obviously you can see off track there, it's still quite damp, to be fair. But the race line does look that bit drier. As we have the race leader in the pits, guys. So that was an amazing stint in fairness there. Second place still hasn't come into pits. I'm assuming second place will, but he's a lap behind. So it doesn't really make any odds. That's not his race at present. As Wilczek's in the pits as well. You've got Hearn in the pits, Jay Hayes in the pits. I'm waiting for Workman to go in as well so I can see Dimitri go out. Anderson is in. Potts Weaver, Hayes, home. And here, so the leader's coming out, and the leader will still be in the lead after pit stop and still around 25-ish seconds or so clear. That's Van Aert, and we're back on now with the race leader, going around there with some fresh boots on, full of fuel, and Daughtry behind the wheel. We'll call him Delboy because Del's in his name. We'll call him Delboy for the stint here. So, and second place is now in the pits as well as fourth place. So Paul Nugent has finally jumped in. Now Tim Flanagan is in the pits as well. So everyone now is really starting to jump in. They're coming to the end of it. So Dennis Workman's in as well. So fellow commentator will be out there, Dimitri. So we'll keep an eye on Dimitri and see how he progresses. Thomas Jack in third at present. Well, Thomas Jack is out there now for an hour and 9 minutes. I'm assuming Thomas Jack will be in the pit soon. So Yeah, as I say that, he goes into the pits, coming around that last bend. Van der Linde out to the pits there, not a bother. There's quite a bit of a gap for a few of these drivers, but don't be put off by this, because 16, 17 hours time is going to be a different story. There'll be some hard luck races. 16 hours is a long way to go. Drive through for Van der Maat as well. Not what you want. So I'm wondering, did I miss that and that he's just serving the drive through? I'll keep an eye on that. Staying in there to see if he's just serving that drive. No, it's not a drive through, it's a pit stop, so what am I thinking? So he has to serve that drive through. That is tough going. Hope these things happen. Van der Horn, though, is only 0.7 seconds off. 0.4 seconds off Retting now, so this is huge. 0.3. So number 18 in 18th position is very, very close. And we're on with them now, so that's absolutely brilliant stuff there. Down to a second off now, had a bad exit, but has got himself back into it now. Fantastic stuff. So they're saying that he's about 2 seconds off now after that bit of an error. Lying through there now. Dennis Berkman is getting involved as well with Barlett. Looking back further, you've got Hugar getting close enough with Huzega for 34th and 33rd as well. They're a second off as well. So look, after every pit stop, it always kind of livens it up again. Oh, did we get the move done? He does. What a move. So Workman, but I have a feeling that's Dimitri. I think Dimitri was meant to take over for that stint. But for now it says Workman. Whether that changes, I don't know. But either way, great move. Looking up further down, not much going on. Although Framey's gone into the pits as well. And Van der Horn, oh, what's happened there with Van der Horn? Coming out of the pits, that's all. Lying around in that murk now, not a bother to him. Looking back, no major kind of attacking going on now. Everyone's spread out again. So what it looked like it was going to be a bit of a madness now has calmed down and we're onto a damp track eventually, which is also very good. You could see the progression there happening naturally with that one. So let's see how long does it stay dry for now, and does the track get back to optimal? There we go, we're back into the stream there. Ain't that the joy sometimes of internet? No clue why that happened, but we're back and that's the main thing. And Verman's doing a drive-through right now by the looks of it. I don't know what's going on here. Quite glitchy there at the minute, I don't know what is happening. Still going anyway, that's the main thing. I don't know what's happening here though. Perfect. Good job. So they're fighting along anyway, that's the main thing. Oh, I'm gonna put that there. Grand. He's out there. He's not doing a bad job, in fairness. Absolutely brilliant stuff here, as it looks a bit slow through. It's just the view from my side of it looks very good now, coming out on a great exit. Absolutely flying out there now and trying to look for any more gaps going on. Having a look here now. So the gaps here, and sorry, I got very confused with gaps there for a minute. It's the closest battle on this track is what I'm trying to find here now. One second, is Gallahan in 17 versus 16 there? And we're doing Mayo at the minute. Yeah, so Gallahan is getting quite close to Van der Horn ahead. He's 3.4 of a second off there, but it looks all over the back of that car. Absolutely brilliant. Oh! Van der Horn just goes straight off the track, Van der Horn. That was quite unlucky, understeered straight off. That's what happens when you take the wider line, especially now if there is marbles on track, along with it being probably quite greasy off it if he's on the drier compounded tyres as well, so that was unlucky. But that is racing, that's all part of it, to be fair about it. Now let me have a look here now. To get the gaps back up there as well. Quite a little dice here between Haddon. Ooh. Nicely done in the Audi. That took a different kind of bravery there. And to tell you one thing, the fight's not up at all, even though that's not essentially for position. Well, behind Haddon is for position. So that McLaren is not too far off him. Oh! I just seen someone going off there. It was number in the 23rd, I think, that went off ahead, but they've kept it going because I've seen the gap has dropped there quite a bit. So Vermeeren is always doing a great job out there. And Dennis Workman is still out there, so Dimitri hasn't jumped in the car yet. Be interesting to see. He must be getting his eye in for his stint, because he needs to practice that pit lane as well, because that's cut out so many people. How many drive-throughs have we had now at this stage? Quite a few, which is absolutely madness. So these are swapping positions again, and this time it looks like he's made the move. Stick this time round, Nadia. Wow. And quite a bit of a gap he's pulled out already after that one move. The Honda is just a little rocket. So the wipers are still going flat out on that car, whether he's catching a bit of spray from the cars that are slightly ahead there. And looking further up, Duma now is starting to catch Perdimo in 8th and 7th place now. They're about a second and a half now off it. So that's going to be the developing battle to watch as well. This here at the minute seems to be the closest one on the track. Berman is just taking it quite steady, to be fair. Hunting down that Lamborghini. Like, where else would you say other than GT3 racing a Beamer going to catch a Lambo? In all fairness. So now it's actually gone into the pits there now. With a drive-through, oh no. That's zero fun. Not what you want at all, and he's serving the drive-through by the looks of it. Wow, how did I miss that? And if we can jump onto 8 and 7 battle now, there's only a second between them. A good little ding-dong. He's been pulling in, Duma's been pulling in for quite a while. So let's see how much better he can go around this first sector through the S's. Oh, that was a very wide line, so as optimistic as I was getting, I done that one thing nobody likes is the commentator course. The minute you start talking about somebody. But Fairman now is only 0.7 off Brown in 25th place. Which might be a little bit of fun to look at hopefully in a few minutes as we get around to that one there. And looking back then, looks like Fairman's after getting the job done anyway. Fair play to Verman. But Duma here is coming straight back into this. After having the wide moment, is now starting to pull back in Mr. Perdomo. I can't say the name properly. But quite an interesting one there. And then first place is down to 96 seconds clear of second. Third place is 51 seconds off now second. And then fourth place Newsman is 72 seconds clear. So at the minute quite big gaps here, but there's not a big gap here with Duma and Perdomo, as they are getting closer and closer, with the back marker maybe getting involved as well. Oh wow. Super close going around Spoon. They're both taking the tighter line, running very wide on the exit. That BMW is using all the track, trying to carry as much speed as possible. Now this is the thing, that Aston Martin's going to be way quicker in a straight line. So there's no fear for the Aston Martin there. He's thinking to himself, sure, that's grand. Oh, as we say that though, move is done. It's like anything I say, the opposite happens. Sure look. Every single team is still driving here. Nadette is in the pits now. But it's great to see 35 cars started and still 35 in this race. Absolutely brilliant. And 183 laps in, which is crazy. So the lead car is on 183rd lap, second and third on 182, then from 4th to 8th are on 181, and then from 9th to 12th or 13th, sorry, on 180, then from 14th all the way down to 24th are all on 178, and then the rest are on 177 down to 167. So you can tell who's had the incidents at the back, unfortunately, but they're still going, which is the main thing, and not giving up regardless of the difference. It's still a 24-hour race, it's still experience, and the main thing, it's fun and for charity. And speaking of the charity, just a quick reminder again, guys, there is links everywhere for our link to get this. If you can afford to give anything at all, pay it in there, and money goes 100% to Against Cancer. There's no staff physically paid in that charity. It's fully ran with volunteers. And then there's also auctions going on where the full proceeds do go to Against Cancer as well. And with that, there's the likes of an AMG GT3 wheel, there's a Porsche Cup tyre, there is those 3D modelled tracks up, and there's several other things, Ferrari badges and everything like that as well. So get in, you get yourself a bit of nice memorabilia, and in turn you're actually helping out a great charity. So don't be afraid to get involved there, guys. And looking at this little battle, 0.7 of a second clear from, no, it was 0.7, it's after changing there now, of course, with the game. Looking on the track, is there any close battles other than the 1.5 second one from Presumo to Duma, there's not much in terms of close racing for position, although there's close racing for the sake of racing and laps and stuff like that. Must be quite interesting. The track looks nice and dry there now. It's still staying damp, but it's definitely looking a lot drier than it was 10 laps ago. I think that's the third time that it's raced, and the track temperature's still at 20 degrees, so it's still quite decent out there. It's not overly cold, in fairness, but I'm sure that's going to drop as the night progresses, as it is 8:46 in the race time. So we are on here now with Mackenberg with Van der Linde there, 1.3 seconds clear. And they're 50 seconds clear of the next battle, which is 1.5 seconds long, which is Perdomo and Duma. So, you know, still fighting for very, very healthy positions as well. Onboard view is quite nice as well, isn't it? Love the helicopter view as well. You get so much detail, seeing the different lines. And the detail in this game with the light reflection, you can see the difference with the very wet part of the track and the racing line. The great detail in the game. Absolutely phenomenal. Inside that car there now is absolutely amazing. The detail, the steering input, just how easy they are, and it's not very erratic steering, it's just nice and smooth. Hipping the carb, lovely. Oh, the NSX then of Van der Haar. Fart was ran a little bit sideways, but looks a bit but back going, which is the main thing. And Dimitri is out in that car, by the way, so how long is he actually out there? So it just must have took a while for that to be updated. He's only out there, so Dimitri's only out there. Great to have him out there. So let's see what Dimitri can do. I will be egging him on as much as I can, although in 10th spot this battle is starting to heat up quite nicely. Van der Linden is doing everything they can, Mackenberg obviously doing everything they can, and it's just a trade for trade. One corner in better, next corner in better. Coming up to 130 or here. Too far back, but under braking, I'm assuming that Porsche will be a little demon. So let's see, does it carry the speed through to go on the brakes and pull a bit of time up? See, the Porsche can get close, but then again, it loses any bit of speed going down that main straight. And there is 4th place now, coming up to lap these guys in 10th and 9th. They do not have to wave their way through, although, to be fair, look at how obliging that has been there. Absolutely brilliant. But that's a back marker who deserves a pat on the back, and funny calling someone a 10th a back marker. But that was really, really vigilant and very, honestly, fair play to them. As Oliver's joined in now. Oliver, how are you?
I didn't expect. I'm fine. I'm fine. A little bit. It's hard racing out there in the rain, I must say.
Want to talk us through it for you?
It's been a rough race so far for us. We made a few mistakes. One of them being pretty bad, starting the race on brake pads 1, which you don't want to do. For those who don't know, we made a mistake loading the setup, or I made a mistake loading the setup, so I loaded qualifying instead of race. That didn't turn out that well, and then when I got the car here roughly 2 hours ago, we were still driving on the same brake pad 1, so I had completely no rear braking, and just to add to insult, I was also sent out on tire set 1 that I already used earlier in the race.
Oh no.
Oh yes, so that lost us about 8 seconds a lap. Then I decided to box and get it all sorted out, and then
you're better off taking the hit in one go instead of losing time through the rest of it.
Exactly, and then it obviously started raining half an hour after I pitted, so yet another stop came in there.
That's absolutely crazy.
So we're not doing so well in the team standings wise, but the spirits are still high, and
it's a good event.
Yeah, and we're just here to raise money, and the small victories we can get we'll take. Like unlapping ourselves from the 69 car was a great feeling.
Exactly, but you're flying back up through, which is also good.
Yeah, although they did lap us again, but we did it.
We never seen that, so it's all right.
No, that was a once in a lifetime thing.
No, fair play though.
How's things hang in the race? It's hard to keep up with the race when you are driving or spotting all the time. So I actually don't know how it's going in the race.
It's hard enough to do commentary on it to know what's happening, because every time there's a pit, everyone's just fighting each other again. At the minute, though, the leader looks fairly comfortable. The car number 138, they're about 90 to 100 seconds clear of second place, and they're running both now on the same lap. Second place is 50 odd seconds clear of third place, who's still on lap 185, or they're on lap 186 now. Yeah, look, it's quite spread out in some parts, but then again, it's all down to who's running fast drivers, who's running their consistent. You know what I mean? There's obviously that to play with it.
Yeah, exactly, and maybe there's still someone out there owing us a pit stop, and we can see rain coming again in half an hour. So it will be, it'll be interesting to see if it shuffles up the pack again.
This rain has been absolutely so hormonal today. It's coming and going. Hasn't decided whether it's going to stay dry yet or not. Crazy.
No, but we actually hope we'll get some more raining. I think we have good pace in the Aston in the rain. At least half of the team has, and the other half we haven't seen much driving from yet. So
the rain doesn't look as heavy though this time round as it was.
Oh, it will. We'll see once it changes again. It will be increasing rain. Definitely.
You never know.
Always like that. We don't get short spits of rain. It's always big rain for 15 minutes, and you're on the wet tires. All of a sudden, then it dries up, and do you want to take the dryers now or keep it out on the wets?
Yeah.
It's a little bit rough trying to figure out the strategies when we can't see further into the future of the weather forecasting, I must say.
Yeah, it's frustrating that you can't see what's happening to kind of plan around it. And what's your hopes for this race? What are you hoping to kind of take back from it? Are you looking at a certain position thinking, right, that's our goal and that's what we can do?
Beating Wild Things Racing would be an achievement for us. I think we have somewhat pace equal to them when it comes to just overall skill.
Okay.
But it is going to be hard because we do have two slower drivers who haven't seen much driving yet. One of them in the car now, and the other one being our very own René van Dijkenhausen.
Okay.
So it's hard to say. I would personally love to beat the 222 car since they offered me a seat in their car before the event. So that would be an achievement and a nice thing to have.
Yeah, well, sure, look. Let's see what happens. Still over 16 hours to go. You never know, you could end up a lot higher than that either. You never know what's going to happen in this race.
We know that we're not going to end a lot higher up than that. That's for sure. But if we can beat them, then I'll be truly happy.
Good. Oh, look, you never know. Honestly, you never know. It's racing. Someone else could make an error like that. You know, someone could get a drive-through, which really ruins the race.
Yeah, we are on 3 warnings now, so we could be the next ones having the drive-through pop up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's been quite a few drive-throughs so far, in fairness.
Yeah, there was a period of time where it was also raining stop-and-go 30s. I noticed that everyone had a stop-and-go 30 at some point.
Yeah.
At least 3 or 4 cars simultaneously got it probably from speeding in the pit. I did notice that the pit board was gone at some point when I got in.
Is that what happened? The pit board's gone?
Yeah, but it is respawned again, but it was gone for like an hour, 1.5 hours.
That's why there were so many drive-thrus. Yeah.
But then again, if people haven't figured out that the pit board sometimes will get knocked out in events like this, then then it's their own fault for not looking on the lines on the ground.
True.
Knowing which one to brake for. And it's always better to be safe than sorry.
It's always good to have 2 visual markers if that's what you're relying on.
Oh, it is. It surely is. But it could also just be people slipping up if they by accident push the pit speed limiter when they launch the car, or flip it into thinking the car's not in gear and then flipping it into second. Then they will take off the pit speed limiter as well, so there can be many things.
I learned that the hard way.
That's a hard lesson.
Horrible. It's horrible. What happened to me twice though. And it was like, that's why I commentate.
Oh yes, maybe I should take up commentating as well then.
No, you can definitely race good. And racing is always fun, but for me, I love seeing the story unfold on the track as well. And at the minute, I don't know what the next page is going to turn into. At the minute, it's just been crazy. It's a lovely move there.
Oh no, it's the 12 car. Oh, that's not good. They definitely will lose out on that.
It
Damn.
was a nice move, though.
Yeah, and I think that was a 222 car getting around them. I would have hoped that they would have collected them, but... No, you can't say that. You can't say that.
Tell you what.
What?
I don't have a clue.
No.
Looking here now, there's 3 of them on the main straight now. Is one of them the 222? What car is the 222?
It's the I think it's the Audi Evo 2. They swapped their old Audi Evo out for the Evo 2 for this event, I believe.
Ah, okay.
I don't think we have any Audi Evos left. I think they're all Audi Evos 2 now.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, sure. The newer ones, people just jump on them. Callahan, though, is getting quite close as well with Mackenberg. So 74 versus 415 is getting quite close as well. Looking at Dimitri's doing a decent job as well in 22nd. He was in doing commentating for quite a bit.
Oh yeah, Dimitri Chicken, that must be the Mode 11 car. Didn't they have some kind of issue with a brake pedal earlier?
I think so.
Yeah.
And I'm after getting a shock there. One of like in my community or a community, I mean, with the lads, Skyler Davis in car number 333 is actually one of the heads that looks after our driver academy. He's an absolute legend. I'm actually doing a podcast with him at 5 p.m. tomorrow. He's out there racing now, the crazy American, and he's 0.4 of a second off Vanderlyn.
Oh, that could be a battle interesting to follow.
Absolutely. And Aston Martin versus Aston Martin though.
Yeah.
So it'll be quite even match.
Which of the Van der Lindens is it though?
That is France.
France. The good Van der Linden, he have a crazy setup.
Oh really?
Yeah, he also does YouTube streaming, but he have the triple screen and many button boxes and additional small screens and stuff. It's quite impressive.
Wow.
Quite impressive.
It's interesting, Scott. Obviously, absolutely biased, I will say. I'm absolutely crying out for Skyler to get by.
Of course you are.
Absolutely. At least I don't know many people actually racing in this race, so this is all. A lot of you drivers are actually new to me as well, but that's why I love seeing kind of the evolution, especially through the night of who's going where. So it's great to see different talent.
Then it's a shame we don't have the one-on-one team in this race. You would have loved those guys.
Really, yeah.
They're freaking legends. And a rolling meme.
Well, I think these are all legends in fairness because you're doing a 24-hour race for such a good cause.
Oh yes, the cause is being part of this race.
Absolutely.
Oh, it is.
But the cause and the fun. I think Skyler's going to go for there now, but it will be a slower line on the exit. He's doing
Anyways,
everything.
I have to leave. I have food in the oven that's just got ready, so I can...
Oliver, I can't believe you walked into my life and now you're leaving me already. I'm heartbroken.
I might come back later, no worries. No worries.
Absolutely, you're more than welcome back, bro.
Oh, I will be. Have a good one until...
Excellent, and you, and enjoy your food and enjoy resting up for the next race.
Oh, I will. Thank you.
Next stint, should I say. Cheers, mate.
Okay. Remember to keep hydrated yourself and get something to eat at some point.
No, that's for the week.
Oh,
those commentators have to stay here.
Oh, fair enough.
You need it. You're after being driving.
Oh, yes, I do.
Absolutely. Look, enjoy it, mate. And I hopefully will chat to you later on. If not, chat to you all in the morning if you're coming back in for another stint in the morning time.
I will. I only have 3 hours of drive time left on the clock, so I will.
Lovely.
See you.
Excellent. Talk to you later on, bro. That's great there, chatting to Oliver. What a nice guy. As we're still on with Skyler, which I'm very much looking forward to doing my podcast with tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to speaking to Skyler. He's a great guy, very helpful to loads of people around him. So hopefully you're enjoying watching this little battle with himself and Franz. It's been quite close, and as I say, that Gallons after going off in that Honda NSX. Looks like they done the typical running wide on 130 after clipping the carbon. There's huge damage on the front of that car though. The dark is very deceiving. That just popped out of nowhere, that damage. Wow. Taking the Nicholas Latifi line back to the pits as well, by the looks of it. Wow. That is huge damage. Surely he has to pit, yeah. That's massive damage. Wow. That's quite disappointing for them. Back on with Skylar and Franz there. Not much has happened. They're still super close together. But what I like about this is they're both in the same car, so this is down to creativity, to braking that a little bit later, to being smooth around corners. It has everything. So this is absolutely phenomenal stuff here. And even ahead of them as well, you now have Michel Perdomo and Doma about 1.5 seconds clear of each other. So while this is the closest battle, other battles are developing. But it looks like Skylar is getting a bit of a better drive here. Whether it's going to pay dividend after 130 or the braking, I don't know. But definitely putting in quite a bit there now. Getting a huge tow. They're going to have nowhere to go. That's the issue there. And Skylar has to let off. Andy Duan under braking. Franz, it broke later than Franz, but Franz obviously can position that car nicely and impede anything else happening there moving forward. And the drag race should be pretty even enough, even though they're close for the draft. Looking at the delta, don't think, well, they're going in 0.2 of a second, but I guess the 0.1 is going to be too late, I think, anyway. Well, it hasn't even got to 0.1, it's still at 0.2, so definitely need to be creative to get that move done there. As it looks like Gallagher's in now going into the pits. Or sorry, out of the pits, should I say. Looking back further, Alexander Gray was quite close to ICR, but that looks like it's after pulling off there as well. So Gallagher is out there now. Guys, there's so many battles just flashing up and whatnot. But up in 8th and 7th place though, Michel Perdomo is still at the 1 second mark. Then in 10th and 11th, just Skylar Davis and Franz, but that hasn't changed. So Perdomo's doing a great job there at present. Steadily going into Doma. Davis though is looking like he's going to go for the move here now. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Definitely had a much better exit out of the corner, but it's going to carry a better line here. But just unfortunately with the back marker there, now has dropped off. So it looked like it was going to be a great aggressive move, turned into not able to happen. But it's all about patience. They can learn from that there and see what happens going into the next part of this race. As he's quite steady, but I think he's a bit too far off this time round for anything to happen. No, and I definitely need more screens as well here. There's just so much happening. Skylar's going to go for it again, but just has to go the opposite way around, and is going to actually have a slower line on the exit of that corner. 0.4 of a second off. Michel Perdomo's 0.5 of a second off ahead. 0.3 of a second for Davis. Still a bit too far back for now. That must be so frustrating, but I know he's very patient. So he can keep his head and keep going again. Skylar's doing a phenomenal job here. He's putting on a great show in fairness. And the fact they're in the same machinery, it's going to be that more gratifying for whoever comes out the winner of this little ding-dong. There's always different levels and layers to a race, and this is one of the big ones now. You'll have those personal little battles now with other drivers. Absolutely brilliant. So anyone who wants an interview, by all means, jump into that waiting for shed, or for the shed, and we'll get you in. So Perdomo was at 0.9 of a second off. Skylar Davis is super close this time around, 0.2 of a second off. Can he get a better line? You can see the exhaust just under there, the bottom of the wing at the arch, absolutely glowing on each side of that car there. Now, can he get a better line out of it? The back marker is on the back of them as well. But they'll be focused only on what's going on ahead. So Skyler needs to stay tucked in behind and take 130 over properly to try and get better on the braking with him. 0.2 of a second off now. And Skyler's letting that car through, so that's the race leader he's letting through. So fair play there. I'm sure Vanderlyn might do the same now. As Michelle Perdumo up ahead though, 0.5 of a second off Dorma. That's great stuff here. Does Franz get out of the way? He does. And so they're back kind of where they are. So both of them lost a kind of similar time there. So very fair driving on that track. And again, they are back absolutely attacking the life out of each other. So it's all down to steering number here and just being patient. The fact that they're in the same car just makes it so much tougher. Sky though is going for a move on the inside. Looks like Sky is going to get the move done, but then on the inside line, the next Sky's got the job done. That was a great move, and great trust though in Vanderlyn also there from Sky, and great driving for Vanderlyn as well. That was an amazing overtake there by Skyler. Absolute hero. Cannot wait to discuss this with him tomorrow. Up ahead though, Michelle Perdumo though is only half a second off Doma now in 8th place at present. Dave is nice and clear there. Absolutely brilliant, guys. You can't get out, I can't say enough just how great this racing has been so far. And we are now 16 hours remaining. So this race has been going for essentially 8 hours now, including the restart. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. So 8 hours in, a third of the way through now. And what lap are we on? Nearly 200 laps, so 194 laps done. So what I'd be expecting then just under 600 laps, so it'll be 578 laps, I'd say, for the full race distance. Hats off to everybody here. But Skyler now has pulled away 1.1 seconds clear. And he does seem to be faster in this first sector here, so you might just see this pulling away. The guy is super consistent. So Perdumo is 1.1 seconds off Doom, so that keeps going like a yo-yo up and down the time sectors there. And now looking as well at the predictions for this race as well. So stint wise, everybody out there pretty much is kind of on about 32, between 27 to 32 minutes out there pretty much, other than the car number 415, 74, and that's pretty much it. They're the only two have pitted only not too long ago. So don't expect anything really in the next probably half an hour, because it looks like it's only going to be light rain coming in about 10 minutes time. Perdumo here is 0.7-ish seconds off. Aston versus BMW. The Aston will definitely have more grunt in a straight line, but let's see what Perdumo can do. I'm sure he's studying the car in front, seeing the racing line that they take, seeing the evasive lines they take, and then going from there with that. They need to get that information in and just take a few laps to think it through and set up something where they can predict then the typical movement of a driver, and normally it works. And don't be afraid, drivers, if there's anyone here that fancies coming in for a chat, talking about their stint or talking about a great overtake they done or a hard luck story, come in. As Perdumo, this is the closest he's been. It's pretty much going to get the job done, having the inside line of 130R Oh no, we're going to have a Alonso Schumacher-esque thing. They're not giving up. This is unreal stuff. And I have to say one thing there. No matter what happens here, Dorma drove amazingly alongside Pedromo. That's showcasing how skilled these two drivers are. To go around 130 hours side by side the whole way through down to the last corner is absolutely phenomenal stuff. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. There's no other way to say that. And I'd say that move tastes so sweet for Pedromo because he really had to fight for that because Doma wasn't giving up there at all and is not giving up. Wow. So they're going through back markers here now at the minute. Oh, and Dave Barlett has been overtook by Gremlin. That's for 20th and 21st. And Dimitri is about 6 seconds off 21st as well. Keeping an eye on Dimitri's doing fairly well out there, lapping in the 204s. Quite consistently, actually. So it's all about consistency. He was telling me out in the 206s, but obviously he's a lot faster and he's kind of let on himself. Out there doing a phenomenal job. Hard to believe now we're going over 8 hours. And just go back there, guys, for anyone. We've had at least about 12 pit stops now, minimum. I think the minimum's about 7 or 8 now at this stage as well, which is crazy. Barla's doing a good job there, focusing on what he needs to do. In there as well. It's not for position this battle, but oh, I think he was letting the car through more than anything else because I don't think he just randomly drove off the track. I think maybe he was just giving a bit too much room and decided, look, I'll go off and let you go by. But still courteous. Which is also quite nice. Down at 31st now, Gambarini has a drive-through, unfortunately. Now let me see, is it for track limits or what is it for? Let me go down to Gambarini. He's out there for 37 minutes, I'm assuming that's for track limits. That's a tough one to swallow when that happens, to be fair about it. But it is racing, these things happen. You gotta just kind of get your head down and then move on. You focus on the negatives like that, you won't go anywhere. You need to be pushing forward. He'll be going into the pits, I'm assuming, this lap just to serve that, just to get it out of the way and focus on the main thing, which is the main race itself. Let's see, does he dive in? Yeah, in he goes. Fair play. Tough, but, you know, these things happen. Ooh. These things absolutely happen, so as he's serving that, what is happening on the track, guys? Is there anything? So Doma is still quite a little bit off now. I don't think he's going to get by Pedromo. He's dropping off back, looking elsewhere. Let me see, there's not much happening. Gambarini's in the pits, obviously serving that drive-through, but other than that there's not much action. We're still a little bit off anything happening. It looks like it's only going to be a small amount of rain, as it looks like a dry track. It's going to be then in 30 minutes, or is that more? I can't see properly. Is that going to be more rain? Looks like it should be fine. So on with Flammer here at the minute. 2.5 seconds off Paul, so he's after pulling in quite a bit of time. So Paul is going to start to feel a bit of pressure, and this is for position in the early part of being into the 15th hour. Skylar Davis has pulled 7.7 seconds clear. Oh, there's a drive-through there for car number 3, Jorgens. Oh, what happened to him? What happened to him? Let me see. It must have been... Has to be track limits. It had to be in track limits. So, excuse me. This is the thing as well, guys. Track limits is going to play a massive part into this. At the end of the day, 3 warnings of a drive-through, which is crazy. So that's definitely a pain for him as he's going in to serve it now. That's tough going for him. Not much you can do there. Not much you can do. But I think he's far enough ahead, I think, of Paul. While he's in the pits there, I had to get a quick drink. My throat was starting to dry up there, but we're back going. So where's Paul on track compared? As Paul's quite a bit off, so I think he's alright. And he's re-entered now, but that comfy advantage he had is not as large now. So it's less than 50 seconds. It's actually less than 40 seconds. Wow. Dropped down massively there. And guys, thank you everyone who's watching on YouTube or watching over on Twitch as well. It's great to have you along as company. We are now on hour 15 left, so that's 8 hours and 10 minutes gone, guys, and the racing just hasn't stopped. The rain hasn't stopped, and it's coming back any minute now. So this will be the 4th time the rain has come and gone. It keeps coming in spits, but it is Japan. At the end of the day, it's quite real that way. Still on my 3rd place at the minute. But it looks like Barrett's gone into the pits. So Dimitri is still running up in 20th and is 5.9 seconds off. 1.8 seconds is Doma from Perjuma, but I don't think he's going to get any closer than that because he had been overtook and is dropping off backwards there, unfortunately for him. Yeah, it's developing now, and in the pits we see that is Van der Linden has finally decided to pit after the great battle he's after having with Skylar Davis. And I see Vermeer is in a little bit of a non-position battle with 2 other cars behind it as well. Hopefully we can try and get that up and now in a second. So it looks like it's for... I know car 18 is involved, 18 is involved in the battle that's happening out there with the 3 of the cars. And there, now we have it on screen as well, guys. That's great to see that. These 3 are really going at it, and it's not for position this, but it's great to see this kind of battling where they could be slowing each other down and slowing their races down as well. And this is all a part of endurance racing. You need to legitimately get by and get the positions done. So it all makes for great fun. At the minute, not much they can do. Oh, one of the cars goes a bit... Oh, he's lost it! He has lost it. Did he collect the other car? I'm not sure. Oh, that's tough going. Goes across the grass to try to rejoin and is back going now. So Mackenberg there, quite unlucky, but back on, which is the main thing. And with that, is that a 15-second penalty? It is, and then a 10-second penalty for Nijboer. And with that, oh, nice. Flamager is in the pits there now as well. Dogma is still about 1 second off Perjumo, so he's after catching Perjumo quite a bit. So this is for car number 212 there. Numbers are in the pits. Bar's out of it. Interestingly done. So now Perjumo quite close there, but Dogma is right on the back there as Perjumo goes off, is it? Or was that Dogma that went off there? Madness there behind it at turn 1. Kept it going, which is the main thing, but they are running a little bit further back now. But the only thing is, though, Simon Barron is only going to be fresh tyres as well, so the guys behind there, they're not really going to be able to attack too much, really. They're 45 minutes onto their stint. But looking fairly handy there at the minute. The race leaders, though, are, it looks like about 100 seconds clear, 110 seconds clear, which is crazy at the minute. Quite a few in the pits now. So see, you've got Dimitri's in the pits, Fermin's in the pits, Jean in the pit, Dominic is in the pits. I can't say some of these names. I'm absolutely butchering them, so no offence to anyone who I butcher. Anyone who knows me in my commentary, I do butcher names quite a bit. But I can talk for Ireland though, so I'll make up for it. Now, so Duma is actually now 0.8 of a second off Perjumo. That seems to be the closest battle on the track, as we're looking at Nijboer in the pit's going to serve that 10-second penalty as well, and then get a change of tyres and possibly a driver change as well, depending on what their race strategy is. Guardians in the pit, so quite a lot of people pitting now, which I'm kind of surprised at, but then again, probably not surprised. And the rain is actually starting back there now as well. So that's interesting. Only actually seen it there on a few of the cars. And on the track you can see it is getting quite shiny again. So it's going to get very, very heavy soon enough. It didn't look like it was that heavy beforehand though, to be fair about it. But as you see then, it went from heavy looking rain in 10 minutes to lightish rain in 10 minutes. Track temperature is 18 degrees, so we're only after dropping 2 degrees now in the last hour. But you can see that track is starting to get quite damp again. You can see it in the headlights of those cars as well. Oh, the re-entry right in front of the other car, but still gets away with it quite nicely. As these cars though on the older tyres now will start to struggle with the rain, with the lower temps starting to come into them, because they will lose their heat a bit more with less rubber on the physical tyre as well. So it'll be quite easy to lose temperature, and as ice air is in the pits there as well. Dorma's in the pits as well now. I'm going to butcher this name, but I'm going to give it a go. Wayne van Dekuzen. I was close. Brilliant stuff. So Chris, how are you getting on?
Not too bad, Colm. How are you? You're doing a fantastic job.
I am literally in my own world here, mate. Own world.
It sounds like a fantastic world to be in, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a world where you just kind of forget life. It's an imaginary world, but no, there's been great racing. It's hard not to be intrigued with what's going on, and even in the stints then, when people get gapped out, it's then who pits when, who pits where, and how they use the tyres. So it's absolutely phenomenal kind of to see the progression of what's actually going on. But anyway, how are you getting on? Have you been enjoying? Were you out on the track as well, weren't you, at one stage?
No, I'm not racing, unfortunately. I think it was shared at the top of the stream. My father passed away earlier last Sunday, so I've not really had a chance to have any practice. I am part of Team 999 against Cancer SimSport race team though. But I've had to sign out myself. And I heard you were struggling, so I thought I'd come and have a chat with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
As anybody knows, me and my commentary skills are very limited, and I tend to go off on tangents all the time. So,
like myself,
we should go really well here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, firstly, I didn't know, so massive condolences on your loss, bro. By the way, genuinely.
No problem.
Hopefully you are doing well, so look, it's only right then that you're not kind of racing it and doing what you need to do. But I'm honoured to have you in beside me now, because it's hard doing this by yourself for so long. I'm used to doing it for 4 or 5 hours by myself, but I know every driver can pronounce most of their names okay-ish. While here I don't know really many of the drivers, and I'm definitely butchering names left, right and centre. But at least the weather has been as hormonal as can be. As it keeps going from wet to dry, it's hard to know what's going on.
I can't see whether that symbol in the 10 minutes is a plus or a minus, whether it's increasing or it must be decreasing, because at 30 minutes it looks like it's just going to go cloudy, so the track will be drying up in 10 minutes.
I'd say everyone's staying on dry tyres and just kind of persevering it.
And as for pronouncing these people's names, don't worry about it. I've been doing it for years, really badly.
You know, I'm known for it anyway, so it's grand. I'm Irish after all, man.
It looks like we're riding on board with my team car with Wouter Rintz.
We are
currently driving that. Only 25th place. They're doing well.
No, they are doing well. Look, it's not been an easy race for anyone, whether you're first or down the pack. At the end of the day, the weather has been so variable. It's been absolutely crazy.
Looks like we're third in class as well.
That's what I'd like to hear.
Or maybe just gone fourth. Don't know how that's happened.
I was just about to say that there. But still a great job.
It is. We've got a few other drivers yet to drive. I think Patrick Treffers drove one of the first stints. You have to correct me if I'm wrong, because I've not been able to keep track of everything that's gone today. I know Damien De Keyser's done a fantastic stint, and so has Patrick Vance. Wouter's currently in the car. We've got Simon Pike, who will be doing quite a bit of the graveyard shift along with Patrick Treffers again.
I don't envy anyone that's doing those kind of from say 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. That's a very hard time to be driving.
It is, yeah. And you need somebody in there to give you moral support, to keep you awake as well.
I think it's vital they need at least one person to sacrifice an hour or two of sleep. I think it's more to keep the concentration. When you have someone relaying you that information, you can stay concentrated and motivated. While if you don't have someone there, you're not looking at the gaps really as much, so you're not getting that live information, whether you're losing time to the car behind or...
That's it. It's always nice to know who's coming behind you, whether it's a faster car that's coming to lap you, or whether it's for position. Because then you know whether to be aggressive or not.
Absolutely. And for your own team, then, do you reckon then that they're what's the main aim there? So they're sitting on 24th, I think it is at the minute. Would you like for them to be? Do you reckon by the end of it maybe 19th, 18th? Do you reckon they could jump up in class?
I think we would like to be first in class.
Yeah.
That would be our aim. There's certainly some very fast drivers and teams in this championship. Car 138, if I remember rightly, has pretty much dominated the championship, and every race they've taken part in this year. Odyssey Racing, car number 5, they're equally as fast. And I think the champions last year, I could be wrong here, was car 42, DGTL Racing. So
Okay.
they're fast guys as well.
Nice. Yeah, that should be interesting. I'm just looking at the time, so for you to catch up to essentially 18th spot, you're looking at about nearly 2 minutes.
Yeah, but people can get drive-throughs, can't they?
Oh no, exactly. Like 2 minutes sounds like a lot, but it's a 15 and a half for a race still. So two minutes is
Exactly.
not that long.
It's not, and we could we can do it. Otherwise, what's the point? We've got to have some sort of belief.
No, but it is doable because we're after seeing a few drive-throughs for track limits now as well.
Yes, I've noticed there was quite a few SG30s as well for pit lane infringements by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think one of them I know was there was a glitch with the pit lane limiter that was on, but no one switched it off, but for some reason it was off, and these things happen.
Here as we see the CBSR racing team going off track there to take position.
They were just gently cutting the grass.
Aaron Van Droonen, one of our admin.
Oh, is he? Yeah.
Yeah, one of our admin team currently driving that car.
Nice one. Well, look, it's an admin privilege to cut the grass as well. He's making sure the track looks well for the stream.
Absolutely.
Really looking after us. But he's done a good job. He's after pulling about second clear already or more. So he obviously has the pace.
I'm really proud of that team, actually. By now, they normally have had multiple amounts of issues.
Yeah, they're doing phenomenal up in 6th place. Or 7, no, is it 6th place? It is 6th place, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
It's showing us 7th at the moment. Oh, mind you, it's got to catch up, hasn't it? Got to go through the sector. There we go.
Yeah, I think it's because I'm looking at the other two, I'm seeing kind of a little bit quicker than the stream is.
Yeah.
But no, he's doing a great job there, in fairness to him. And so he's about 31 seconds then off being in 5th place, and he's only 4.8 obviously ahead of Perdumo at the minute, but he's after pulling out 3 and a bit seconds after coming out of the pits though, because they were only about a second clear after that re-entry to track. So yeah, he's doing a great job out there, and he's doing what he needs to do. He's staying steady and consistent, looking at his times as well. And his last lap obviously with back markers and the rain has been a little bit down. He's a 2:11, but his fastest lap himself, let me look, it was a 2:02.372. That was his best lap in the dry.
Noticeably going off, and we've got Snack and Son's car off track there.
Yeah, I've seen that the Lambo back on though.
Yeah, noticeably Aaron was driving down the pit straight on the off line to try and cool those tyres down.
So he's obviously running wets then.
Does seem that way.
Although the track is still saying wet because it's heavy rain at the minute.
Yeah.
From what the graph is showing, but then again it goes straight from heavy rain to no rain.
We like mixing it up here at SimSport Racing.
It's definitely very confusing. To be fair about it, but absolutely epic, because this is what the drivers want. They want to be challenged. So having a kind of gradual kind of difference with the rain and stuff like that wouldn't have been fun. While having it this wild and this frantic, you know, you really have to have your wits about you.
Oliver's commenting in the chat there that by now the 69 team are normally super drunk. That's very true.
Fair. Brilliant. And it's great to see. Do we have an update actually on how much is being raised? The last time it was announced is about 6.4, I think it was.
So I've, not me personally, but I've had a look in the PayPal account, that the link that's being shown with the QR code.
Yeah.
I had a look in that earlier on, and that had £100 in it, so
nice.
It's just over the 6,500.
Brilliant. Brilliant. That's amazing. So fair play to everyone who's donated and who's bought stuff off the auctions as well. It's absolutely brilliant. Keep supporting the Against Cancer, as literally the 100% of proceeds go to doing what they need to do, which is amazing. And also it's great to support all the guys out here giving their time up. Now obviously they're doing it for enjoyment, but also giving their time up, and especially then for SimSport Racing International for setting up this event to make it as successful as it is. 2 years in a row now by the looks of it as well, so hats off to everyone.
When we had a chat at this charity event planned as early as about this time last year, but we didn't know which charity we were going to do it for. And we left it not to the last minute, but we all had an admin discussion and had a vote. We said, why not just do it for the same charity we did last year? We're hoping that sometime tomorrow, one of the charity members will be joining us for an interview to explain where the money goes. It's probably been mentioned already today, but no harm in mentioning it again. That they try and organise track days where they'll hire somewhere like Zandvoort out for the day, and classic car drivers and supercar drivers turn up, and they take the kids around that are suffering with cancer just for a lap or two, just to put a smile on the face, take the mind away from their particular struggles, and we're really proud to support them with the charity event that we're doing, and we're also proud to be on their website as officially one of their partners for our work last year. One or two of our members went over to one of the track days earlier this year. I think it was August. I do stand to be corrected. Somebody can shoot me down if they want to. Martin Patter, who's one of our heroes. He has a special role in our Discord. It is called the Hero Role because he donated quite a considerable amount last year, and I believe he has donated 300 euros this year. Wow. And he's not even racing. So he went to one of the track days. Oh, that's dicey.
Oh, that was a dodgy reach.
Dodgy.
They got through it though.
Yeah, that's Patrick Vance, our driver, coming out of the pits onto car 12. Now, that's the Sim Racing Holland team, but I can't tell you who's currently driving that car.
That's John Betton, I think it is.
John Betton, now he is a fast driver. And there we're in between the two cars. We have the confused car.
So he's the fit into this little sandwich at the minute.
Yeah, yes. So it is my favourite car of the championship. The livery, the audacity they've had in creating that and really messing with everybody's head. As that car just did seem to have a track cut there.
That's like and then the Austin on the exits after going way too wide.
And that's one of the stewards' car. That's Rennie van Dijkhuizen.
That's at least a 15-second stop go for them.
No, it's not him that just cut the track. It's him that went off in sympathy afterwards. He's probably wondering where that car was coming out.
I'm only messing. I was only saying it because he's a steward. That's all. But no, just getting back to what you're saying there. So it's great, that they're bringing kids out for these hot laps and stuff like that, because what we in general life we could find stressful, a shit day at work or something like that, and you're thinking, my life's so tough. It's really not. You've got kids that are going through literally life and death situations, and for all the courage it takes for them and all the fight and the energy that it uses up to give them that tiny little moment in time when they're going through probably the worst thing in their life, to get that bit of joy, they forget about everything that's going on. When you're in a fast car going around the track, you're not thinking of anything else other than that moment, that thrill, and that's worth anything for that little moment. So well done to everybody.
I mean, I know if I was being taken around in a fast car, I'd be concentrating on where I was going to projectile vomit, to be honest. But no.
I was lucky enough. I worked at Mondello Park, our national circuit here in Ireland, for years, so I've been lucky enough doing quite a few fast cars going around tracks, and you never think of vomiting. You're just so happy, honestly. So no, look, I'm delighted, especially that you're doing this now, and hopefully this is going to be a yearly event moving forward. For this being the second year, this could be known as an annual thing with the SimSport Racing International.
Well, we hope so. But the admin team and some of the community members, we will poll a vote with them to see if they want us to carry on next year. But I see no reason why not.
I don't see why there would be a reason for not either. It's absolutely brilliant. And I know in my league we're planning something in the summer, but I'll get you involved in it, but we'll discuss that another day.
That sounds a cracking idea. Thank you.
no problem at all, but we'll discuss that, as I say, another day, because today is all about this amazing race. And at the minute now we have, it looks like, is it first and second in the pit? No, it's only second in the pit there at the minute. Second and
third, yeah.
Oh yeah, the Mercedes there as well.
I don't know their first names, unfortunately.
I'll pull them up really quick. Andrea and Jorgens. And David is out in the lead still. But like, in fairness, it will take an awful lot. If I go asleep now after like my stint, I think I'll stay until 12 with Dimitri when he comes back in, and I'll close up with him. But like, if I wake up in the morning and I don't see that car in first place, I'll be shocked. They've been so consistent, it's ridiculous.
They are a dominant team, very dominant.
Unreal.
I'm going to see if I can pull up the results for this season's campaign. Let's have a look.
While you're looking at that, we are looking now. After pitting, they come out in third and fourth, so they only lose one position really, which is not too bad. So it looks like there was one driver change. Bauer is staying in the car, and Jorgens Osten. As we have Van der Kraan in the pit as well. Very good. Although there is quite a close gap there. Potts Weaver in car 676 down to 27th, only a second off Oral Cross at the minute, 4th position on track. Oh, and a spinner there. Mackenberg's after having a nice little spin there. That looks like it's Spoon. Very, very fast corner, so when you get it wrong there, you're definitely going to go off in the right way. And having to drive on the grass to he's rejoining the right way. He's taking a very, very evasive action line, not impeding nobody. That's how you rejoin a track. Well done, that's great spatial awareness. But look at this now. Potts Weaver is so close to Oral Crows now. He's nearly smelling what he had for breakfast.
So the Racing Point team, round 1 first, round 2 second, round 3 third, round 4 second, round 5 they chose not to start.
Wow.
So there's currently 5 points between first and second place.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
So it's Team Racing Point 138 currently leading the championship with Odyssey Racing in second place and Team RNE in third.
Brilliant. That's what we like to see.
People say I don't come with information.
Come here, you're after educating me so much, I'm going to call you Professor from now on.
I've been called worse.
Professor Chris. No, you're not like Alan Prost in the car now, but you're a professor outside of it.
My nose isn't big enough for Alan Prost.
Or crooked enough either.
Or that either.
He was some driver though.
He was some driver, but he had to do that to get his helmet on, didn't he? Break his nose. Anyway, enough with the insults. I'm sure he's not listening.
You never know. I heard this is being broadcasted on French TV live. But no, back to the racing anyway. There's not much change at the minute now. Looking at the stint time, pretty much everyone now has pitted.
Oh, car 5, drive-through penalty.
Oh no. Car 5. Although he is
racing.
Oh my god, he's going to be so close to actually losing out as well, because number 13 is quite close.
And he's just been in the pits, number 13, hasn't
he? Yeah. Wow, that's a game changer there. And also, number 69 is not that far behind either.
No, they're in 5th. What's that? Something's not right here. They'd normally run out of fuel by now.
So I heard they're after paying a few of the lads to slow down a bit. Well, that should have been one of the things to auction. A guaranteed podium. We
did discuss whether we could throw random drive-throughs in, but since it's part of the championship, it's a bit unfair.
Oh, would have been brilliant for this race though. Play a drive-through and just randomly give it to someone during the race.
€100 for a drive-through.
I guarantee you, there's people that would have done that. Not a bother.
Oh, aye.
And more out of spite just for the crack than anything else. But, no, this is grand. I wonder when he's going to serve this drive-through.
He's just coming through the S's now, isn't he? So he's gone past the pits at least once.
So I'd say it surely has to be this lap. There's no point dragging out much longer. The only thing is this drive-through could bring him down to 5th place. Because you're going to lose at least 30 seconds really in that pit.
Yeah, and it is a drive-through. They can't serve a pit stop at the same time.
No.
Oh.
Well, that's not fun.
Always throws me that the bridge at Suzuka there. You saw flashes of light then, and you wonder where is somebody off on the side of the track there. Well, it's not, it's because the cars are going overhead.
Yeah, that's why I love this track. I think it's the only figure of a circuit pretty much left, like kind of in the GT calendars at all and Formula 1.
Yes, it is.
I love it. Although it's not technically the traditional figure of a, to speak.
No, not quite, but it does certainly has a crossover.
It's a genius track though. I absolutely love it. And it's very, very physical for these drivers here tonight. I can guarantee you, everyone who's done 3 or 4 hours driving will be feeling it.
If they've got the force feedback turned up, they will be.
Oh, definitely.
Their arms will be sore. Does he come in the pits this time?
Nope.
No.
He has to serve at this lap coming then. Otherwise, doesn't that go to a stop-go then after that, doesn't it?
Not sure whether it goes to a DSQ.
Does it go directly to a DSQ? Oh. Interesting as...
You'd like to think his spotter's telling him as Rene comes into the pits. Is this for a driver swap?
Must be. Looking at the... Where is Rene?
Down in 30-odd place, 31st was it?
Oh, he's in the pits there. He was only out for 23 minutes, so I'll be surprised if that's a driver swap already. So it was only a 23-minute stint. Unless that's part of the strategy, getting a short stint now and do longer stints, I don't know.
Well, the track's gone to damp now as well, so perhaps they're going onto the slicks.
The track is 19 degrees, so it's actually gained a degree. It did go down to 18 at one point. Quite interesting.
Yeah, how does the temperature go up at night?
You know what it is, the hair during commentary and your hot stuff, so it's only after raising the roof up.
Oh, you smooth talking bitch.
Sure, look, we have to be nice to you. You are a professor after all.
Only in your eyes.
Well, now and never in everyone's eyes.
It's coming to spoon now, isn't it? So
I thought you were asking me to spoon you there. I was getting worried.
No,
I know you're on about
I wasn't doing that. No.
So he has to pit this lap, otherwise say bye-bye.
His team aren't telling him, screaming in his ear to pit. They're very surprised.
Yeah,
and that
maybe that was just the plan.
And that must be for track cuts as well.
Yeah, because there's no other reason he would have got it.
No.
But this is the joy, is you really do have to be
there we go.
So keen as he is in the pits now. And the pit marker's gone as well, so you need to keep an eye out for that line. So he's serving the drive through. That's Gremlin in the pits as well. There's a car coming into the pits right behind him as well. And that is a Vermin going into the pits.
So has he lost the place now?
Looking at this, he's still in the pits on the screen. It looks like he's going to lose one spot to Jorgens. It doesn't look like he's going to lose the one to Aaron though. But he's going to lose a lot of time and go back into Aaron. But it looks like Jorgens now is about 3-4 seconds clear. I'll wait till the timing calms down. So about 3.5 seconds clear.
And Aaron's just turned into, he's going to the second corner now.
So Aaron, yeah, he's about 6 to 7 seconds off. It's kind of still adjusting out there at the minute. So not being ideal, but it is what it is. You just got to get the head down and keep going. I'm sure Simon's quite used to racing and doesn't let these things get to his head. As off the track goes Kroll. That looks just like he clipped the curb and lost it.
He's facing the right way, isn't he? So.
Or maybe he just wanted attention on the stream by stopping.
Or he could be preparing for a pit and getting his settings right.
Stuff, yeah.
They don't normally make mistakes like that. And he's off again.
Oh, there's huge damage on the front of that car.
Massive damage. They're surrendering.
The white flag out.
Look at his ping as well.
His ping is all over the shop. His car is.
I think he's going to have a disconnect at some stage here.
I think Dumbledore is driving that car, or somebody from Harry Potter, because that thing is just all over the shop.
And into the wall.
Driving through walls. Oh, look at that. What skill. That's Kimi Räikkönen driving that car.
Sober.
From the looks of that ping, he's definitely pissed.
Dimitri Schenk comes into the pits there.
Oh, look at Skylar Davis. It looks like he's after overtaking Mackenberg there for 10th spot again. And I am definitely very biased because Skylar is a very big key in our league, so I'm all out for Skylar here.
So you're in the same league as Vickers and the Ambrinosa twins as well?
Yes, so
I know they're not twins, by the way.
Yeah, no, I know what you were saying though. Yeah, so I actually started as a commentator, and then it changed then for me, or what was it, ARC, and then Christian took over the league, and then I jumped in then as an admin with a few other guys, and we just affiliated them with Amigos because Chris Tedder is quite a good part of the league as well. So that's why we're doing like a mini endurance season at the minute and that as well. But that's why Skyler is a huge part of it. Vickers, that's the reason why I'm here, is from Chris Vickers, obviously. So he kind of just approached me about would I be alright to do a bit of comms, whatever like that. So obviously after having the discussion, I was like, yeah, should we give it a go for a bit? And I was lucky enough that I'm free, that we don't have an endurance race on. We do them on once a month on a Saturday, so I wasn't doing one, so more than happy to jump in, especially with the money that you're raising, that you couldn't say no to being a part of this.
Oh, we appreciate you joining as well.
That's not bad at all. It's an absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Well, it's just all you's doing a good thing here, and you have to support goodness. And then, of course, I'm getting to speak to you live. I'm talking to Professor Hot Stuff, raising the temperature of the track. I don't know, I actually think you could be Magic here as well. Are you Dumbledore?
I'm definitely not Dumbledore.
Hagrid?
Yeah, I'm going to say more like Hagrid, yeah. But short, stumpy version.
And as we're talking absolute muck, Simon Burr's only 0.8 of a second off his original third spot again. So he's putting back in Jorgen's, yeah. A man on a mission. Maybe he's encouraged that you're on the commentary as well. He's trying to impress you, I don't know.
So, he'll be trying to get as close to him as he can into the first corner.
And interestingly, he's on the wet line as well, so I'm wondering what tyres is he running.
Yeah, the track's greasy now.
Yeah. So dry line is appearing on the racing line. Still a bit of a small bit of wetness there, but he was off the racing line for so long. I'm wondering, is he running those wet tyres? Although it wouldn't make sense because the pace that he's holding is quite good.
If he's cooling down his tyres, then I suspect he would be. There's no other reason why he would go off the racing line.
Maybe he's crazy. It wouldn't make any sense, yeah.
Oh, it's a deck net.
That beamer though, through that whole fourth sector through the S's there is just so fast.
Not close enough for the hairpin.
No, but then the Mercedes is going to have the advantage here, having the grunt.
Yeah. Car 13 will be hoping that he doesn't succumb to the pressure. He's actually pulling away, like you say.
Yeah, I think once you have that grunt, Sector 3, no matter what you do in Sector 1 and into Sector 2, pretty much all the Sector 3 aren't with power at all. It doesn't matter, you can just defend by just the power alone. Phenomenal stuff out in there. Looking down.
Going off the line as well.
He's definitely on my tyres. And just so you know, it should be not too long before Andrew Richardson comes up to the back of Francesco Casella for 7th and 8th. He's just under 2 seconds off now. So that's going to be a little battle that should develop.
Andrew Richardson, I think he's the GT4 champion this year.
Really?
Can you correct me on that, Tom, or not? Was it Andrew Richardson that was the GT4 champion this year?
I think it's so funny that no one can hear Thomas. It sounds like you're talking to yourself.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
Tom's our imaginary friend, everyone.
Tom's very good at his job. He's not
Absolutely.
he's not as evil as some of them out there. Some of them do actually speak in your ear and actually make you burst out laughing.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And you're laughing on stream for no reason whatsoever. Nobody else can hear what the joke was.
Yeah, I have to say though, I forgot he was there for a while and he spoke and he frightened the shite out of me. But no, it's quite fun. I'm just looking to see.
Yep, so Andrew.
Wow.
Tom just confirmed there that Andrew Richardson is our GT4 champion for season 2, with the most wins and the most poles.
That's unreal.
And he's jumped into a GT3 car. For Green Moose Racing, isn't it? If I remember rightly.
I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, Green Moose Racing.
Andrew Richardson is now only 0.9 of a second off, so he's after pulling in over a second there. And you can see him there going around 130 or he is catching Casella at quite a rate of knots in fairness. Now it's pulled back a little bit as you ran quite wide there. But let's see how he is on the exit. Simon Bauer's not making really any in-ground properly on Jurgens either, so that's staying around 0.8 second to a second, or 0.8 of a second to a second.
Tom, can you do picture-in-picture and show both battles, please?
Job.
There we go. This is a guy that knows what he's doing, isn't he?
I need one of him everywhere, because when I'm doing my own comms, doing the other races, I have to do all the broadcasting while I'm talking. It's great.
You've got no imaginary friend there.
No problem. I don't know, I'm one of these people that enjoys doing the comms and doing the broadcasting. I do enjoy having the control of both, just for the simple fact that I love doing both things. So while Tom is an imaginary friend, he's absolutely amazing at what he's doing, because he's keeping it right on the battles that we're looking at and talking about as well, which is great. Just keeping a good eye on what's going on, which is great to see. Switching to the stream part 2 in 3 minutes, guys.
Oh, first place, drive through.
Oh wow, but look, is
that going to affect him much?
No, because it looks like the car behind is about 100 odd seconds behind. So doesn't look like it's going to affect too much.
Looks Looks like Richardson's only 0.2 behind Casella now.
That's unreal. 0.3, 0.4 of a second off, yeah. He's getting closer and closer. But we're on now at the race leader who has the pit. But he's on lap 218. Second is still on lap 270. And then third is on lap 216. So these guys, they don't need to worry too much. They can afford a drive through every now and then. Not that you really want to be wasting time and throwing away time like this. Because if a big accident happens and there's a big... Oh my... That was... Squeaky boom, as I call that.
Who's in that car at the moment? Who's in the Identity Crisis car?
What number is that one?
488. Oh, Class Wester.
Class Wester, yeah. They're in the pits now.
My friend Class. He'll be swearing a lot on stream himself now.
I love it. Richardson is doing a great job, still 0.3 of a second off and is not easing up. Like, in fairness from Casella, he's taking the pressure fairly well. Because that's relentless. So close to the Aston. But the Aston, just though in a straight line, just has the grunt all over that M4. He needs the Jag. I'm telling you, if he had the Jag, he'd be doing well.
Everybody loves a Jag.
How can you not love the Jag?
I cannot say it as good as Clarkson.
Oh, you should just record it and just have him saying it every now and then. So the drive-through has been cleared on lap 219, and they're still ahead of a lap nearly of second place. So they're switching over, guys, to the part 2 now, to the other link on YouTube. So don't be afraid to jump over to that one now. But the next is at 9 hours, then that lasts for these links.
I think it is 9 hours.
Yeah, so